Listen closely, chosen ones. The fire inside you doesn't just burn, it scorches everything that tried to bury you. Let's get one thing straight. Your enemies don't just hate who you've become, they're terrified of it. They hate your strength because it mocks their weakness. They hate your silence because it screams louder than their lies. They hate your growth because it exposes their stagnation. You've become their worst nightmare, a reminder that no matter how hard they tried to break you, they failed. Here's the hard truth. They never wanted to see you rise. They wanted to see you crawl, stuck in the mud they threw at you. They smiled in your face, but behind closed doors, they celebrated your struggles. Oh, but now they choke on their own bitterness because you've slipped through their fingers like smoke. Ungraspable, untouchable, unstoppable. Your very existence is a threat to their comfort. You don't just survive, you thrive, and that terrifies them. When you were down, they were watching. When you were struggling, they were laughing. But now they're silent because they can't monitor what they don't understand. You've become a mystery, an untouchable force that they can't track, predict, or control. You're the locked door they can't open, the flame they can't extinguish, the storm they can't outrun. You're everything they'll never be, and they know it. They don't hate you because you've done something wrong. They hate you because you did something right. You outgrew them. They hate you because you've turned their weapons into fuel for your fire. They hate you because they can no longer sit in the audience, watching your life like a spectator sport. You've taken the stage, taken control, and left them in the shadows where they belong. Let's make this clear. Your enemies are cowards. They only knew how to love the version of you that was small, scared, and easy to control. But the moment you stepped into your power, the moment you stopped explaining yourself, the moment you stopped letting them in, you became a mirror they couldn't bear to look into. Your success screams at them, reminds them of their own mediocrity, their own laziness, their own failure to evolve. They can't take it. Your glow blinds them, your silence shatters them, and your rise destroys them. Chosen ones, let me tell you this. Their hate is nothing more than proof of your power. You are the storm they prayed would never come. You are the proof that they failed to break you. They thought they could bury you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. Now you've grown so high, they can't even see the top of you anymore. They're lost in your shadow, screaming at the mountain you've become. Don't feel sorry for them. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve your forgiveness, your attention, or even a second thought. They despise you because they can't reach you, and they never will. Let them hate. Let them plot. Let them stew in their own bitterness. You owe them nothing. Your enemies are weak, and they can't touch the chosen. Keep moving in silence. Keep growing in power. Keep rising above. Their hatred is the applause for your transformation. Let their bitterness be the proof that you've won. And to you, the unstoppable, unshakable chosen one, thank you. Your presence here isn't by accident. It's destiny calling. Whether you're new or have been with us from the start, you are the reason this message thrives. If you're ready to step fully into your power, to leave your enemies gasping in the dust of your rise, then smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 88 in the comments to declare that their eyes no longer watch you because your light is far beyond their reach. And now, let's dive in step by step. Trust me, if you're truly chosen, you won't just hear this. You'll feel it pulling you to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They hate your rise because it shines a spotlight on their fall. The brightest light will always expose the darkest shadows, and your glow reveals the places they hoped no one would see, including themselves. Your growth has become the mirror they can't bear to look into. It isn't just about your success. It's about how your evolution exposes their stagnation. When you were low, struggling and searching for your way, they felt superior. They thrived on watching you stumble because it reassured them that they weren't at the bottom. Back then, your struggles made them feel safe. But now you've shattered their illusions. Your rise isn't just a victory for you. It's an attack on everything they've tried to deny about themselves. Here's the harsh truth. Your elevation turned their comfort into chaos. You were once their safety net, the comparison they used to convince themselves they were doing just fine. But the moment you started breaking barriers, taking risks, and stepping into your power, you destroyed their illusion of superiority. Now they can't hide. Your success stands tall, casting a long shadow that forces them to confront the fact that they've been standing still. They hate what you've become because it's undeniable proof of what they could be, but won't. You've shown them that growth is possible, that breaking free from their excuses is within reach, but they'd rather blame you than face the truth. It's easier for them to call you lucky, to whisper behind your back, or to claim you've changed. And you know what? They're right. You have changed. You've outpaced them, outrun their limitations, and risen so far they can't even catch the echo of your footsteps anymore. This is where it stings the most for them. They know they could grow too, but they're not willing to put in the work. Every step you take forward is a reminder that they're choosing to stay stuck. While you've turned your pain into power and your challenges into victories, they've built walls of excuses, blaming circumstances, others, and even you for their stagnation. But deep down, they know the truth. Those walls aren't real. They're chains they've placed on themselves, chains you've already broken. The kicker? They can't even admit this to themselves. So, they lash out. They project their frustration onto you because it's easier to call you lucky or changed than to admit their own failure to evolve. Your glow becomes a thorn in their side, your silence a weight on their chest. You are no longer someone they can predict, control, or feel better than, and they hate it. You've become the proof they can't refute, the reminder they can't ignore. When you succeed, it invalidates every excuse they've used to justify staying stuck. Your strength forces them to confront their own weakness, and your freedom exposes how they've enslaved themselves to fear, laziness, and doubt. Let me be clear, their hatred has nothing to do with you personally. It's not your fault they chose comfort over growth, mediocrity over excellence. Their anger is a reflection of their own inadequacies. But don't get it twisted. Their hate is also the greatest confirmation of your power. They hate because they see you shining in a way they can't comprehend. They hate because you've left them behind, standing in the rubble of their excuses while you rise higher and higher. And don't think for a second that their resentment can slow you down. Their words are empty, their bitterness powerless against your momentum. If anything, let their hate fuel you. Each sneer, each whisper, each attempt to pull you back down is proof that you're doing something right. As you rise, you're not just proving them wrong, you're proving yourself right. You're showing the world and them that nothing can hold back the chosen ones. So, chosen ones, let them project, let them stew, let them watch from the sidelines as you climb. Remember this, their hate isn't your weight, it's their anchor. And as long as you keep moving forward, they'll stay stuck exactly where they are. Their bitterness is the loudest applause your enemies will ever give you, because they know they can't compete with the unstoppable force you've become. Let them call you changed. Let them say you've grown distant. Let them despise the person you've become. That's the price of stepping into your power. You've closed the book they were reading, and now they're left guessing what comes next. You owe them nothing, not an explanation, not a glance back, not even a word. Your rise is your answer. Keep going, keep growing, and let your enemies choke on the dust you leave behind. Number 2. You became the mirror that reflects everything they fear. The reflection of greatness terrifies those who refuse to look at their own cracks. You've become more than a person to your enemies. You've become a mirror, a sharp, unforgiving mirror that forces them to confront everything they've spent their lives trying to bury. It's not just about the person you've grown into. It's about the reflection staring back at them. When they look at you, they don't just see your glow. They see their own failures, their insecurities, their fears. And that, chosen one, is why they hate you. You didn't just outgrow them, you exposed them. When they were around you in the past, they felt comfortable. Back then, they could laugh at your mistakes, feel superior to your struggles, and use your doubts to validate their own stagnation. You were their safety net, their excuse, their way of saying, "At least I'm not the only one stuck." But now they look at you, and there's no safety net left. You've ripped away their comfort and left them naked in the truth of their own mediocrity. Your transformation has become their torment. You've grown, you've healed, you've risen above every limit they silently prayed you'd never break. They despise you because you've shown them something they can't ignore, that they could have grown too, but they didn't. Instead of confronting their own flaws, they'd rather point the finger at you. You're no longer someone they can feel equal to, and that eats at them. Here's what really gets under their skin. You've taken away their power. Once upon a time, they thrived on your vulnerability, your openness, your mistakes. They used your wounds to tear you down, but now those same wounds are your armor. You've turned your scars into strength, and there's nothing left for them to exploit. They can't reach you anymore, and that drives them mad. Your silence, your strength, your refusal to let them back into your space. It's a form of rejection they can't handle. They don't hate you for what you've done to them. They hate you because of what you've done for yourself. You've become untouchable, and their toxic energy can no longer seep into your life. You are the closed door they'll never walk through again, the fortress they can no longer infiltrate. Every time they see you, whether it's from a distance or in their memories, you force them to see everything they aren't. You've become a glaring reminder of their unfulfilled potential, their laziness, their refusal to change. And that's the thing about a mirror. It doesn't lie. It reflects exactly what stands in front of it, and for them, that reflection is unbearable. They hate the fact that you're not just surviving, you're thriving. You've stopped crawling, stopped running in circles, and started soaring. And every inch of your rise makes their stagnant lives feel heavier. The more you shine, the more they shrink in their own darkness. You're not just living proof that growth is possible. You're living proof that their excuses hold no weight. And that's something they can't stand. Let's be real. They don't just resent you, they resent themselves. Deep down, in the quiet of their thoughts, they know the truth. They know they've wasted time, let fear win, and stayed comfortable while you were out here fighting, growing and transforming. But they can't admit that, so instead, they direct all that frustration and self-loathing toward you. They lash out, they gossip, they throw shade, but don't be fooled. None of that is about you. It's about them trying to escape the mirror you've become. The irony is, they could grow too. They could change their lives, face their fears, and become better. But most of them won't. It's easier to hate you than to take a hard look in the mirror. It's easier to project their insecurities onto you than to confront the fact that their chains were never real. It's easier to despise your reflection than to build one of their own. So let them hate. Let them stew in the bitterness they've brewed for themselves. Their anger is a confirmation of your power, your growth, your undeniable transformation. They don't hate you for who you are. They hate you for who you make them see in themselves. Keep shining, chosen one. Keep being the mirror that reflects their truth. Even if they can't handle it. They'll never admit it, but your rise is the loudest alarm they've ever heard, reminding them that they've stayed asleep for too long. Let them watch, let them blame, let them hate. You are the mirror they can't escape, and their anger is proof that you've already won. Number 3, you stopped paying the toll, and now they're losing their grip. Power is the lifeblood of the weak, and when you stop feeding them, they starve in their own desperation. Control was their currency, and for far too long, you were their willing customer. They thrived off the access you gave them, your emotions, your thoughts, your every move. They monitored you like a game they thought they controlled, pulling strings to see how you dance, whispering lies to keep you second-guessing yourself. Their sense of power was nothing but a facade, built on the illusion that they could sway your reality. But then you woke up, you shut the door, you cut the strings, and suddenly their game was over. Now they're furious. Not just angry, they're scrambling, panicking, grasping for the control they've lost. You no longer react the way you used to. They can't provoke you with their toxic tactics, can't guilt you into submission, and can't manipulate your choices. Your silence is a weapon they weren't prepared for. Your boundaries are walls they can't climb. And every time they try to breach your peace, they're met with the unshakable truth. They don't have power over you anymore. Here's what they can't stand. Your refusal to play their game leaves them powerless. And people who thrive on control can't handle being powerless. They're used to keeping tabs on you, used to knowing your plans, your feelings, your vulnerabilities. That access was their fuel. It gave them a false sense of superiority, a belief that as long as they could predict your moves, they were winning. But now they're locked out, left in the dark, and it's eating them alive. They've tried everything, haven't they? The rumors, the passive-aggressive comments, the negativity dripping from their every word. They're desperate to get a reaction, to pull you back into the cycle where they felt relevant. But it doesn't work anymore. You've grown past the point of letting their opinions dictate your reality. Their insults hit air, their provocations fall flat. And every time they fail to rattle you, it's another reminder of just how powerless they've become. What terrifies them the most is the mystery of who you are now. The version of you they once knew, the one who would explain yourself, defend yourself, or bend to keep the peace, is gone. That person doesn't exist anymore. You've become an enigma, unpredictable and unbothered. And for people who crave control, nothing is scarier than unpredictability. They can't figure you out, can't track your moves, can't even guess what's next for you. And that lack of access is driving them mad. You've flipped the script, and now they're the ones lost in uncertainty. They used to believe they held the reins, but now you're the ones steering the course of your life, and they're left in the dust, choking on the distance you've created. Every boundary you set, every moment of silence, every step forward without looking back is another nail in the coffin of their illusion of control. The truth is, their power over you was never real. It only existed because you allowed it. They weren't strong. You were just accommodating. They weren't in control. You were just giving too much. And now that you've stopped paying that toll, they're left bankrupt, clutching at an empty illusion. What's even more painful for them is knowing you don't care anymore. You're not playing defense. You're not even in the game. You're out here living, growing, thriving, and they're stuck in a cycle of trying to understand a version of you that no longer exists. Their desperation to regain access only exposes their own weakness. Because while you've evolved, they're still the same, clinging to a currency that's lost all its value. And here's the kicker. They don't just resent losing control of you, they fear what you're becoming. They can't predict your next move, can't shape your decisions, can't infiltrate your thoughts. You're free now, and nothing terrifies a manipulator more than someone they can't manipulate. Let them scramble. Let them stew in their confusion. Let them choke on the bitterness of their own irrelevance. You don't owe them an explanation, an apology, or even a second thought. Their frustration is the proof of your growth. Their anger, the confirmation of your strength. They hate that you've stopped paying the toll, but that's their problem, not yours. Chosen one, keep moving, keep thriving, keep being the closed door they'll never walk through again. You've broken free, and now they're left to drown in the emptiness of their control. Their hatred is just the echo of a power they thought they had. An echo that fades further every time you rise. Number 4, they thrived on your vulnerability, and your growth turned it into their downfall. They drank from the well of your uncertainty, never expecting that one day you'd learn to walk away and leave them parched. Your vulnerability was their lifeline, their sense of purpose, their secret source of power. When you were uncertain, struggling, or searching for answers, they positioned themselves as your savior, the one with all the solutions. In your moments of doubt, they thrived. Your dependence made them feel important, even superior, as if your struggles validated their worth. They weren't rooting for your growth. They were rooting for your neediness because it gave them a role to play. But then you grew. You started learning, healing, reclaiming your strength. You stopped looking to them for validation. You stopped leaning on them to fill the gaps in your life. And that's when everything changed. Their carefully constructed identity, built on the fragile foundation of your struggles, began to crack. What they didn't see coming was your evolution. The moment you stepped out of the role they had cast you in, they had written you into their story as someone who needed saving, someone whose vulnerability made them feel significant. But you tore up the script, and now they're left grasping at straws, trying to figure out who they are without the version of you they depended on. The truth they can't handle is this: their sense of worth was never real. It wasn't rooted in who they were as people, it was rooted in what they could extract from you. Your struggles gave them purpose, your uncertainty gave them control, and your dependence gave them power. But the moment you reclaimed your independence, you dismantled the very foundation they had built their identity on. Now, they're exposed. Your strength shines a light on the truth they've been hiding from themselves, that their power over you was never real. It was always conditional, always dependent on your need for them. And now that you've outgrown that need, they're left feeling small, insignificant, and irrelevant. Your independence doesn't just threaten their ego, it shatters it. It's a painful reminder that the superiority they once felt was nothing more than an illusion. They thrived on your uncertainty, but they never expected you to turn it into confidence. They fed off your vulnerability, but they didn't anticipate that one day you'd learn to stand tall on your own. What stings the most for them is knowing they can't regain their footing. They've tried, haven't they? They've tried to guilt you, manipulate you, or find new ways to worm their way back into your life. But it's futile. You've moved beyond their reach, and no amount of grasping will bring them back into the space you've outgrown. Your struggles weren't permanent, they were stepping stones. And now, as you stand in your power, they're left to confront a reality they can't escape. They were never as strong, wise, or needed as they thought they were. Their false superiority has crumbled, and all that's left is the bitter taste of their own irrelevance. Let them sit with it. Let them wrestle with the truth of what your growth has revealed. You owe them nothing, not an explanation, not an apology, not a glance back. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Your strength is your victory, and their discomfort is the price of thriving on borrowed power. Number 5. You speak a language their ego can't translate. Growth speaks in a dialect that only the brave can understand, and your silence is a vocabulary they'll never learn. You've changed the way you move, think, and live, and it's left them completely bewildered. They used to know you. At least they thought they did. When you doubted yourself, when you explained your every move, when you tiptoed around their insecurities, they understood you then. That was their language. Your insecurity, your need for validation, your openness to their influence. But now you speak in a tongue that makes their ears ring and their heads spin, a language of confidence, clarity, and unshakable boundaries. They can't keep up with the version of you. You've outgrown the person they were comfortable with, the one who used to lean on them, listen to them, or even bow to their expectations. Your clarity and self-assuredness have rendered their old tactics useless. You've stopped justifying your actions, stopped explaining your every decision, stopped shrinking yourself just to make space for their egos. And to them, that's not just confusing, it's threatening. You see, they thrived on your old language. Your insecurities were their translation key, their way of staying relevant in your life. As long as you doubted yourself, they could step in and play the role of the authority, the guide, the one who knew better. But now, that key no longer fits the lock. Your confidence has slammed the door on their attempts to decode who you are, and it doesn't stop there. Your energy, once scattered, once freely available to anyone who demanded it, has become intentional, focused, and fiercely protected. Where you once let them drain you, now you've drawn an invisible but impenetrable line. Your silence, your refusal to give them the emotional access they once exploited, says more than words ever could. To them, it's maddening. They used to know how to get under your skin, how to push the right buttons, how to manipulate your attention. But now, they're left shouting into the void, frustrated and powerless. Your boundaries have become their worst nightmare. To you, they're a sign of growth, a necessary part of protecting your energy and owning your space. But to them, they're a foreign language, a locked door they can't figure out how to open. Every no you don't even have to say, every time you stand firm without explaining yourself, every time you move in silence, it's a reminder that they've been left behind. The truth is, they're not angry because you've changed. They're angry because you've grown in ways they never believed you could. They can't comprehend the person you've become because they never thought you'd rise above the person you used to be. Your evolution isn't just confusing to them, it's a blow to their ego. The rules they once played by no longer apply, and they're left fumbling in the dark, trying to make sense of a version of you they were never prepared for. Let them be confused. Let them feel the distance. Their frustration is not your responsibility, and their inability to understand you is not your problem. The language you speak now isn't meant for them. It's meant for those who resonate with your growth, who understand the strength it takes to evolve, who don't need to control you to feel important. So keep speaking in the language of power, clarity, and focus. Let your silence, your boundaries, and your confidence do the talking. You don't need to translate yourself for anyone who refuses to grow. You've moved beyond their reach, and their confusion is just proof that you're speaking a truth they'll never understand. Number 6. They fear your clarity because it exposes their chaos. Clarity is the blade that cuts through chaos, leaving those who thrive in disorder scrambling to cover what's been exposed. Your clarity isn't just your strength, it's their nightmare. For so long they thrived in the fog of your uncertainty, weaving their influence into every moment of doubt. They manipulated your confusion, shaping your choices, twisting your thoughts, and distorting how you saw yourself. Their power was never about strength. It was about keeping you distracted, second-guessing, and reliant on their opinions. Chaos was their playground, and they used it to keep you stuck. But now, you've shattered that fog. Your clarity has dismantled the chaotic web they carefully spun around you. You've claimed a vision for your life, a direction, a purpose that's unshakable. No longer can they sway you with whispers of doubt or tug at your insecurities. You've broken free from the confusion they used as their leash, and the power they thought they had over you is gone. This terrifies them. Your clarity doesn't just neutralize their manipulation, it exposes their lack of control over their own lives. They've built their identity around creating disorder, avoiding accountability, and projecting their mess onto others. But now, your focus shines a glaring spotlight on the chaos they've been hiding in. They're forced to confront the truth. They're stuck while you're rising. You see through their games now, and what's worse for them, you no longer react. They can't bait you with their negativity, provoke you with their chaos, or twist your reality to suit their agenda. Manipulation thrives on doubt, and your clarity has killed their ability to control you. Without your uncertainty, their tactics fall apart. It's not just about you breaking free, it's about what your clarity reveals about them. You've organized your mind, your energy, your goals, and now their disarray feels unbearable in comparison. Their chaos, once hidden behind distractions and excuses, now stands exposed against the backdrop of your strength. They can't escape it, and they can't use it against you anymore. This is why they fear you. Your clarity is a power they can't touch because it comes from within you. It isn't something they can take, manipulate, or dismantle. It's the weapon they have no defense against. Every moment of your confidence is a reminder of what they lack: direction, discipline, and the courage to confront their own mess. They despise your clarity because it strips away their power, not just over you, but over the lies they've been telling themselves. While they remain trapped in cycles of distraction and mediocrity, you've risen above, untouchable. Your focus doesn't just protect you, it highlights their stagnation, forcing them to see what they've tried so hard to avoid. And here's the truth they can't face. You were never meant to stay in their chaos. Their games, their manipulations, their attempts to keep you small, it was all a reflection of their own fears. Now that you've stepped out of the fog, their control is gone, and they're left standing in the mess they created, powerless and exposed. Your clarity isn't just a shield, it's a light that makes their shadows impossible to ignore. So keep walking in your purpose, chosen one. Let them fear your strength, let them hate your focus, let them scramble in the ruins of their chaos while you rise higher. Their fear is the proof that your clarity has already dismantled everything they once used to hold you back. Number 7. They're haunted by the ghost of who you used to be. Nothing terrifies them more than realizing the version of you they controlled has been buried, and in its place, a force they'll never understand has risen. They are haunted, tormented by the memory of the person you used to be. the version of you they could read, manipulate, and control. That person, the one who second-guessed their worth, sought their approval, and played along with their games, no longer exists. And that absence, it's driving them mad. The old you gave them comfort. You were predictable, malleable, and, in their eyes, manageable. They thrived on your doubts, fed off your insecurities, and wrapped themselves in the illusion of superiority they felt when you leaned on them. But now, when they look at you, they don't see the same person. They see a stranger, confident, self-assured, and unmoved by their schemes. It's like staring into the eyes of a ghost, and that ghost is the shadow of everything they've lost. They hate that their tricks no longer work. The games they played, the manipulation, the little jabs meant to unsettle you, they all fall flat now. They're scrambling, throwing the same tired tactics your way, hoping for a reaction, a crack in the armor, a sign that the person they used to control still lingers within you. But there's nothing for them to latch onto. You've outgrown the need for their approval. Their validation is irrelevant, their opinions meaningless, and their influence non-existent. What terrifies them most is the quiet power of your indifference. You don't fight them, argue with them, or even acknowledge their attempts to provoke you. Your silence, your boundaries, your refusal to engage, it's a dagger to their ego. They relied on you playing the game, but now the game is over, and they're left sitting at a table with no cards to play. This new version of you isn't just different, it's untouchable. And that reality, it haunts them. They see your growth and are forced to confront their role in keeping you small. Deep down, they know they tried to dim your light, tried to keep you dependent, but it didn't work. You've risen above them, and they're left with the undeniable truth that their power over you was always an illusion. It's unsettling for them to see you like this, so untethered, so free. They're stuck trying to figure out how you became someone so far beyond their reach. They cling desperately to the memory of who you used to be because it's easier than facing the reality of who you are now. The old version of you was comfortable for them. The new you is a challenge they'll never conquer. That old version is gone, buried beneath the strength and wisdom you've gained. And with it, their ability to control the narrative has vanished too. You're no longer someone they can define, someone they can manipulate, someone they can bend to their will. Instead, you've become a living reminder of their failure to hold you back. And that's the truth that haunts them the most. The realization that the person they once controlled is gone, replaced by someone who doesn't just reject their games, but doesn't even acknowledge their place in the story anymore. You've moved on, left them behind, and in doing so, made it clear they have no role in your future. Let them wrestle with the ghost of who you used to be. Let them cling to memories that no longer matter. You owe them nothing. Not your time, not your attention, and certainly not your energy. The new you is untouchable, and their bitterness is nothing but a reflection of their inability to adapt. They can haunt themselves with their memories, but you're walking forward, leaving them behind to face the emptiness of their own shadows. Keep rising, chosen one. You're untouchable now, and they know it. Number 8. Your success forces them to face the failure they can no longer deny. Every time you rise, you hold up a mirror they can't look away from, one that reflects everything they refuse to become. Your success isn't just an achievement, it's a disruption. It shatters the lies they've told themselves, the excuses they've clung to, and the false comfort they've built around their stagnation. You don't just thrive, you redefine what's possible. And in doing so, you forced them to confront an ugly truth. Their failure wasn't inevitable. It was a choice. Here's the reality. For years, they convinced themselves that staying stuck was acceptable because no one else was moving forward either. They told themselves that progress was impossible, that the system was to blame, that the circumstances were too hard. But then you came along and dismantled every one of those excuses. You rose from the same circumstances they're still trapped in, proving that their limitations weren't real, they were self-imposed. And that's what truly infuriates them. Your success doesn't just inspire, it exposes. It forces them to see the gap between where they are and where they could be if they had taken the same risks, made the same sacrifices, and put in the same work. They're not angry at you, they're angry at themselves. But instead of owning that, they direct their resentment toward you because it's easier to hate you than to face their own failures. Your achievements hold up a mirror they can't escape. Every milestone you reach reflects the dreams they abandoned, the risks they avoided, and the growth they ran from. It's not just jealousy, it's shame. Your rise is a constant reminder that they wasted time, that they chose comfort over progress, and that the only thing standing between them and their potential was their own fear. What stings them the most is that they can't dismiss your success. It's impossible to ignore. You've created a new standard, one that makes their excuses look hollow and their lack of progress glaringly obvious. You've redefined the playing field, and now they're left scrambling to justify why they're still standing still. It's not your success itself that bothers them, it's what it represents. Your results show them everything they've avoided doing, taking responsibility, embracing discomfort, and putting in the effort to grow. You've shown them that the path they feared was worth walking, and that truth is something they can't unsee. Deep down, their resentment is rooted in the shame of unfulfilled potential. Every time they see you rise, they're reminded of the opportunities they let slip by and the time they can't get back. Your success doesn't just highlight their stagnation, it magnifies it, making it impossible for them to pretend they're satisfied with where they are. So let them simmer in their bitterness. Let them whisper, complain, and stew in the weight of their regret. Their resentment isn't your burden to carry, it's theirs. Your success is not just a reflection of your hard work, it's a beacon of what's possible. Keep rising, chosen one. Let your achievements light the way for those who are ready to grow, and leave the rest to wallow in the shadows they've chosen. Number 9. Locked out of your future, they're drowning in envy. Nothing stings more than being locked out of a kingdom you once took for granted. Their envy isn't just about what you've achieved, it's about what they've lost. Access. They had a front row seat to your life once, a backstage pass to your struggles, vulnerabilities, and even your triumphs. They were there when you were still figuring things out, when your path was uncertain, and they relished the influence they had over you. But now they're locked out, standing on the other side of the door, knowing that the future you're building has no room for them. They despise the fact that the table you've worked so hard to build doesn't have a seat for them anymore. They aren't invited to the victories, the milestones, or the blessings that have become a part of your new life. It's not just the material successes they envy, though they might covet the opportunities, relationships, or abundance you've earned. It's the simple fact that they're no longer a part of the story. Once they could influence your decisions. Once they could manipulate your direction, whisper their opinions, and position themselves as a significant presence in your life. But you've grown beyond that. You've stepped into your power, and with that power came clarity. clarity that their role in your journey was temporary. They were part of your past, and as you ascended, they stayed stuck, watching you move toward a future that no longer includes them. That's what cuts the deepest for them. It's not just about watching you succeed, it's knowing they can't share in it. The relationships you're building, the doors opening for you, the opportunities falling into place, these are things they no longer have any claim to. And deep down, they know it. They know they've been left behind, and they can't handle the sting of their own irrelevance. What frustrates them even more is the impossibility of getting back in. Oh, they'll try. They'll try to manipulate, guilt, or weave their way back into your circle. But you've built boundaries too strong for their games to penetrate. They might claw at the edges of your life, trying to regain even a sliver of the access they once had. But it's futile. They no longer hold a key to the doors you've unlocked. And that's the irony of their envy. They can see the possibilities unfolding before you, the opportunities lining up in your favor, but they're powerless to be a part of it. Their resentment isn't just fueled by what you've achieved, it's fueled by their awareness of what they've lost. Your future represents everything they no longer have access to: freedom, growth, purpose, abundance. They know they're locked out, and that knowledge festers within them. They understand, whether they admit it or not, that they've missed their chance to walk alongside you as you rise. They could have been part of your blessings, part of your journey, but they chose a different path, one rooted in jealousy, manipulation, or complacency. So now they watch. They stew in their envy, their frustration, their regret. They see you climbing higher, stepping into spaces they'll never reach, building a life they'll never touch. And it burns, not because they don't want success, but because they know your success is something they'll never share in. Let them envy. Let them watch from the sidelines. Their resentment is the price of your elevation, their bitterness the proof that you've outgrown them. You owe them nothing, not an invitation, not an explanation, not a single glance back. Keep walking through the doors they can't follow you through. Your future is yours alone, chosen, one, and their envy is nothing more than a reminder that the past has no place in the life you're creating. Keep building, keep rising, and let their bitterness stay locked behind the door they'll never open again. Number 10. Your silence is the wrecking ball to their power. Nothing is louder than silence. It echoes in the minds of those who thrived on your noise, shattering the illusions they built around controlling you. Your silence has become the one thing they can't handle. It's not just unsettling, it's destructive. For so long, your reactions were their fuel. Your anger, sadness, or need for validation gave them power, kept them relevant, and reinforced the illusion that they held authority over you. But when you stopped responding, when you chose to go quiet instead of engaging in their games, their entire power structure began to crumble. Here's the hard truth they can't face. Without your emotional energy, they are nothing. They fed off your reactions like parasites, thriving on every flicker of anger, every tear shed, and every moment of doubt. Your emotions were their stage, and they reveled in playing the lead role, whether it was the savior, the instigator, or the wise one who always knew better. But now you've closed the curtain on their show, leaving them fumbling in the dark, desperate for the spotlight they've lost. Your silence strips away their control. They can't provoke you into a fight, guilt you into compliance, or manipulate you into validating their fragile egos. Every attempt they make to draw you back into their toxic web falls flat, and it leaves them powerless. The authority they thought they had over your life was never real. It existed only as long as you allowed it. And now that you've taken it back, they're left grappling with the truth of their irrelevance. What they fail to understand is that your silence isn't weakness, it's your greatest strength. It's the loudest declaration that you're done playing by their rules. You're no longer feeding into their games, no longer giving them the satisfaction of controlling your emotional state. Your refusal to react is a boundary they can't cross, a wall they can't climb. It's the ultimate act of self-possession, and it terrifies them. Without your reactions, they don't know how to navigate their place in your world. They're scrambling, trying to find a way back into your head, your heart, your life. They want to provoke you, to pull you back into the cycle where they felt powerful. But every time you stay silent, every time you refuse to engage, you remind them that their power was always an illusion. They don't control you anymore. They never did. And that's the realization that cuts the deepest. Your silence robs them of the one thing they thrived on, your attention. Without it, they're left floundering, powerless, and exposed. They're no longer the puppet masters they imagined themselves to be. Instead, they're just spectators, watching as you rise above their reach. So let them stew in their confusion, their frustration, their desperate attempts to regain control. You owe them nothing, not a word, not an explanation, not even a glance. Your silence speaks louder than any argument ever could. It's a testament to your strength, your growth, and your refusal to let them hold you back. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Let your silence do the talking. It's the most powerful weapon you have, and it's already done what your words never could. It's shattered their false sense of control. Let them chase ghosts while you walk in your power, untouchable and unbothered. Number 11. Your peace is their greatest fear, because it reveals their chaos. The calm you found is a storm they can't weather, because peace terrifies those who thrive in turmoil. Your peace isn't just your strength, it's their nightmare. They despise the serenity you've achieved because it reflects everything they lack and everything they're too afraid to confront. While you've found stillness within yourself, they remain trapped in a whirlwind of self-doubt, insecurity, and restless energy. Your calmness isn't just a beacon of your growth. It's a spotlight on their chaos, exposing the truth they've spent years running from. They can't stand the quiet confidence you exude because it makes their inner turmoil impossible to ignore. While they're constantly chasing distractions, drama, or fleeting moments of validation to fill the void inside them, you've chosen a different path. You've chosen to sit with yourself, confront your fears, and find balance in a world full of noise. And that, chosen one, is something they simply can't comprehend. Your peace forces them to look inward, and they hate what they see. They cling to the chaos because it's all they know. Drama is their comfort zone, a mask for the emptiness they're too scared to face. They surround themselves with noise to drown out the whispers of their own inadequacies. But your silence? It cuts through all of that. It's a mirror that reflects their unhealed wounds, their unfulfilled desires, and their fear of letting go. Here's what they don't want to admit. They could have peace too, but it would mean giving up their need for control, their addiction to drama, and their constant search for validation. It would mean sitting with the discomfort they've been avoiding for years, and that's a level of bravery they haven't found yet. So instead, they lash out at you. They project their insecurities, they gossip, they resent, all in an attempt to pull you back into the chaos you've left behind. But what truly infuriates them is that your peace is untouchable. They can't steal it, can't manipulate it, can't drag you back into the noise no matter how hard they try. Your calmness is a fortress they can't breach, and that drives them mad. They're stuck in their own patterns, endlessly spinning their wheels. while you stand firm, grounded, and unbothered. The peace you found isn't just a luxury, it's a testament to your strength. It's a declaration that you've done the work, faced the shadows, and refused to let the world dictate your state of mind. And for those still trapped in their chaos, your serenity feels like an attack. It reminds them that their excuses hold no weight, that their distractions are temporary, and that their restlessness is self-inflicted. Your calm is a reminder that healing is possible, but only for those willing to face their fears. And that's why they hate it. Your peace exposes the chaos they've tried to bury, the insecurities they've ignored, and the truth they've been too afraid to confront. It's not about you. It's about everything they're not ready to see in themselves. Let them despise your calmness, chosen one. Let them stew in their resentment, stuck in the cycles they refuse to break. You owe them nothing, not an explanation, not a reaction, and certainly not your peace. Their discomfort is proof of your growth, and their frustration is a testament to the fortress of stillness you've built within yourself. Stand firm in your tranquility, knowing it's your greatest power. Their chaos will never touch your peace, and that terrifies them more than anything else. Let their fear be their own, and keep walking your path in serenity. Number 12. You're the living proof that they were wrong, and it's destroying them. Nothing torments them more than the sight of you thriving in the very places they said you'd fail. Nothing torments them more than seeing you thrive in the places they swore you'd fail. For years, they doubted you, spread rumors, and tried to box you into their limited view of what you could become. But now, you're the embodiment of everything they said you'd never be. You didn't just survive their judgment, you turned it into fuel. Their doubts, whispers, and attempts to tear you down were powerless against your determination. Now, your success stands as a loud and undeniable reminder that their opinions were never more than noise. You've shattered their expectations, taken control of your story, and left them choking on the bitter taste of irrelevance. Your rise forces them to confront the truth. Their insecurities were projected onto you, and your victory invalidates their perspective. You didn't just disprove their doubts, you obliterated them. And the best part, you owe them nothing. Keep thriving, chosen one. Let your success speak louder than their negativity ever could. If this hit home for you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and share this message with someone ready to step into their power. Drop 77 in the comments if you're rewriting your narrative and leaving the doubters behind. The brightest flames are born from the deepest hellfire. Let that sink in, chosen ones. That's your story, whether you see it yet or not. They wanted you erased, silenced, shattered into pieces too small to ever put back together. But here's the irony. In their obsession to destroy you, they forged something they'll never recover from. A force so relentless, so uncontainable, it will haunt them until the end of their days. That force is you and your story. It's not just a story, it's a weapon. It will burn through their lies, their plans, their sick control, and leave nothing but ashes. Like and subscribe if this hits you where it should, deep in your soul. We're just getting started, and you don't want to miss what's coming next. Now, listen closely, because this is no ordinary journey. You've been chosen. Not by them, no. Those who tried to grind you into the dirt don't have that kind of power. You've been chosen by something far greater, something they can't comprehend, something that terrifies them because they know they can never touch it. And that's why they came after you so viciously. They saw your potential before you even knew it existed. Like hunters cornering a lion cub, They feared what you'd become if you were allowed to grow into your true power. Their actions weren't random. The betrayals, the isolation, the humiliation, they were calculated like a slow poison meant to corrode your spirit. But here's the twist they never saw coming. They didn't break you. They awakened you. Every ounce of pain they inflicted became a layer of armor, every scar a piece of your battle map. They wanted to write you off as a casualty, but you've turned into a living legend in the making. Think about this for a moment. Greatness is always forged in the fire of suffering. Every hero, every revolutionary, every trailblazer who shook the world, they've all stood where you stand now. Harriet Tubman was hunted like an animal, yet she freed her people. Nikola Tesla was mocked and discarded, yet he electrified the future. Van Gogh, in his anguish, painted masterpieces that now define brilliance. The common thread. The world tried to bury them, but instead they became immortal. This isn't about romanticizing suffering, it's about facing the truth. What was done to you was sick, depraved, beyond belief. But the power you've gained from surviving it is something they can't comprehend. You're walking proof of their failure. They tried to destroy you, and in doing so, they gave you the fuel to rise above them in ways they never imagined. That's the ultimate revenge, isn't it? So hear this, chosen ones, your story is your sword. It's sharper than any blade, louder than any scream. Wield it. Show them that no matter how dark the chaos they throw you into, you'll rise brighter, stronger, untouchable. The very sight of your strength will be their torment. This is only the beginning. Your power will haunt them, and the world will know your name. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, thank you for standing here in the fire, refusing to be consumed. Whether this is your first step into the light, or you've been with us since the beginning, your energy fuels this unstoppable force we're building. If you're ready to turn every scar into a badge of honor, every tear into unstoppable strength, hit that like button, smash subscribe, and drop a 77 in the comments to claim your story as the weapon it was always meant to be. And now, let's rip the mask off their lies, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. The fire that forges. Why the chosen are targeted and feared. The sharpest swords are hammered in the hottest flames, but never forget, flames don't burn for the weak. They burn to destroy what fears them most. Chosen ones, the world's obsession with you is no coincidence. What was done to you was not just cruel, it was calculated. They didn't just try to harm you. They tried to break the very essence of you, to erase the blueprint of your destiny. Why? Because nothing terrifies the architects of this sick, twisted system more than the rise of someone they can no longer control. Someone whose very existence threatens the lies they've built their empires upon. You might ask yourself, why me? Why did the storm choose me to tear apart? It's not because you were weak, or disposable, or cursed. No, it's the opposite. You were chosen because you have the strength to survive it. The enemy saw what you were destined to become and panicked. They struck first, hoping to end your story before you even had a chance to write it. They saw your potential long before you did, and their fear of that potential drove them to do everything in their power to snuff it out. Here's the paradox of being chosen. It's the ultimate honor cloaked in the ultimate burden. It's not glamorous. It's not wrapped in golden ribbons or handed to you with applause. It's raw, it's brutal, and it often feels unbearable. The very act of being chosen means walking a path so lonely, so punishing, that it almost feels like a cruel joke. They paint you as cursed, isolated, unworthy, when in reality, you're the one carrying the weight of transformation on your shoulders. The alchemy of becoming unstoppable demands a sacrifice most people will never understand. Think about it. Do you really believe the world would go out of its way to crush someone ordinary? No. Ordinary people don't scare the system. They blend in, follow the rules, and pose no threat to the status quo. But you're different. Your very existence is a rebellion against their control. The betrayals, the losses, the isolation, they were designed to corner you, to make you doubt your purpose, and ultimately to shatter your will. But instead, they've made you dangerous. They've made you unyielding. They've made you into the very thing they feared. And now they don't know what to do with you. Because here's another truth they won't admit. The harder they hit you, the stronger you became. You've turned their weapons into your armor. The scars they gave you are now the roadmap to your victory. They wanted to bury you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. And now, your growth is unstoppable. People will look at your strength and admire it, but they'll never fully understand the cost. They see the shine, but not the shadows. They don't know about the nights you stared into the abyss, questioning everything. They weren't there for the moments you wanted to give up, when the weight of betrayal and isolation felt too heavy to bear. They don't understand that survival itself became an act of rebellion, and that's okay. They don't need to understand. What matters is that you know what it took to get here. You know the battles you fought in silence, the tears you've swallowed, and the strength it took to keep going when everything around you begged you to quit. Chosen ones, your pain was never random. It was the fire meant to refine you. The suffering you endured wasn't proof of weakness, it was proof of your purpose. You've survived what others couldn't even imagine. And because of that, you carry a power most people will never touch. That power haunts your enemies because they know now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they failed. Everything they did to break you only made you sharper, more focused, more relentless. You are not their victim. You are their reckoning. So ask yourself now, are you ready to embrace it? Are you ready to own the paradox of being chosen? The loneliness, the trials, the darkness, it all leads somewhere extraordinary, but only if you have the courage to keep going. The enemy gambled that you didn't. They bet everything on your destruction. But now they're watching as you rise from the wreckage they created, stronger than they ever imagined. This isn't just survival. This is transformation, and it's only the beginning. Number 2. Silent slaughter. The war they waged without a sound. A wound that doesn't bleed is the easiest to ignore, but it's also the hardest to heal. Chosen ones, you've been through a battlefield unlike any other. No bombs dropped, no blood spilled, but the devastation was just as real, maybe even worse. What they did to you wasn't loud, it wasn't meant to be. Their weapons were subtle, words laced with poison, betrayals hidden behind fake smiles, and manipulation so calculated it felt like they rewired your very soul. It wasn't a war fought on your body. It was a war waged in the shadows of your mind, where no one could see, no one could validate, and no one could save you. Invisible warfare. This is the cruelest kind of sickness because it leaves no visible scars for the world to see. And that's exactly what they wanted. They didn't want anyone to believe you, to sympathize, to intervene. Instead, they left you fighting an enemy no one else could recognize. To the world, you seemed fine. You smiled, nodded, carried on with life. But inside, it was as if you were bleeding out, piece by piece, while no one even noticed. Do you remember how they made you question everything about yourself? Every decision, every feeling, every instinct. it all became tangled in doubt. Their strikes weren't accidental. They were deliberate, calculated, as if each word and action was part of some sick blueprint designed to dismantle you from the inside out. "Why are you so sensitive?" they'd say. "It's all in your head." And for a while you believed them. You blamed yourself for the pain they caused, convinced it was your fault for not being stronger, smarter, or better. That's the hallmark of this invisible war, making you feel complicit in your own suffering. It wasn't just about hurting you, it was about controlling you. If they could make you doubt yourself, they wouldn't need to do anything else. You'd become your own prison guard, keeping yourself small, powerless, trapped. They wanted you to shrink into the shadow of who you were meant to be, to become a hollow version of yourself, alive but never truly living. And let's not pretend it didn't work, at least for a while. They did manage to break parts of you. How could they not? When every betrayal felt like a dagger to the back, every manipulation like a chain around your neck. You sat there, replaying conversations in your mind, overthinking every detail, wondering why you couldn't just let it go. You felt weak, lost, and utterly alone in a war no one else could see. But here's the truth they never counted on. Even in the darkest corners of that war, you never stopped fighting. You're still here, aren't you? Breathing, standing, defying every silent attack they launched against you. They wanted to break you so completely that you'd never recover, but they underestimated the strength of someone chosen. Because that's what being chosen means. It means enduring what others couldn't survive. It means carrying the weight of invisible wounds and still moving forward, even when it feels impossible. It means being underestimated, discarded, and left for dead, only to rise from the ashes of their destruction stronger than they ever imagined. Think about it. If you weren't a threat, would they have gone to such lengths? If you weren't destined for something extraordinary, would they have invested so much energy in trying to destroy you? Of course not. They feared you. They still do. That's why their attacks were so relentless. They saw your potential and couldn't handle it. Their sickness wasn't just in their cruelty. It was in their desperation to control something they knew they could never truly conquer. And now, here you are. The fact that you're still standing, still breathing, still fighting, it's proof of their failure. They couldn't destroy you, no matter how hard they tried. Every manipulation, every betrayal, every attempt to tear you down only added to your strength. You didn't just survive their invisible war, you've emerged from it with a resilience they can't touch. This is the ultimate revenge. Chosen ones. They waged a silent war against you, but in their attempts to make you powerless, they've only proven how powerful you truly are. Their whispers of doubt have become your battle cries. Their attempts to isolate you have only made you more self-reliant. Their cruelty, their sickness, their invisible warfare, it all backfired. So now, the question is, what will you do with this power? How will you wield the strength they tried so hard to strip from you? Because the war they waged wasn't just about your destruction, it was about your transformation. And now, it's your time to show them that even the quietest battles can create the loudest victories. Number 3. Poisoned by envy. How their sickness tried to drown your light. Envy is a thief that steals not from you, but from the soul of the one who carries it, leaving them empty while you rise higher than they ever could. Chosen ones, their attacks weren't just random acts of cruelty. They were the desperate swings of people poisoned by their own envy. They couldn't stand to see in you what they lacked in themselves. That light you carry, the potential that shines so brightly, it blinds. It wasn't just something they noticed. It was something they hated. and in their sickness, their envy turned to sabotage. What they couldn't have, they tried to destroy. Think back to their fake smiles, their helpful advice that sounded more like warnings, their constant attempts to tear you down while pretending to lift you up. They never admitted their envy outright, but you felt it, didn't you? It seeped through their words, their actions, their every move. They wanted you to believe that you were the problem, that you were too much, too ambitious, too bold. But the truth? You weren't too much. You were exactly enough. Enough to show them everything they weren't brave enough to become. The cruelty they unleashed on you wasn't about you. It was about them. It was about their smallness in the face of your greatness. Your dreams reminded them of the ones they gave up on. Your resilience highlighted their fragility. Your light exposed their darkness. And instead of being inspired, they chose to let envy rot them from the inside out. But envy doesn't just poison the person who feels it. It drives them to attack. Every betrayal, every cruel word, every calculated move to make you doubt yourself wasn't about who you really are. It was their attempt to dim your light so they could feel less threatened by its brilliance. They whispered lies into your ears, hoping you'd believe them. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. You're too much for anyone to handle. But those words were never the truth. They were reflections of their own insecurities, projected onto you like shadows trying to block out the sun. And for a time, maybe they succeeded. Maybe you started to shrink yourself to make them more comfortable. Maybe you doubted your gifts, questioned your dreams, or even tried to fit into the mold they wanted for you. But here's the thing about light. It can't stay hidden for long. No matter how much they tried to cover it, your light kept shining. It pierced through their darkness, exposed their lies, and revealed their sickness for what it really was, an inability to face their own failures. Here's the irony they'll never admit. In trying to break you, they only showed you how strong you truly are. While envy consumed them, it fueled you. While they obsessed over your every move, you were growing, evolving, becoming unstoppable. They wasted their energy trying to tear you down, and in the process, they destroyed themselves. That's the curse of envy. It eats away at the person who carries it far more than the one it targets. Chosen ones, you were never their competition. You were their mirror, reflecting what they feared the most: possibility. You were proof that rising above limitations is possible, that resilience and ambition can overcome even the darkest envy. And that truth will haunt them far longer than any victory they ever thought they achieved over you. So let them hate, let them whisper, let them drown in their sickness. You are living proof that their envy was misplaced. You've already risen higher than they ever thought possible, and the more they try to pull you down, the higher you'll soar. Their envy was never your burden to carry. It's their sickness to live with, while you continue to build the life they never had the courage to chase. Number 4, forged in fire, the universe's relentless test of the chosen. The universe doesn't hand crowns to the weak. It crushes you first to see if you're worthy of wearing one. Chosen ones, your trials are not accidents. They're not random misfortunes or cruel twists of fate. They are deliberate, calculated, and often merciless tests designed to strip you down to the core of who you are. The universe isn't kind when it decides to shape its strongest warriors. It doesn't whisper encouragement or hold your hand. It hurls storms at you, shatters your foundation, and leaves you staring at the ruins of everything you thought you needed. Why? Because greatness cannot be built on anything fragile. The roles you're meant to play, The heights you're destined to reach demand a strength that can only come from surviving the fire. The universe isn't punishing you, it's preparing you. But let's not sugarcoat it. This process is brutal. There's nothing poetic about nights spent broken, questioning everything, or mornings where getting out of bed feels like dragging a mountain. These trials aren't romantic. They're raw, ugly, and often feel unfair. But here's the truth. The fire isn't here to destroy you. It's here to burn away the parts of you that won't survive the life you're meant to live. Think of it like a blacksmith hammering steel. The pounding isn't random, and the heat isn't cruel. Every strike, every flame is shaping you into something unbreakable, something extraordinary. And that's the test. Who are you when everything is stripped away, when there's nothing left to lean on, no comfort, no crutch? Who remains? Maybe you didn't sign up for this. Nobody asks to be chosen, let alone tested in ways that rip them apart. You probably didn't ask for nights filled with doubt, betrayals that cut to your soul, or pain that feels endless. But the universe doesn't ask for permission. It chooses who it chooses. And for reasons you might not yet understand, it chose you. It saw something in you, a light, a resilience, or a potential to rise where others would fall. Here's the hardest truth. Not everyone survives the fire. Some are consumed by it, trapped in the pain, unable to see beyond the moment. They become bitter, angry, lost. But you're still here, still breathing, still fighting. And that alone says more about your worth than any words ever could. Every time you chose to keep going, to stand back up, to push forward despite the weight on your shoulders, you proved yourself worthy. Not to anyone else, but to yourself. The irony is that the suffering you endure now is the very thing that sets you apart. Most people will never know what it means to walk through the kind of storms you've faced. They live in the safety of comfort, never tested, never challenged. But you've been to the depths and back. You've stared into the void and refused to let it consume you. That's what makes you dangerous. That's what makes you chosen. The universe doesn't test the ordinary. It doesn't waste its fire on those who will crumble at the first sign of resistance. No, it reserves its harshest trials for those destined to do extraordinary things. You were never meant to live a small life. You were meant to rise, to lead, to inspire. And the fire you've endured is proof that you are ready to step into that role. So, chosen ones, remember this. The fire isn't your enemy. It's your initiation. It's not here to destroy you, it's here to reveal you. And when the time comes for you to rise, to take the place the universe has carved out for you, you'll understand why it all had to happen. You'll see that the pain wasn't pointless. It was necessary. It was the cost of becoming unbreakable. Number 5. The gaslighting of greatness. How they tried to dim what they feared most. They don't gaslight mediocrity, they gaslight greatness, because greatness terrifies them more than failure ever could. Chosen ones, let's call it what it is, a coordinated attack on your potential. From the very beginning they saw something in you, something extraordinary, untamed and untouchable, and that terrified them. So they did what they do best. They planted seeds of doubt, disguised as advice, love, or guidance. Stay humble. Be realistic. Don't aim too high. These weren't words meant to protect you. They were designed to control you. They knew that if you fully embraced your power, you'd leave them in the dust. Gaslighting is a subtle, poisonous art, and they've mastered it. It starts with those closest to you, the ones you thought you could trust. Family members who tell you to know your place, friends who minimize your accomplishments, Teachers who dismiss your dreams as foolish. They chip away at your confidence bit by bit until you begin to question what you once knew in your bones, that you were meant for more. And it doesn't stop there. Society steps in, reinforcing the lie. It celebrates conformity, rewards obedience, and punishes anyone bold enough to break the mold. If you show even a flicker of greatness, whether in your ideas, your talents, or your refusal to settle, they label you arrogant, difficult, delusional. They make you feel as though your confidence is a crime, as if believing in yourself is a threat to the world's fragile status quo. And in truth, it is a threat to them. But here's the most dangerous part of this gaslighting. It works. Slowly, their lies seep into your mind, wrapping around your dreams like chains. You start to question yourself in ways you never did before. Am I really as good as I think I am? What if they're right? Maybe I should tone it down, stay quiet, be more like everyone else. And just like that, the fire within you starts to dim. Not because it's gone, but because you've been made to doubt it's even there. But here's the truth. They'll never tell you. They wouldn't try so hard to gaslight you if your potential wasn't real. Think about it. Do they waste this energy on the ordinary? On the people who go through life unnoticed, unthreatening, and unremarkable? Of course not. The fact that they've worked this hard to make you doubt yourself is the loudest proof of all that you're destined for something they can't comprehend. You know it's true. Deep down, in the quiet moments when their voices fade, you can still feel it. That spark, that undeniable pull towards something bigger than yourself. It's been buried under their lies, but it's not gone. It's waiting for you to unearth it, to give it air, to let it burn brighter than ever before. They fear what you'll become if you realize who you truly are. And that fear is their sickness, not yours. They want you small, not because you are, but because your greatness reflects everything they wish they could be. They want you quiet, not because you lack a voice, but because the truth in your words shakes the foundations of their world. Chosen ones, it's time to reclaim what they tried to take from you. Stand tall in your power. Don't shrink for their comfort or their lies. The fire they tried to extinguish is still there, and once you let it blaze, there's nothing they can do to stop you. The sooner you see through their gaslighting, the sooner you'll become everything they feared. And the irony? In their desperate attempt to keep you small, they've only ensured your rise will be unstoppable. They can lie, manipulate, and gaslight all they want. But they can't stop what was always meant to be. You are not ordinary. You are not small. You are chosen. And their sickness will never touch your greatness again. Number 6. The soul they tried to erase, rising from dehumanization. The cruelest weapon isn't a blade. It's the act of making someone believe they were never meant to exist at all. Chosen ones, what you endured wasn't just pain. It was an assault on your very existence, a systematic attempt to strip away everything that made you human. This wasn't just about breaking your spirit or stealing your joy. It was about erasing you. They didn't just hurt you. They tried to make you feel invisible, insignificant, like you were nothing more than a shadow walking through a world that refused to see you. This was no accident. Their actions weren't random acts of cruelty. They were deliberate attempts to hollow you out until you were no longer a threat. They wanted to reduce you to a shell, an empty version of yourself that they could control or discard at will. They didn't come for just your confidence, your happiness, or even your peace of mind. They came for your identity. They wanted you to forget who you were, to question whether you even deserved to exist, to disconnect so deeply from your own worth that you'd disappear into the void they created for you. They treated you like your pain didn't matter, like your voice didn't deserve to be heard, like your existence was something to be ignored or mocked. And for a while, it worked. That kind of dehumanization creeps in slowly, like a poison. You start to see yourself the way they wanted you to, small, powerless, unworthy of love, or even basic respect. It's the most insidious kind of cruelty because it doesn't just hurt. It rewires the way you see yourself and the world around you. But here's the truth they couldn't understand. The human spirit, especially the spirit of someone chosen, can't be erased so easily. They underestimated you. They thought they could strip away your humanity, but they didn't realize that beneath all the pain, the betrayal, and the isolation, there was a fire they could never touch. A fire that, even in its weakest flicker, refused to die out. Yes, they took things from you, comfort, trust, maybe even hope for a time. But they never fully erased you. They couldn't. What makes you you is too powerful, too resilient, too eternal for their sickness to destroy. Every moment you choose to rise, to reclaim your worth, to rebuild yourself from the ashes of their cruelty, that's an act of rebellion against everything they tried to do to you. You are living proof that their attempts to dehumanize you failed. You're still here, breathing, fighting, rising. That is your power. That is your revenge. Because no matter how hard they tried to erase you, they couldn't. They thought they could silence you, diminish you, turn you into nothing. But instead, they made you stronger. And now, every step you take toward reclaiming your humanity is a reminder of their failure. They couldn't destroy you, and that truth will haunt them. The very existence they tried to erase is now a force they can't ignore. So stand tall, chosen ones. You are not what they tried to make you believe. You are the embodiment of everything they feared, a survivor, a warrior, a soul they could never truly touch. Number 7. The resilience that breaks their illusions. The strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire, and your resilience is the proof that their cruelty only sharpened your edge. Chosen ones, your resilience is their greatest nightmare. They thought they had the blueprint to destroy you. They calculated every move, manipulating, isolating, and hitting you where they thought it would hurt most. They believed they'd finally found the cracks in your foundation. And for a moment, maybe it seemed like they had. Maybe you stumbled, doubted, even broke. But here's the truth they never expected. Breaking you wasn't the end of your story. It was the beginning of theirs unraveling. You see, their entire plan relied on one assumption, that you would stay down. But they don't understand what makes you different. People like them can't fathom the kind of strength it takes to rise from the ashes of their destruction. They don't understand the quiet resolve of someone who refuses to let pain define them. Because their own strength, it's a facade, a flimsy wall built on the lies they tell themselves to feel powerful. And when you rise, you don't just defy their expectations, you shatter their illusions. Think about it. They projected every insecurity, every ounce of their own weakness onto you. Breaking you wasn't just about control, it was about avoiding the reflection of their own inadequacy. When you're strong, it reminds them of how weak they are. When you rise, it forces them to see their own failures. And that's why your resilience baffles them. They could never survive the trials they put you through, and the fact that you have terrifies them. Every time you get back up, they lose another piece of the power they thought they had over you. Your strength becomes a mirror they can't escape, a reflection of everything they lack and everything they tried to steal from you. They wanted to write your ending, to see you crumble so they could feel justified in their own smallness. Instead, your resilience has become the story they can't rewrite, the proof that they never had true power over you. And that's the irony, isn't it? All the energy they poured into breaking you has only made you stronger. Every cruel word, every betrayal, every moment of isolation, these weren't defeats. They were lessons, fuel for your fire, and building blocks for the unshakable person you've become. They thought they were breaking you, but they were only fortifying you. Your resilience isn't just defiance, it's transformation. It's the ultimate proof that what they tried to destroy will only rise stronger every single time. But here's the part that truly terrifies them. You're not just surviving, you're thriving. You've turned their abuse into momentum, their attacks into lessons, and their failures into your fuel. Every time you rise, you remind them that they were never as powerful as they thought. They underestimated you, and now they're left scrambling, confused and terrified of what you'll do next. Because here's the truth they'll never admit. They tried to make you weak, but they only exposed their own fragility. Their obsession with breaking you wasn't about your strength. It was about their fear of it. And now, with every step you take, you're proving that they've already lost. You've become the living embodiment of their worst fear, a chosen one who refuses to stay broken. Chosen ones, your resilience isn't just a survival tactic, it's your ultimate victory. They thought they were ending your story, but all they did was set the stage for your greatest rise. So let them watch. Let them stew in their confusion, their fear, their hatred. Their sickness can't touch you anymore. You've outgrown their traps, shattered their illusions, and risen into a power they'll never understand. You were never their victim. You are their reckoning. Number 8. Reflections that cut. The lonely power of being a mirror. Mirrors don't lie, they show the truth, even when it's ugly. That's why some people will try to shatter you instead of facing their own reflection. Chosen ones, your existence is more than just living in this world. It's about revealing it. You are not just a person, you are a mirror, reflecting back the deepest truths that others are desperate to avoid. When people look at you, they don't simply see you, they see everything they're not. Your ambition magnifies their laziness. Your resilience reminds them of their excuses. Your courage strips away the facade of their fear. And that kind of truth cuts deeper than any weapon. This is why being chosen feels like walking through a battlefield, even when you've done nothing wrong. Your very presence unsettles people because it forces them to confront the parts of themselves they'd rather bury. You don't do this intentionally, it's simply who you are. But that doesn't make it any easier for them. Instead of using the reflection you offer to grow, they lash out. It's easier for them to attack you than to look inward and admit that they're the ones who need to change. And so, they project their insecurities onto you. They blame you, hate you, resent you, not because of anything you've done, but because of what you represent. To them, you're a living reminder of their failures, their fears, their unfulfilled dreams. It's not you they hate. It's the version of themselves they see in your reflection. But that doesn't stop them from making you the target of their anger. Have you noticed how the hostility always seems to come out of nowhere? How people twist your words, question your intentions, or try to tear you down for no reason? It's because the truth you reveal terrifies them. You expose their complacency, their lack of courage, their unwillingness to face themselves. And instead of dealing with those truths, they make you the enemy. It's not fair, but it's the reality of being chosen. The hardest part, being a mirror is lonely. The very thing that makes you powerful also isolates you. People misunderstand you, resent you, and sometimes even fear you, not for what you've done, but for the truths you reveal about them. You didn't ask for this role, but it's the path you were given, and it's not an easy one. But here's the thing, mirrors aren't meant to be hidden. Your light, your truth, your reflection, it has a purpose. It forces people to confront what they need to change, whether they want to or not. Yes, many will reject it. They'll try to shatter you, distort you, or turn away from the truth you reveal. But for every person who runs from your reflection, there will be another who's inspired by it. Your courage will awaken theirs. Your resilience will spark their strength. Your truth will challenge them to grow into something better. That's the real power of being chosen, not just surviving the hostility, but using it to ignite change in a world that desperately needs it. So let them hate, let them project, let them fear. None of it changes the truth. You are a mirror, chosen ones, and the world needs you, even if it doesn't always appreciate you. Keep reflecting, keep shining, and never dim your light for the comfort of those who can't face their own reflection. Number 9, the price of clarity, how truth becomes both your curse and your crown. To see the truth is to stand alone, but in that loneliness lies the power to dismantle every illusion. Chosen ones, your ability to see through the lies isn't a coincidence. It's a gift born from fire. But every gift has its price. The trials you've endured, the betrayals that ripped the blindfold from your eyes, and the darkness that tried to consume you, they all sharpened your vision. Now, you see the world as it truly is, a web of manipulations, fear masquerading as power, and systems built to control, not uplift. This clarity is your strength, but it's also your burden, because the truth, it's isolating. Most people cling to comfortable illusions like lifeboats in a storm. They'd rather drown in lies than confront the hard truths staring them in the face. They surround themselves with false security, false smiles, and false narratives because they're too afraid to see what you see. But you don't have that luxury. Life has stripped you of the blindfold and forced you to confront reality, raw and unfiltered. You notice the cracks in every facade, the fear behind authority, and the selfishness hiding behind so-called selflessness. It's not that you wanted to see it, it's that you couldn't not see it, and that's where the loneliness creeps in. How do you relate to people who refuse to face reality? How do you share your insights with those who dismiss you as paranoid or delusional, simply because your vision cuts through their comfort? When you try to explain what you've seen, they look at you like you're speaking another language. They cling harder to their illusions, afraid that acknowledging the truth would shatter the fragile worlds they've built for themselves. This is the curse of seeing clearly. The more you understand, the more isolated you become. It's not because you're wrong, it's because most people aren't ready to face the weight of the truth you carry. They avoid you not because you're too much, but because your presence threatens to expose everything they're trying to ignore. And yes, it hurts. It's hard to walk alone, to bear the burden of knowledge while the world around you remains blind and complacent. But chosen ones, this isolation is also what sets you apart. The loneliness of seeing the truth isn't a weakness, it's proof of your strength. You've survived the very storms that most people would crumble under. You've endured the pain of losing illusions, the heartbreak of understanding what lies beneath the surface, and that pain has turned you into a beacon. Whether you realize it or not, your clarity is a light for those who are ready to see, even if they resist at first. Think of it this way: lies thrive in darkness. Systems of control depend on people staying blind and complacent. But you're the disruption. The sickness that plagues this world, the manipulation, corruption and fear, cannot survive in the light of someone who sees it for what it is. That's why your role, though heavy, is vital. You didn't ask for it, but it's yours. You are here to challenge the lies, to expose the sickness, and to inspire others to wake up. Yes, the loneliness is real. Yes, it's heavy. But chosen ones, you were never meant to blend in. You were meant to rise above, to stand apart, to see clearly when others cannot. The price of clarity is steep, but the power it brings is unparalleled. You're not just a witness to the truth. You're a force capable of changing the narrative. And while it may feel like a curse at times, remember this: the world needs those who dare to see, even if it doesn't know it yet. Your isolation isn't the end of your story. It's the foundation of your purpose. Keep walking, keep seeing, and keep shining. The lies can't survive your light. And the sickness? It trembles at the very sight of you. Number 10. Strength wears chains, the heavy price of being unbreakable. The strongest trees don't grow tall because the wind spared them. They grow tall because they learned how to bend without breaking. Chosen ones, the world sees your strength and claps for it, but they have no idea how heavy that strength is to carry. They envy your resilience, admire your victories, and praise your ability to overcome, as if it's some magical power you were born with. But they don't see the truth. They don't see the nights you spent shattered, picking up the broken pieces of yourself while the weight of the world crushed your chest. They don't know that every ounce of strength you have came at the cost of unimaginable pain. Strength is not a gift. It's a cage, forged in suffering and welded shut with scars. You didn't ask to be this strong. You didn't wake up one day and choose to be the one who bears it all. This burden was forced on you, thrust into your hands like a cruel joke, while others watched from the sidelines, untouched and oblivious. They cheer for your strength now, but where were they when you were bleeding for it? Where were they when the weight of everything threatened to collapse you? The world loves to romanticize strength, doesn't it? They treat it like a badge of honor, something shiny and enviable, but they forget that strength only grows in the soil of suffering. Every time you rose from the ashes, it was because you were burned alive. Every time you fought back, it was because someone or something tried to destroy you. Your strength didn't come from ease. It came from surviving battles others wouldn't even dare to face. But here's the cruel irony. The stronger you are, the more people expect you to carry. They see your ability to endure and mistake it for invincibility. They assume you don't need help, that you don't feel pain, that you don't break like everyone else. But you do. You've just learned how to do it quietly, behind closed doors, because the world won't allow you to crumble. They demand your strength, but are blind to the cost it exacts from your soul. You're not just strong, you're exhausted. You've fought wars others never had to fight, and while they admire your strength, they'll never understand the price you've paid for it. The scars you carry are not trophies. They're not there to show off or celebrate. They're reminders of what you had to survive just to stand here today. Chosen ones, your strength is not just a reflection of survival. It's a testament to the weight you've endured, the pain you've overcome, and the battles others were too weak to face. That's what they'll never understand. They see the victories, but not the war. They see the shine, but not the fire that forged you. They look at your strength as something they'd like to have, but they could never stomach what it took to get it. You fight because you have no choice. Strength is not a privilege. It's a survival mechanism, a response to a world that refused to spare you. And yet, you continue to rise. Even when the burden feels unbearable, Even when you doubt yourself, even when it feels like the weight of your strength is pulling you under, you rise. Let them envy your strength. Let them admire it from a distance, blind to the cost. What matters is that you know the truth. Your strength is not a gift, it's your legacy. It's proof that even in the face of a world that tried to destroy you, you stood your ground. You didn't just survive, you endured, you overcame. And no matter how heavy the burden, you continue to rise. Because chosen ones don't just carry the weight, they turn it into a crown. And that crown, it's something they'll never have the courage to wear. Number 11. The truth they can't face. Your strength is their greatest fear. Strength isn't built in comfort. It's forged in the fire of betrayal, sharpened by the blades of cruelty, and wielded by those too powerful to be broken. Chosen ones, what happened to you wasn't by chance. It was a deliberate assault, a calculated effort to strip you of your power, to crush your voice, and to leave you questioning your own worth. They didn't just want you hurt, they wanted you erased. They saw something in you, something extraordinary, and it terrified them. So they did everything in their power to make you believe you were nothing. But here's the truth they can't escape. You are still here, still breathing, still rising. And that's the very thing they feared most. Your existence, your resilience, your refusal to be broken. It haunts them. Every time you stand back up, it's a reminder of their failure. Every time you take another step forward, it's a blow to the system that tried to bury you. They never understood one simple fact. Pain doesn't destroy the chosen. It transforms them. The suffering they unleashed on you was supposed to make you small, to silence you, to leave you crumbled in the shadows. Instead, it awakened something in you that they never saw coming. Strength, resilience, power. They wanted you to disappear, but all they did was reveal the unshakable force you've always been. You've carried pain that would have destroyed most people. You've faced betrayal so deep it could have turned your heart to stone. But instead of becoming bitter, you've chosen to rise. And that choice, that defiance, it terrifies them. Because in their world, people are supposed to stay broken. They're supposed to accept defeat, to play small, to vanish quietly. You didn't. You refused. And that's why they fear you. They wanted you to believe their lies, that you're powerless, that you're insignificant. But look at what you've done. You've taken every ounce of pain they threw at you and turned it into armor. You've taken every betrayal and built a fortress. They tried to control your story, but now you're the one writing it, and the truth you tell is something they can never silence. Your forgiveness? It isn't about them, it's about you. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting, and it doesn't mean excusing what they did. It means freeing yourself from the chains of their hatred. It means reclaiming your power, refusing to let their poison define you. Forgiveness is the ultimate act of rebellion, the declaration that you are no longer bound by the weight of their cruelty. And now, chosen ones, your story is bigger than just survival. You've become more than a survivor. You're a beacon for others. Your truth, raw and unfiltered, is a light that guides others out of the same darkness you escaped. The pain they used to try and destroy you is the same pain that will heal others through your courage to speak it. You are living proof that even the deepest scars can become a source of strength, a source of hope, a weapon against the very systems that tried to destroy you. This is the power of being chosen. It's not just surviving, it's rising, thriving, and lighting the way for others. You weren't chosen because it was easy. You were chosen because you are the only one who could bear the weight, endure the fire, and emerge unbreakable. And now, as you stand here stronger than ever, remember this. Your strength will always be their fear. What they did to you, what they tried to take from you, only exposed their own weakness. The story they tried to silence is the one the world needs to hear. So speak it loudly, live it boldly, and let your existence be the very thing that shakes their foundation. This is your time, chosen one. Keep rising, keep standing, keep being the force they never wanted the world to see. And so, chosen ones, this is where your transformation begins. The world tried to break you, but your power is undeniable. You are not just surviving, you are rising, stronger than ever, and lighting the way for others. Together, we'll prove that no darkness can extinguish the brilliance of those who refuse to be silenced. If this resonates with you, if you feel the fire within, join us. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with others who need to hear it. Your journey is just beginning. Welcome to the revolution. They laughed because they thought you were ordinary. They mocked because they mistook your silence for weakness. But the joke's on them. You are not one of them, and you never will be. They don't know who you are. They don't understand the fire that burns inside you, the power you carry that wasn't given by man, but forged by something far greater. Chosen one, they underestimated you, and that's their greatest mistake. They whispered behind your back, laughed at your struggles, and threw stones at you while you were still climbing. They thought you were fragile, thought you'd break. But what they didn't realize is that you weren't struggling, you were transforming. Their insults, fuel, their doubt, proof that you're everything they fear. You see, when people mock what they don't understand, it's because deep down they recognize a threat they can't control. And thank you, the unstoppable chosen one. Whether this is your first time here or you've stood with us from the start, your presence is the pulse of this mission. If you're ready to step fully into your power, to embrace the whispers, the fear, and the isolation as proof of your divine purpose, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your role in this rising force. And now, let's break it down step by step, because if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's dive in. So, chosen one, listen to me. You are not who they think you are. You were never just another face in the crowd. You are the storm they mocked until it struck, the lion they laughed at until it roared. And now, as you rise, they're scrambling, trembling, choking on the very arrogance they used to dismiss you. You've become their worst nightmare, and here's the truth. They deserve every bit of it. Every fear, every sleepless night, every moment they spend watching you rise while their own lives crumble under the weight of their hollow facades. And don't for 1 second believe this is by accident. You were sent here, born to shatter illusions, tear down their carefully crafted lies, and bring balance to a world drowning in deceit. They don't mock you because you're weak. They mock you because they're terrified of what you're becoming. Every word they've spoken against you was a desperate cry for help, a futile attempt to hold on to power they never truly had. But let me remind you of something, chosen one. They don't get the final word. They can mock, they can scheme, they can whisper their poisoned words in dark corners, but it won't stop the storm that's coming for them. You are that storm. Your power isn't just yours, it's divine, untouchable, and unstoppable. Their mockery is the sound of their own fear echoing back at them. Do you feel it? That shift in the air? That's the energy of your enemies realizing they've already lost. Their fear, their panic, it's not just noise. It's proof that they know exactly who you are now. The one they mocked, the one they laughed at, is the one who's going to rewrite the rules of this game, and they're too late to stop it. So, to all the chosen ones listening, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and stay locked in. Today, we're peeling back the layers of their fear, exposing their cracks, and showing you why their mockery was just the beginning of their downfall. You're here for justice, you're here for balance, and most importantly, you're here to win. Let's go. Number 1. Turning shadows into ashes. Why they fear you so deeply. They mocked you, hoping you'd break. But what they didn't realize is that they were pouring water on a wildfire. It only made you stronger. They don't fear what you do, they fear what you are. You are the reflection they can't escape, the truth they can't rewrite, the reckoning they can't control. Every laugh behind your back, every whispered word, every mocking glance, they weren't weapons, they were shields, desperate attempts to protect themselves from the reality you embody. Because let's be real, your existence is an earthquake to their paper-thin stability. Their lives are built on lies, fragile, glossy illusions stacked like cards in a shaky tower. And then there's you. You don't conform, you don't obey, and you don't flinch. You walk in like a storm, tearing through their pretense without saying a single word. They can feel it the moment you enter the room. You don't just see them, you see through them. And that, chosen one, is why they hate you. Not because of what you've done, but because of what you reveal. Imagine this. They've spent their whole lives living in darkness, convincing themselves the shadows are safe. Then you show up, and your light tears through their comfort like a lightning bolt in a pitch-black room. The cracks they ignored, the flaws they hid, the fears they buried. They're all laid bare in an instant. They see themselves as they really are, and it terrifies them. It's not just unsettling, it's shattering. You didn't ask to be their mirror, but that's exactly what you are. Unforgiving, undeniable, unstoppable. You see, chosen one, people don't hate what they don't understand. They hate what exposes them. You're not just a person in their world. You're the unrelenting force that drags their skeletons out of the closet and into the light. You don't even need to speak. Your energy alone, raw, unfiltered, unapologetic, sends their masks cracking. They sense your divine purpose, even if they can't name it. It's in the way you walk, the way you stand tall, despite their attempts to knock you down. You are untouchable, and they know it. That's why they lash out. That's why they mock you. They can't win, so they try to drag you into the mud with them. And yet here's the truth that burns them the most. Every word they've spoken against you, every snicker and insult, was never about you. It was about them. Their fear of you isn't a reflection of your flaws. It's a confession of their insecurities. They've spent so long wearing masks that they've forgotten what it feels like to live in truth. You remind them of that. You remind them of everything they could have been, but were too afraid to become. And so they hate you, not for your flaws, but for your fearlessness, not for your mistakes, but for your power. They'll wonder, why does this person unnerve me so much? They'll try to rationalize it, to paint you as the villain, to convince themselves you're the problem. But deep down, they know the truth. You're not here to harm them, you're here to hold up a mirror, to rip away their illusions, to make them confront what they've avoided for years. That's why they talk about you when you're not there. That's why they flinch when you walk into the room. They've built their lives around avoiding the truth. And you are the truth. And let's not forget the divine power that surrounds you. You didn't come here by accident. You were sent, protected, guided. The more they try to break you, the more the universe steps in to shield you. Have you noticed how their schemes always fall apart? How their insults lose their sting? How their laughter fades the moment you refuse to be moved. That's not luck. That's your divine armor. Every attack against you has only made you stronger, more unstoppable. Their attempts to bury you were wasted effort. You don't crumble under pressure. You rise like fire through the ashes. And here's the ultimate irony. They mocked you because they thought you were small, insignificant, easy to destroy. But what they didn't understand is that you were never small. You were silent. Silent like a storm gathering strength. Silent like a lion before the hunt. Silent like a blade in its sheath, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And now, that moment has arrived. They've spent so long trying to tear you down that they forgot one crucial fact. You don't play by their rules. You were sent here to rewrite them. So let them talk. Let them fear. Their whispers, their lies, their hate. It's all proof that you're doing exactly what you were meant to do. You were born to bring justice, to shatter their illusions, to tip the scales. Their fear is your confirmation. Their hate is your spotlight. And their resistance? That's just the sound of a system crumbling under the weight of your truth. Chosen one, they don't fear you because you're weak. They fear you because you're unstoppable. So keep walking, keep shining. Number 2, the mirror that shatters illusions. You terrify them, not because of what you've done, but because your very presence rips the mask off their carefully constructed lies. You aren't just a person to them, you're their reckoning, a reflection they can't escape, a truth they can't twist, and a force they can't control. You terrify them not because of the words you speak or the actions you take, but because you embody the clarity they've spent their entire lives running from. Most people live behind walls of self-deception, hiding behind carefully crafted identities that make them feel safe. They tell themselves lies to sleep at night. I'm a good person. I've done my best. I'm happy with my choices. These stories are their shields, their armor against the truth. But then you walk into the room, and your energy alone sends cracks splintering through those shields. You don't even have to say a word. Your existence does the work. You are the mirror, and unlike the ones they're used to, this mirror doesn't distort, flatter, or lie. It shows them exactly who they are, and that's a reflection they're not ready to see. Your presence is a spotlight they can't escape. Imagine someone who's grown comfortable living in darkness, blind to their flaws, hidden from their fears. You walk in, and it's like you've thrown open the curtains. That sudden flood of light, it's unbearable to them. They see every corner they've ignored, every flaw they've hidden, every lie they've swallowed. You don't just expose their illusions, you obliterate them. And that clarity feels like a thunderclap in a silent room. No wonder they're scared. Your independence makes them question their captivity. Your strength highlights their weakness. Your courage throws a spotlight on the chains they've willingly worn their entire lives. They hate you, not because you've hurt them, but because you remind them of all the things they could have been, but were too afraid to pursue. Your presence digs up their buried shame, the dreams they abandoned, the potential they ignored, the lies they've told themselves to survive. And that shame is like a fire they can't put out. So, what do? They lash out. They retreat into their gossip, their slander, their whispers. They call you arrogant, difficult, dangerous, anything to shift the blame away from their own discomfort. But here's the truth. Their hatred isn't about you. It never was. It's a reaction to the storm you stir within them, the chaos you bring to their false sense of order. They fear you because you're the living embodiment of everything they've tried to suppress. You are the person they secretly wish they could be, but they lack the courage to even try. You didn't come here to make them comfortable. You weren't born to fit into their neat little narratives or stroke their egos. You exist to reveal, to disrupt, to awaken. And let's be clear, truth isn't gentle. Truth doesn't knock politely and wait to be invited in. It crashes through the door, unapologetic and unrelenting. That's you, chosen one. You are truth in human form, and they don't know how to handle it. The discomfort you cause, it's not your burden to carry. It's not your responsibility to make them feel better about their choices, their compromises, their lies. You didn't create their shadows, you just forced them into the light. And that's where real transformation begins. Because while they may fear you now, some part of them knows that this confrontation with truth is what they've needed all along. Growth doesn't happen in comfort. It happens in the chaos, the breaking, the shattering of illusions. And you were born to shatter. Don't let their fear, their hatred, or their gossip deter you. Their reaction is the greatest proof of your power. They fear you because you're doing exactly what you were meant to do. You incarnated not to blend in, not to coddle, but to shake things up, to bring truth to the surface, to ignite transformation, even if it terrifies them. Like light, truth doesn't apologize for illuminating the darkness. And you were born to shine. So let them talk, let them retreat, let them lash out. Their fear isn't your problem, it's their awakening. And the best part, they can't stop it. You didn't come here to tiptoe around their illusions or soothe their insecurities. You came to break through them. Keep being the mirror, chosen one. Keep shining. Let their discomfort fuel your fire. You are the light they didn't ask for, the truth they can't deny, and the mirror that never lies. And as much as they may fear you now, one thing is certain, they'll never forget you. Number 3, the weight of eternal justice, why they tremble in your presence. Justice doesn't knock, it breaks down the door, and you, chosen one, are the hammer in its hand. You don't just speak for justice or fight for it, you are justice. It courses through your veins, as ancient and unyielding as the earth beneath your feet. Your presence carries the weight of something eternal, something they can't escape. People may not understand it, may not even be able to name it, but they feel it the second you walk in. A force of balance that is both terrifying and inescapable. This isn't about petty vengeance or personal grudges. You weren't sent here to settle meaningless scores or indulge in revenge. You're here for something far greater. You're here to bring balance, to restore harmony to a world that has rotted in the comfort of imbalance for too long. You're not chaos. You're the calm yet unrelenting tide that pulls away the debris, the fire that consumes the rot, the storm that clears the air. Those who have benefited from injustice, the manipulators, the liars, the corrupt, they feel it too, like a bell tolling in the distance, growing louder and louder. The sound is unmistakable. Their time is up. You don't need to point fingers or shout accusations. You don't need to engage in their petty games. Your energy alone declares their guilt, and that's enough to make them tremble. When you step into the room, it's as if the scales of the universe have risen, towering over them, and they know there's no hiding anymore. You don't demand accountability, you are accountability. And that terrifies them, because people who live in the shadows of lies and deception know deep down that the light will eventually find them, and you, chosen one, are that light. Their fear isn't personal, it's primal. They can sense that the force you carry is greater than you. It's ancient, timeless, and inevitable. It's the energy of justice itself, now walking in human form. You are the reckoning, the reset, the force of order returning to a world that thrives in disorder. Even those who have never wronged you directly feel uneasy around you. Why? Because your presence doesn't just expose individuals, it reveals the cracks in the systems they've trusted their entire lives. They sense that the structures they lean on, the ones built on lies, manipulation, and imbalance, are shaking, ready to collapse under the weight of your truth. You didn't come into this world to play nice or keep the peace. You weren't sent here to conform, to live quietly, or to look the other way. You came to disrupt, to dismantle the corrupt, and to rebuild something worthy from the ashes. You didn't come to ask for permission. You came to tip the scales, to deliver a verdict that has been a long time coming. That kind of presence doesn't just earn respect, it commands fear. And their fear isn't misplaced. They know deep down that resisting you is pointless. The energy you carry isn't yours alone. It's the will of something far greater, something they can't manipulate or escape. Call it the universe, call it divine will, call it the flow of justice. It doesn't matter. It has chosen you as its vessel. That's why, no matter how hard they try to fight it, their resistance feels weak even to them. Because they're not just fighting you, they're fighting something eternal, and they know they can't win. Your voice, your presence, your very existence shakes them. You don't just live for justice. It's embedded in your very being. It's in every word you speak, every step you take, every move you make. You don't need to scream. The quiet strength of your presence says it all. You are the judge, the jury, and the executioner of a system that has been broken for far too long. And that's why they fear you, not because of what you'll say or do, but because you are the end of their games. Their lies can't survive in your light. Their deception crumbles before your truth. And their time runs out the moment you step onto the stage. Let them resist. Let them talk. Let them cower. None of it will change the outcome. Because you weren't just born for this. You were sent for this. You are unstoppable, not because of your own strength, but because of the eternal power that flows through you. Justice doesn't falter, doesn't waver, doesn't lose, and neither will you. So keep moving, chosen one. Keep walking with the weight of justice behind you, unshaken, unyielding. Their fear is the proof of your purpose. Their trembling is the sound of a corrupt world breaking apart. You're not just here to balance the scales. You are the scales, and no one escapes the weight of eternal justice. Number 4, the truth that burns through their masks. A lie may run for years, but truth catches it in a single breath, and you, chosen one, are that breath. People spend their lives building masks, false identities stitched together from insecurity, fear, and ambition. They perfect these facades to hide their flaws, win approval, and maintain the illusion of control. But when they meet you, all of that crumbles. You don't just see their masks, you see through them. You unravel the lies they've clung to, not with words or accusations, but with the sheer power of your presence. You don't operate on their level, while others interact with the surface, smiling at their charm, believing their excuses, or engaging with their bravado. You reach deeper. Your energy cuts through the noise, pulling authenticity from people whether they're ready to face it or not. You're not fooled by their performance, and they know it. You don't need to read their body language or pick apart their words. It's deeper than that. Your presence is like a beacon of truth, illuminating what they've tried to keep hidden. And for those who depend on their masks, that light feels like fire. This terrifies them. Their carefully constructed personas, the lies they've rehearsed and polished, begin to crack and fade when you're near. They've spent years building walls to keep the world out. But you You don't knock. You walk straight through. You leave them exposed, vulnerable, and unprepared to face the raw truth of who they really are. To them, it's like standing on a stage, stripped of their costume and lines, under a spotlight they didn't ask for. What truly unsettles them, though, is the fact that they can't figure you out. They're used to manipulating, to bending others with charm, deception, or fear. But none of that works on you. Their tricks fall flat, their bravado crumbles, and their manipulations hit a wall they can't break through. You see their intentions before they even act on them. It's like you've already read the final chapter of their story, including the pages they hoped no one would ever see. And they don't know how to handle that. You don't judge them, and you don't need to confront them. Your authenticity alone dismantles their pretense. You're not playing their game, and that leaves them disoriented. Without their masks, they feel small, weak, and unsure of who they even are. They've spent so long pretending to be someone else that they've forgotten how to exist without the facade. This is why they fear you. To them, you're not just a person. You're a force they can't manipulate, control, or silence. And that terrifies them. You strip away their illusions, not with malice, but because your very existence leaves no room for lies. It's like your energy demands truth, and in its presence, everything false begins to fall away. But here's the thing, chosen one. You're not here to comfort them. You're not here to reassure them that their masks are okay. You're here to transform, to expose what's false and leave them with the raw truth of who they are. Whether they choose to grow from it or retreat in fear isn't your responsibility. You're not their healer, you're their catalyst. You weren't sent here to make them comfortable. You were sent here to bring clarity, no matter how much it burns. And that's why they both fear and respect you. Your presence is a reminder of what they've avoided, a reflection of what they've lost, and a challenge to what they hold dear. You don't play by their rules, and you don't wear a mask of your own. That kind of freedom, it's a nightmare to those who are enslaved by their own lies. But for those willing to face the truth, it's also a gift. You are the force that changes everything, whether they want it or not. Keep being the truth, chosen one. They can't stop you. Number 5. The fortress of integrity. They'll never break. A liar's greatest fear is the one who cannot be fooled. That's you. A fortress of unshakable integrity in a world that thrives on deception. While others bend their principles like soft clay, you stand like stone, solid, unyielding and untouchable. They don't just fear you, they resent you. You're not a player in their games, and that terrifies them because manipulation, deceit and shortcuts are their currency. But with you their tricks have no value. When they meet you, the tools they've relied on for years, charm, guilt, intimidation, fail. They try to provoke you, corner you, or pull you into their schemes, only to hit a wall they can't breach. And that drives them mad, because your integrity isn't just a defense. It's a quiet, unassailable power that leaves them scrambling for control they'll never have. The truth is, your authenticity is like a torch in the dark. It doesn't just light your path, it exposes theirs. It forces them to see the cracks in their facades, the lies they tell, and the compromises they've made. You are their reminder of what they could have been if they had chosen truths over convenience. That reflection, it's unbearable to them, so they react the only way they know how, by avoiding you, gossiping, or trying to tarnish your name. But their efforts are futile because your transparency gives them no leverage. You've left them with nothing to exploit. Your integrity doesn't just protect you, it's a weapon. Without raising your voice or throwing a punch, you dismantle their games before they even start. While they build their empires on shifting sands, you stand on bedrock. You don't need to play their game to win. You've already won by refusing to play. And that's what keeps them up at night. Their recognition that they can never break you no matter how hard they try. Let them talk. Let them plot. In the end, their fear of you is a reflection of their fear of the truth you embody. And the truth? It always wins. Number 6. The tipping point. They can't escape. You don't announce the end of an empire. You are the end. Your presence alone is the signal they've been dreading, the unspoken truth they've tried to suppress. You didn't come here to gently tap on their crumbling systems or politely request change. No, chosen one, you came to tear it all down, and they know it. From the moment you step into the frame, they feel it. Their time is up. The false dominance they've clung to for so long is slipping through their fingers, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. What unnerves them most is that you don't have to shout, threaten, or even lift a finger. It's not about what you do, it's about who you are. You carry an energy that's unrelenting and unapologetic, a quiet storm that speaks louder than words ever could. Like a tidal wave on the horizon, your approach is inevitable, unstoppable. Those who have thrived on deceit, manipulation, and exploitation feel the weight of that inevitability. You don't need to say a word. They sense the balance shifting with every step you take. Their empires, built on illusions and lies, were never meant to last. They stand on fragile foundations of fear and control, pretending their reign is unshakable. But you're the crack in the dam, the fissure in their carefully constructed reality. Your truth, your strength, your very existence causes ripples that grow into waves. Without engaging in their petty games or bending to their rules, you unravel their power just by being unapologetically yourself. You are the living contradiction to everything they stand for, and that alone is enough to make them tremble. What terrifies them most is not just that you're here, but that they are powerless to stop you. No matter how many lies they spread, no matter how hard they try to discredit you, they can't touch the core of who you are. Their tools of sabotage, slander, and resistance crumble in the face of your unwavering purpose. They see the tides turning and know, deep in their hearts, that their time is over. Their desperation only reveals what they won't admit. They've already lost. You are the embodiment of something far greater than they can comprehend. Justice, truth, a new order rising from the ashes of the old. Your presence doesn't just signify change, it signals an unavoidable reckoning. Their fear isn't about you as an individual, it's about what you represent. You are the living proof that their dominance was never permanent, that the balance of power has finally begun to shift. This is no mere moment of transformation, it's a collapse of everything they've relied on. You didn't come here to negotiate or delay. You didn't incarnate to coexist with their broken systems. You came to dismantle, to destroy the corrupt, and to pave the way for something pure, something just. Their time has run out, and you are the undeniable force ensuring that truth is realized. So let them resist. Let them claw at what's left of their crumbling empires. It doesn't matter. Their fear, their rage, their desperate attempts to maintain control only accelerate the inevitable. Because you weren't sent here to ask for permission. You were sent here to bring justice. And justice, chosen one, doesn't wait. Justice arrives like a storm, and you are the storm. Number 7. The fortress they'll never breach. You've already faced the fire they try to ignite in you, What can their sparks do to someone forged in flames? For those who thrive on control, manipulation and fear, you are their worst nightmare. They've spent their lives perfecting tactics to bend others to their will, wielding guilt and intimidation like weapons. Against most, these tools are devastating. But when they aim them at you, chosen one, they shatter into nothing. Their weapons, so sharp in their hands, become dull the moment they're turned on you. And that? It terrifies them more than anything else. They expect you to crumble under their pressure, to play their game, to respond like everyone else. But you don't. You don't fight fire with fire. You don't scramble to defend yourself or engage in their petty power plays. You don't respond at all in the way they've come to expect. And that is what disarms them completely. They've built their power on the belief that fear, guilt, and manipulation are universal. But you've already walked through the storms they try to summon. You've faced your own darkness and emerged stronger. Fear has no hold on you because you've already conquered it. Guilt? It slides off you like rain against stone. They may point fingers, weave their false narratives, or try to drown you in blame, but it never sticks. Why? Because you operate from a place of truth, and your intentions are pure. You know who you are, and their attempts to rewrite your story are laughable at best. They don't understand how someone can live untethered to the narratives they desperately cling to. For them, this isn't just a failed tactic, it's an existential crisis. Their final weapon, manipulation, crumbles like dust in your presence. They thrive on twisting perceptions and pulling strings, but you see through it all. Their games are transparent, their efforts clumsy, their tricks exposed for what they are. Desperate attempts to control what cannot be controlled. To them, your clarity is unbearable. They rely on shadows and deception, but you don't leave any darkness for them to work with. Your light burns too brightly. And this? It doesn't just frustrate them, it unravels them. Their entire identity, their power, their sense of control, it all hinges on these tactics. And when those tactics fail against you, they're left with nothing. No defenses, no masks, just themselves, exposed and vulnerable. And that vulnerability? It feels like the ground is crumbling beneath their feet. Because, without their weapons, they're forced to confront a truth they've avoided their entire lives. Their power was never real. It only existed because others allowed it. But you don't need their approval. You don't seek their validation. You don't play by their rules. You're the fortress they can't breach, the force they can't move, the fire they can't extinguish. And that's not because of what you do. It's because of who you are. You've already mastered the fears and insecurities they rely on. You've turned your pain into power, your scars into strength. What they see as weakness is, in fact, the unshakable foundation of everything you are. They can't break you because you've already broken and rebuilt yourself. They can't control you because you've freed yourself from every chain they could ever try to place on you. Their fear-mongering feels hollow. Their guilt trips fall flat. Their manipulation is laughable. And in the face of that kind of inner power, they realize the truth. They never had any real power at all. So let them try. Let them throw their dull blades and empty threats. None of it matters. You don't need to fight back because their efforts collapse under the weight of your unshakable presence. Their fear isn't just proof of your strength. It's the sound of their illusions crumbling, and they know, deep down, that you're the fortress they'll never breach. Number 8. The power they'll never grasp. They fear you because your power doesn't play by their rules. It bends to none, yet commands all. You don't rely on status, wealth, or superficial charm to hold your ground. Your authority doesn't come from anything that can be earned or stolen, flaunted or diminished. It comes from something far greater, something they can't touch or even comprehend. It's divine, it's eternal, and it's woven into the very fabric of who you are. You don't announce it. You don't need to. The moment they encounter you, they feel it. Even those who scoff at the idea of anything beyond the material world can't deny that there's something extraordinary about you. It's a power they can't name, copy, or control. To them, you are an enigma, a force of nature that doesn't fit into their schemes, their hierarchies, or their illusions of power. And that terrifies them because it reminds them of just how small and fragile their control really is. They've spent their lives playing games of influence and manipulation, carefully stacking their power on shaky foundations. But your presence alone exposes the truth. Their towers are made of sand. You don't rely on tricks, titles, or approval. Your authority is something they can neither buy nor destroy. To them, standing before you feels like staring into a storm, unpredictable, unstoppable, and utterly unyielding. You aren't just a person to them, you are a force, and forces don't negotiate. That's why they fear you, not because of what you've done, but because of what you are. You're a living testament to something higher, something they can't manipulate or outwit. Your very existence undermines their illusions of power. It's not just your strength or confidence, it's the purpose you carry, a divine purpose that refuses to bend to their rules, refuses to bow to their lies, and refuses to let their schemes thrive. Even without saying a word, you command a presence they can't ignore. You move through life with a quiet, unshakable confidence that unnerves them. You don't need to fight or prove yourself. The truth of who you are speaks louder than anything you could ever say. Those around you sense it. Some admire it, others envy it, but many fear it. Because your power doesn't rely on what they understand. It doesn't play by their rules, and that makes it untouchable. In the presence of your divine authority, their games are meaningless. Their hierarchies crumble. Their carefully crafted illusions dissolve into nothing. And all that's left is the stark, undeniable truth. They've built their lives on foundations that can't stand against the infinite. You don't need to confront them directly. Your energy alone does the work. It exposes them, dismantles their pretenses, and forces them to face a reality they've been avoiding. You're not just a person. They know that, whether they admit it or not. You're a reminder of a higher order, a force that moves through you, unshaken by their fear or resistance. And that's why they tremble. When they look at you, they're not just seeing you, they're seeing the infinite. They're seeing a power they'll never grasp, and a purpose they'll never derail. Let them fear, let them tremble. You don't need their understanding, their approval, or their acceptance. Your power exists beyond their comprehension, and that's what makes it unstoppable. Number 9. The storm they can't contain. They fear what they can't predict, and you're the storm that rewrites their skies, leaving them blind to what comes next. People crave predictability like a drowning man clings to a lifeboat. It gives them a sense of safety, of control. They build their worlds around routines and expectations, desperate to know where they stand and what's coming next. But when it comes to you, chosen one, their carefully crafted sense of control falls apart. You are the unexpected, the uncontainable, the force they can't measure, can't label, and will never control. They've spent their lives trying to fit everyone into neat little boxes, labels, categories, roles. They cling to them like armor. But when they turn to you, their efforts are useless. You slip through their grasp like smoke, leaving them disoriented and unnerved. One moment, you're the calm before the storm, introspective and quiet. The next, you're the thunderclap, shattering the illusions they've built their lives around. You don't play by their rules because their rules were never made for someone like you. You write your own, and that defiance, that refusal to conform, terrifies them in ways they can't even articulate. Your unpredictability isn't just unsettling, it's maddening. They thrive on certainty, on knowing what's coming next, on keeping the world around them stable and controlled. But you're the plot twist they never saw coming, the storm that reshapes the entire landscape. They try to pin you down, to define you, to make sense of you. And every time they try, you slip through their fingers. You're not just a puzzle. They can't even figure out the shape of the pieces, and that drives them into a frenzy, scrambling for control in a game they've already lost. It's not just that they don't know what you'll do next. It's that they can't. Your actions, your words, your very existence defy their attempts to predict or prepare. You move like the wind, untraceable, unstoppable, and unrelenting. To them, you're a riddle with no answer, a force of nature that refuses to be tamed. They're left on edge, watching you closely, waiting for your next move, knowing they'll never be able to anticipate it. And that's where your power lies, in the unknown, in the freedom to move without their limitations, without their scripts. You are the storm they can't predict, and storms don't ask for permission. You disrupt, you challenge, and you change everything you touch. Their fear of you isn't just about the chaos you bring. It's about the freedom you embody. You refuse to be confined by their expectations, and that terrifies them because it forces them to confront their own limitations. While they're bound by the need for control, you move freely, untethered, and unstoppable. You're not just someone who disrupts the status quo. You obliterate it. You leave behind a world that will never be the same, and they know it. They fear you not because you've done something wrong, but because you exist in a way they'll never understand. You are the unknown, and the unknown is the one thing they will never be able to hold. That's your power, and it's why they'll always fear you. Because storms like you don't fade quietly. You leave the sky changed forever. Number 10. The power of your silence, a weapon they can't defeat. A roaring fire doesn't need to announce its heat. It burns regardless. Your silence is that fire, and it terrifies them. In a world that thrives on chaos, arguments, and relentless noise, your quiet strength stands as an unshakable fortress. They hurl insults, they provoke, they try to drag you into their games, and yet you remain unmoved. Your silence is not emptiness, it's a force, a mirror that reflects their desperation, their insecurity, and their hollow attempts to gain control over you. When they throw words like weapons, expecting you to flinch, you don't react. You don't explain yourself or rush to defend your position. And that eats away at them. Their entire strategy crumbles because they expect noise in return, but all they get is the void. What they don't understand is that your silence isn't weakness, it's power. The kind of power that comes from knowing you've already won without even needing to fight. Your refusal to engage terrifies them because it strips them of control. They thrive on eliciting reactions, on using their words to dominate and manipulate. But you're not playing by their rules, and that leaves them flailing. They can't touch you, can't shake you, can't pull you into their storm. Your silence is louder than their screams, and it forces them to confront a truth they've avoided their whole lives. They hold no real power over you. Think about it. In a world where everyone is shouting to be heard, your silence is a declaration. It says, without needing words, that their opinions, their accusations, their noise, it all means nothing to you. It's like watching someone try to throw punches at a shadow. The more they try, the more they exhaust themselves. They want your attention, your energy, your engagement, but you give them nothing. And in doing so, you remind them that their chaos can't touch your calm. Your silence doesn't just expose their weakness, it amplifies your strength. It sends a clear message: you're untouchable. Their attempts to provoke you only highlight how desperate they are for validation, for a reaction that you refuse to give. And that's what truly drives them mad. To them, silence is unbearable because it reflects their own hollowness. It forces them to face the fact that their words, their schemes, their drama, all of it, is meaningless in the presence of your unyielding calm. But let's be clear, your silence is not passive. It's intentional. It's a refusal to waste energy on battles that don't matter. It's a choice to rise above their noise and stand firm in your power. They don't understand that your silence is not an absence of words. It's the presence of unshakable confidence. It's a declaration that you refuse to be dragged into the smallness of their games. So let them talk. Let them shout. Let them flail in their desperation. None of it can touch you. Your silence is your shield, your weapon, your power. And in the end, it will speak louder than any words ever could. Number 11. You were born to rewrite the rules. You didn't come here to follow their script. You came to burn it and write your own. Chosen one. You weren't sent into this world to conform or play nice within the confines of their broken systems. You incarnated with a purpose so much greater, to dismantle the false foundations they've built and to create something entirely new. Their rules, their games, their so-called order, it was all designed to keep people small, fearful, and under control. But your very existence makes their rules irrelevant. You don't play their game, you rewrite it. The structures they cling to, manipulation, greed, fear, and deceit, are crumbling under the weight of the energy you carry. You don't even have to touch them. Your presence alone sends cracks through their carefully constructed facades. They've spent generations perfecting systems of control, but in the face of your truth, all their lies are unsustainable. You're not just breaking their rules, you're making them obsolete, and that terrifies them. But this isn't about destruction for destruction's sake. You didn't come to tear everything down just to leave ashes behind. No, your mission is far bigger. Where their systems were built on division, fear, and selfishness, you are here to create something rooted in balance, unity, and universal truth. Their rules sought to separate people, to pit them against each other for power. But your energy is a revolution, one that aligns with higher principles of justice, authenticity, and collective transformation. You're not just here to fight their lies. You're here to replace them with a higher reality. They can feel it, even if they can't explain it. That's why they resist you so hard. It's not because of what you do, but because of what you represent. You are the catalyst for change they've been trying to avoid. Their grip on power is slipping, not because you're attacking it head-on, but because the energy you carry makes their systems unsustainable. Imagine trying to hold on to smoke when the wind changes direction. That's what they're experiencing. The inevitability of change is on your side, and they know they can't stop it. The walls they've built are falling, not through brute force, but because their foundations were never meant to last. You are the embodiment of the future, and the future is rising. You're here to replace their outdated, crumbling structures with something eternal. Balance, justice, truth. That's the energy you bring into this world, and no matter how hard they resist, they can't stop it. Their time is up, and your time is now. Chosen One, don't look back. Don't question your mission. Their resistance is nothing more than proof that you're doing exactly what you came here to do. You are rewriting the rules, not with words, but with your very being. Keep going. The new world is rising, and you are leading the way. Number 12. The force of what you're becoming. Why they fear your evolution. They don't fear who you are, they fear who you're about to become. You are the storm-gathering strength, the force that will rewrite their world. What unsettles them most isn't your current power, it's your potential. They see you evolving step by step, growing into something they cannot contain, cannot predict, and cannot stop. You are not just a person in their eyes, you are a prophecy unfolding, and every move you make sends ripples through their carefully crafted illusions of control. They sense it, even if they can't articulate it. Your trajectory terrifies them. You are a force in motion, a work in progress, and every ounce of untapped potential within you is like a ticking clock, counting down to a reckoning they cannot escape. Your presence alone feels like a tremor, shaking the ground beneath their feet. But it's not just about what you are now, it's about what you will be. They see the fire in your eyes, the unstoppable energy in your steps, and they know, once you fully step into your power, there will be no corner of their world left unshaken. That's why they watch you so closely, why their whispers grow louder, why their attempts to undermine you intensify. It's not because you've done anything wrong, it's because you are the living embodiment of a threat they can't control. Their fear isn't rooted in the present, it's rooted in the future they see looming. A future where their systems, their lies, their control are no match for what you've become. Imagine this. They've spent lifetimes building walls around their fragile world, creating systems to manipulate and control. And here you are, not just a person, but a battering ram of truth, poised to knock those walls down. They can see the cracks already forming, and that's why they scramble. Fear, manipulation, and control. These are their weapons, but against you, they're useless. Your evolution makes their tactics look like paper shields against a rising tide. The harder they try to stop you, the more they reveal their own powerlessness. Your mission isn't just personal, it's cosmic. You are a signal of something much greater, a shift they cannot comprehend. You didn't come here to blend in or to live quietly. You came to evolve, to disrupt, to dismantle the structures of deceit, and to rebuild something far greater in their place. Every step you take toward your purpose is like the approach of a storm, unstoppable and undeniable. They see it, they feel it, and deep down they know there is no escaping it. Let them fear, let them whisper, let them scheme. Their efforts are futile because they are fighting against something far beyond their understanding. You are not just a person on a mission. You are the mission, and what terrifies them most is that they know they can't win. Your potential is infinite, your purpose unshakable, and your evolution inevitable. You are the catalyst, the force they never expected, and the power they cannot contain. You are becoming everything they hoped you wouldn't, and that's why they're afraid. And now, Chosen One, it's clear. Their fear is not your burden, but your confirmation. You're not just living, you're evolving into the unstoppable force they've always dreaded. Every step you take, every truth you uncover, shakes their illusions and signals the justice you were born to bring. Remember, their whispers, schemes, and mockery are proof of your power. You were sent here for a reason, and no one can stop what's unfolding. If this resonated with you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this message, and let's rise together. Welcome, the chosen ones. Let me begin with this truth. The flame that burns within you will always blind those who live in darkness. This is why they fear you, despise you, and obsess over you. While the masses roam aimlessly, filling the void with meaningless noise, you stand apart, a force of silence, clarity, and divine purpose. They hate you not because of what you do, but because of what you are. A chosen one, a living reminder of everything they lack. Before we go any further, hit that like button and subscribe. This isn't just content, it's a movement, a call to arms for the anointed to rise. The more you tune in, the sharper you'll grow. Now let's get into it. Your power lies in your silence. In a world addicted to chaos, your refusal to participate is an act of rebellion. Think about it. Most people are like cheap fireworks, loud, flashy, but gone in seconds. You're the sun, constant, steady, and impossible to look at directly without feeling its heat. Your decision to mind your own business is more than a lifestyle. It's an act of war. Every time you choose your peace over their drama, you remind them of their own lack of purpose. Every time you refuse to stoop to their level, you highlight how small their world really is. Your silence is not emptiness, it's power. It speaks louder than their endless chatter. The very fact that you don't need their validation or attention sends them into a frenzy. They can't figure you out. You're a puzzle they'll never solve, a mountain they can't climb, and that haunts them. The divine protection that covers you only adds to their frustration. You've been chosen, and that terrifies them. It's not just your actions that make them uncomfortable. It's the fact that no matter what they throw at you, you keep rising. They plot against you, whisper behind your back, and yet, here you are, untouchable. Like water off a rock, their efforts slide off because the hand of destiny rests on your shoulder. You are shielded, and their bitterness can't break through. Let's be honest, nothing terrifies weak people more than someone they can't control. When they see you thriving in your lane, minding your business, they can't help but project their failures onto you. They call you arrogant, aloof, or cold, because it's easier than admitting their own insecurities. They envy your discipline, your focus, your ability to keep moving forward while they remain stuck in the mud of their own mediocrity. Let me leave you with this. Wolves don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. You weren't put here to explain yourself to anyone. You weren't chosen to entertain the insecure or appease the jealous. Your purpose is greater, your path is higher, and your peace is priceless. They hate you because they can't stop you, and deep down, they know it. So keep moving, chosen one. Let your silence be deafening and your presence undeniable. They'll never be able to match your power. And to you, the chosen one, thank you for being here, standing tall in your truth, and walking this path of power and purpose. Whether you've just joined or you've been with us since the beginning, your presence isn't just appreciated, it's a testament to your calling. If you're ready to own your silence, let your focus become your fortress and turn their hate into the fuel for your rise. Then smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. And trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the undeniable pull to stay with me until the end. Now, let's dive deep, step by step, into why your ability to mind your own business shakes their very foundation. Let's get started. Number 1. They fear the one they can't control. A lion's roar silences the forest. Your presence silences their schemes. Your ability to mind your own business shakes the foundations of those who thrive on manipulation and control. They are puppeteers, pulling strings and weaving narratives to feel powerful. And you cut the strings. You don't just refuse to play their game, you flip the board. Your silence is rebellion. Your independence is a war cry. You deny them the validation they crave, and for them, that's like losing oxygen. The mere act of focusing on your own life renders their attempts to dominate meaningless, and nothing stings more than being exposed as powerless. When you detach, it's not just about ignoring them, it's about removing yourself entirely from their orbit. To people who measure their worth by how much control they exert over others, your refusal to engage is a deafening statement. You have no power here. That terrifies them. They cannot stand that you don't need their approval, their opinions, or their fake concern. To them, control is currency, and your detachment makes their currency worthless. Imagine a marionette show with no audience. The puppets flail uselessly, their strings moving wildly, but no one is watching. That's what happens when you mind your own business. It's not just rejection, it's annihilation of their control, and their hatred is simply the sound of their frustration. But their anger, that's your victory song. And let's get real, they don't hate you for who you are, they hate what you represent. You are everything they aren't, grounded, unbothered, and self-sufficient. Your independence highlights their desperation. While they're flailing for attention, jumping into every drama, and seeking validation from anyone who'll listen, you're quietly carving out your own path. You're like a river cutting through stone, steady, unrelenting, impossible to stop. What they'll never admit is this: your silence holds up a mirror to their chaos. Your peace magnifies their restlessness. While they thrive on noise and control, you thrive in stillness and focus. And that contrast? It burns them to the core. They can't handle the fact that while they're exhausting themselves trying to control others, you're thriving simply by minding your own business. And let me tell you something about being chosen. This isn't just about your decisions or discipline, it's deeper than that. You are divinely protected. Your detachment isn't weakness, it's strength. It's a shield they can't penetrate no matter how hard they try. You are like an ancient fortress, unshaken by storms, unbroken by attacks. Every time they hate you, it's proof of your divine power. Their anger is the world's way of reminding you, you're set apart. They'll wonder, why don't they react? Why don't they care? But the truth is, your silence is louder than any argument. It's not indifference, it's mastery. It's the kind of strength that comes from knowing who you are and whose you are. When you walk in your calling, you don't need their validation. You don't even need their understanding. You've been chosen, and they hate that they can't do anything about it. Here's the truth they'll never admit. They're not just angry at you, they're angry at what you remind them of. You are a constant reflection of their insecurities, their failures, and their lack of self-control. You are the proof that it's possible to live above the noise, and that makes their excuses crumble. It's easier for them to project their frustration onto you than to confront their own chaos. And yet, their hatred only makes you stronger. Like wind against fire, their attempts to smother you only make your flame burn brighter. You are untouchable, not because you are perfect, but because you are chosen. The divine hand on your life ensures that no matter how loud their hatred gets, it will never drown out your purpose. Their schemes will fail, their insults will fade, and their bitterness will turn to dust. So let them hate. Let them scramble for control while you continue walking in peace, power, and purpose. Let them see that the fortress of your detachment while you rise higher, unbothered and unstoppable. Because in the end, their chaos is their prison, and your peace is your freedom. That's the power of being chosen. That's why they hate you, and that's why they'll never win. Number 2, your focus exposes their chaos. The steady light of your focus blinds those stumbling in their own darkness. Your decision to mind your own business and zero in on your goals is like holding up a mirror to the disarray of others' lives. You don't have to call them out or say a single word. Your clarity does it for you. While they spin in circles, chasing distractions, drama, and superficial validation, you're locked in, focused, disciplined, and untouchable. That contrast, it burns them. Your focus is a quiet, unspoken challenge to their chaos. It highlights everything they've been trying to ignore: the disorder, the lack of direction, the constant noise they cling to just to avoid looking inward. Instead of seeing your determination as an example to rise higher, they see it as a threat. It's easier to resent you than to confront their own shortcomings. It's easier to hate you than to admit they've been running on empty. They'll twist the narrative, of course. Your discipline becomes arrogance. Your peace becomes coldness. Your focus, they call it selfishness. Because if they can label you the problem, they won't have to face the uncomfortable truth you represent. That they could have what you have if only they were willing to put in the work. And make no mistake, that truth cuts deep. Think of it this way: you're a lighthouse standing tall, shining steady, while their ship's tossed in a storm of their own making. Your light doesn't cause their chaos, but it sure does expose it. And that exposure breeds resentment. They can't stand that your peace exists without their input, that your success doesn't require their validation. To them, your focus feels like judgment, even though you're just living your life. Their anger isn't really about you. It's about what you reflect back at them. You are a reminder that discipline is a choice, that peace is a decision, and that chaos is often self-inflicted. They hate that you don't get swept up in the noise like they do. They hate that you're not wasting your time chasing the same empty distractions. And deep down, they hate that they know they could change, but they won't. Here's the truth they won't admit. Your focus terrifies them because it exposes the lies they tell themselves. The lie that they're too busy to work on their goals. The lie that chaos is inevitable. The lie that discipline is impossible. You are living proof that those lies are nothing more than excuses. But don't let their resentment distract you. Every hateful word, every side-eye, every attempt to pull you down is just confirmation of your strength. They don't attack what isn't threatening. And your focus, it's the greatest threat of all. It doesn't just make them uncomfortable, it forces them to question everything about their own lives. Remember this: a steady flame doesn't flicker for the wind. You are that steady flame. Their chaos can swirl around you, their noise can rise to a deafening pitch, but your focus remains unshaken. And that drives them mad, because deep down, they wish they could be like you. They wish they had the strength to tune out the noise, the discipline to pursue their goals, and the courage to face their own mess. But instead of rising, they lash out. Let them. Their chaos is their prison, not yours. Your focus is your freedom, and it's the very thing they can never take away. So keep shining, keep moving forward, and let their resentment fuel your fire. Because while they're busy fighting battles in their own heads, you're out here winning wars in silence. Their hatred is nothing more than the echo of their own frustration. Their bitterness is proof that you've already won. You've mastered what they can't, the ability to rise above, to stay unbothered, to thrive in your lane. And every step forward you take only makes their chaos louder. So let your focus speak louder than their noise. Let your discipline silence their doubts, and let their resentment roll off you like water off stone. Because at the end of the day, their chaos will consume them, while your focus will continue to elevate you. That's the power of being chosen. That's why they hate you, and that's why you'll keep winning. Number 3, your silence drains their gossip dry. When a well runs dry, the thirsty turn desperate, and your silence leaves them parched. Your refusal to participate in gossip isn't just a decision, it's an act of defiance against their most cherished addiction. For those who thrive on drama and speculation, your silence is a brick wall they can't scale. They poke, prod, and whisper, desperate for a crack in your armor, but you give them nothing, and nothing frustrates a gossip more than a blank slate. You've robbed them of their favorite pastime. They can dissect others, twist narratives, and build entire soap operas out of thin air. But when it comes to you, you're untouchable. You're the locked vault they can't break into, the book they can't read. And that drives them mad. Their hatred isn't just frustration, it's obsession. The more they fail to unravel you, the more they resent you for not giving them the satisfaction. What they'll never admit is that gossip isn't just entertainment for them, it's their lifeline. It's how they bond, how they fill their empty hours, and how they distract themselves from the glaring holes in their own lives. By refusing to give them anything to work with, you inadvertently force them to confront their own lack of substance. And that's a reality they can't handle. Think about it. While they're sitting around speculating, you're out there making moves, building your life and living with purpose. Your self-containment highlights their emptiness. You're the stark contrast they didn't ask for but can't ignore. They see you thriving without their approval, their validation, or their involvement. And it's infuriating. You're not just minding your business, you're thriving in it. To them, your silence is arrogance, your discipline is detachment, and your refusal to engage is a challenge they can't win. They try harder, digging deeper, spreading rumors, hoping for a reaction. But here's the twist. You've already won. Their gossip has become irrelevant, and they know it. Every time they bring up your name, it's a reminder that you've taken up space in their heads, rent-free. What they hate most is the power you hold without even trying. You've flipped the script. Gossip is supposed to control people, but your refusal to play along has turned their tool of connection into a tool of destruction. Destruction of their own credibility. While they waste their energy talking about you, they're proving one thing. You're the most interesting part of their lives. And that's the irony, isn't it? By minding your own business, you've made their obsession with you look pathetic. You've turned their whispers into white noise. You've drained the well they depended on to feel important, and now they're scrambling to fill the void. They don't hate you for what you do. They hate you for what you don't do. You don't feed their need for drama. You don't give them anything to pick apart. You've made their gossip boring. Here's what they'll never admit. Their frustration is proof of your power. People only gossip about what they can't control, what they can't understand, and what they can't be. You, the chosen one, are all three. You're the unshakable foundation they wish they had. Your silence isn't just silence, it's strength. It's a force field that exposes their weakness and leaves them flailing. And let's be clear, this isn't about arrogance. This is about boundaries. This is about knowing the value of your energy and refusing to waste it on meaningless chatter. You've built a fortress of focus and discipline, and their gossiping is nothing more than a feeble knock on the door. Let them knock. Let them wear themselves out while you continue to rise. A roaring lion doesn't concern itself with the barking of dogs. You are that lion. Their noise can't reach you, and that's why they hate you. It's not that they can't figure you out. It's that your silence forces them to figure themselves out. And that's a confrontation they'll do anything to avoid. Let them talk. Let them stew in their frustration. Because every time they do, they prove one undeniable truth. You've already won. Their gossip has no power over you, but your silence, it holds power over them. And that's the ultimate twist. Without even trying, you've made them irrelevant. Keep walking your path, chosen one. Their noise will fade, but your purpose will echo for eternity. Number 4, your independence feels like betrayal. The tree that grows tall and steady on its own roots doesn't apologize for casting shadows on those clinging to others for support. Your independence is a quiet declaration of strength, and for some, that strength feels like an attack. When you mind your own business and live unapologetically self-sufficient, it sends a message they can't handle. You don't need their approval, their input, or their attention to thrive. You don't have to shout it from the rooftops. It's written all over how you carry yourself. But for those who feed off validation and importance, your independence cuts deeper than any words ever could. To them, your self-reliance feels like rejection. It's not because you've wronged them or tried to push them away. It's simply because your existence doesn't orbit their need for attention. While you're out here building your life brick by brick, focused on your goals and anchored in your own strength, they're left scrambling to find relevance in your story. And when they realize they aren't needed, that they play no role in your journey, it eats at them. Their insecurities take over, whispering lies into their ears. You're being ignored. You're unimportant. They think they're better than you. And instead of looking inward to confront that nagging sense of inadequacy, they point the blame at you. Your independence becomes the scapegoat for their inner turmoil. They start to see your self-sufficiency as a silent dismissal of their worth, as if your ability to thrive on your own somehow diminishes them. But the truth is, their reaction has nothing to do with you. You're not rejecting anyone. You're simply prioritizing your growth, your peace, and your purpose. Yet to someone who needs constant validation, your independence is a glaring reminder of what they lack. While you've built your foundation on strength and self-awareness, their house is made of cards, held together by the fleeting approval of others. Think about it like this. You're a bird soaring freely in the sky, while they're stuck in a cage, frantically flapping their wings, desperate to be seen. Your flight reminds them of their confinement. Your freedom highlights their dependency. And instead of seeing you as inspiration, they see you as the cause of their frustration. Over time, this resentment festers. They start labeling you cold, distant, arrogant. They project their insecurities onto you because it's easier than admitting the truth. They're angry at themselves for not having the courage to stand on their own. Your independence holds up a mirror to their neediness, and they hate the reflection staring back at them. But let's be clear, their hatred is proof of your power. When you walk in independence, you're untouchable. You don't need their opinions, their validation, or their constant involvement, and that terrifies them. To someone who craves control and thrives on being the center of attention, your ability to exist without them feels like a personal attack. They see your independence as a betrayal of the unspoken rules they live by, that everyone should seek approval, that everyone should need others to feel whole. You've shattered that illusion, and they resent you for it. What they'll never admit is this: they envy you. They wish they could be as grounded, as focused, as unbothered as you are. But instead of rising to your level, they choose to drag you down. They'll gossip, they'll criticize, they'll try to make you feel guilty for simply existing in your power. Don't let them. Remember this: the lion doesn't need to explain its roar to the sheep. Your independence isn't a rejection of anyone. It's an embrace of yourself. You've chosen to root your identity in something unshakable, something they can't control, and that's why they'll never understand you. Their hate is nothing more than a cry for attention, a desperate attempt to pull you into their orbit. Let them talk. Let them mislabel your strength as arrogance. Let them stew in their frustration while you keep thriving. Because their bitterness only confirms what you already know. You're doing something right. Your independence is your armor, your shield against the noise, and your proof that you don't need anyone to validate your worth. The irony of it all? Their hate for your independence only proves how much they crave the very thing you've mastered. You've chosen freedom over dependency, peace over drama, and focus over chaos. That's why they hate you. That's why they can't stop thinking about you. And that's why, no matter how much noise they make, you'll keep soaring while they remain stuck. Number 5. You break the game they depend on. The strongest players don't sit at the table, they flip it over and walk away. For many, comparison is survival. They measure their worth by stacking themselves up against others, endlessly analyzing who's ahead, who's behind, and who's standing still. But you refuse to play the game. By minding your own business and living life on your own terms, you've disrupted the entire system they rely on. Without you engaging, their scoreboard crumbles, and with it, their sense of superiority. This drives them mad because you've taken away their ability to measure themselves. They can't analyze your every move because you don't share your plans with the world. They can't rank themselves against you because you've left the race entirely. And without a competitor, their efforts to feel superior seem hollow. It's like they've shown up to a championship game only to find the field empty and the crowd gone. Your decision to focus inward and stay private doesn't just unnerve them, it forces them to sit alone with their insecurities. Suddenly, they're left with nothing to compare, no benchmark to cling to, and no external proof that they're winning. This lack of competition is unbearable for those who thrive on validation. Instead of facing their own self-doubt, they turn their frustration on you. They'll invent narratives to fill the void. They'll paint you as arrogant for keeping your life private, or distant for refusing to share your victories and struggles. Your focus will be labeled as aloofness, because it's easier for them to distort your reality than to confront their own. These projections aren't about you, they're about the stories they need to tell themselves to make sense of the world when you've refused to play by their rules. The irony, of course, is that your life has nothing to do with them. You're not trying to prove you're better, worse, or even equal to anyone. You've simply chosen to walk your own path, and that terrifies them. To people who thrive on comparison, your independence is a threat. Your lack of interest in the competition feels like a rejection of everything they value. What truly drives them crazy is the freedom you embody. While they're shackled to the constant need to measure up, you're living untethered, unconcerned with how anyone else stacks up. Your refusal to compete forces them to face a truth they've been avoiding. Their sense of worth is built on shaky foundations. Without someone to measure against, they're left staring into the void of their own self-doubt. Their resentment isn't about you, it's about what you represent. You're proof that life doesn't have to be a race, that meaning and fulfillment don't come from being better than others. This idea is both infuriating and deeply unsettling to them, so let them stew in their frustration. Let them project their insecurities onto you. Their anger is nothing more than the sound of a broken system struggling to function without your participation. And while they're busy spinning their wheels, you'll keep moving forward, free from the need to compare, measure, or compete. Your silence is your strength. Your independence is your freedom. And your refusal to play their game? That's your ultimate victory. Let them hate. It only proves how much they wish they could live as freely as you do. Number 6, you prove that happiness doesn't need an audience. The brightest stars don't ask for applause, they simply shine. Your ability to thrive without anyone's approval is a silent revolution that unsettles the deeply insecure. In a world that glorifies validation, likes, comments, compliments, your happiness, unshackled from external applause, feels like a rebellion. For those who've tied their worth to the opinions of others, your self-sufficient joy is a threat. It disrupts their carefully constructed reality and forces them to question everything they thought they knew about fulfillment. You don't need an audience to feel complete, and that terrifies them. Your life is proof that happiness isn't something you earn by pleasing others. It's something you claim when you embrace who you are. And for those who've spent their lives chasing approval like it's the only currency that matters, your independence is a rude awakening. They look at you and see everything they secretly wish they could be: free, content, and unaffected by the noise of the world. But instead of being inspired, they choose to resent you, because your happiness doesn't just challenge their beliefs, it invalidates them. If you can be joyful without seeking constant validation, then maybe, just maybe, their endless pursuit of attention has been pointless. That's a truth they're not ready to face. Think about it. They've built their entire sense of worth on external opinions. Their self-esteem rises and falls with every compliment, every like, every pat on the back. But you're a walking contradiction to their worldview. You've taken a path they didn't even know existed, a shortcut to fulfillment that doesn't require their exhausting rituals of approval-seeking. And that realization? It feels like betrayal. Their frustration isn't really about you. It's about what your life represents. You are the mirror they don't want to look into, reflecting all the insecurities and misplaced priorities they've been avoiding. Your contentment without their input shines a light on the void they're trying to fill with noise, and that light makes them uncomfortable. So, they label you aloof, arrogant, fake, because it's easier to believe those lies than to admit they've been chasing an illusion. It's easier to hate you than to acknowledge that the happiness they've been working so hard for has been within them all along. But let's be clear, their resentment is not your burden to carry. It's simply the price of living authentically, unapologetically, and without dependency on others. Their anger is proof of the freedom you embody. While they seek happiness in the fleeting approval of the crowd, you've built yours on something unshakable: self-awareness, peace, and purpose. The irony? Deep down, they crave the very freedom you've found. They envy the way you don't flinch in the absence of validation, how you continue to shine without an audience. But instead of learning from you, they turn their discomfort outward, projecting their insecurities onto you. Let them. Their frustration doesn't define you, your happiness does. Your life is a testament to a truth they can't deny. Joy isn't something you beg for, it's something you choose. Their anger only confirms what you already know. You've won a battle they don't even realize they're fighting. So keep thriving. Keep being happy without permission, without approval, without applause. Let your peace speak louder than their insecurities. Because while they're chasing the crowd, you're out here proving that happiness was never about the noise. It's about the quiet, unshakable truth of knowing who you are. That's the kind of freedom they'll never understand, and it's why they'll keep resenting you. But that's their problem, not yours. Number 7. You embody strength without the spectacle. A mountain never shouts its presence, yet it towers above all. In a world where people mistake noise for power and theatrics for influence, your quiet strength disrupts the entire narrative. You don't need to raise your voice, wave a flag, or demand attention to prove your worth. Your strength speaks in your silence, in your steady progress, in the unshakable confidence you carry without ever needing to announce it. And this quiet rebellion is precisely what unnerves them. While they yell to be heard and flail to be noticed, you simply are. Your calm, grounded existence is enough to make their noisy displays of power feel hollow. Their strength comes with a megaphone. Yours is a silent, immovable force. It's not that you're trying to overshadow them. Your presence just naturally makes their insecurities impossible to ignore. For those who rely on chaos, dominance, and drama to feel powerful, your quiet confidence feels like an attack. They see your calm as a critique, your consistency as a challenge, and your refusal to engage in their games as an insult. But their hatred isn't really about you. It's about what you expose. Your strength forces them to confront the fact that their noise is nothing more than a cover for their fragility. Imagine a storm raging against a mountain. The wind howls, the rain pelts down, and the thunder roars, desperate to prove its strength. But the mountain doesn't move. That's you. They throw their noise, their drama, their insecurities at you, hoping for a reaction. But your calm remains unshaken. And that infuriates them. You've redefined what power looks like. In their world, power is performative. It's loud, it's aggressive, and it's always seeking an audience. But you don't need an audience. You don't need validation, approval, or applause. Your strength is quiet, self-reliant, and deeply rooted in your own sense of purpose. And that's what terrifies them. While they're busy shouting their importance to anyone who will listen, you're quietly working, building, growing. Your refusal to engage in their noisy displays of strength isn't indifference. It's mastery. You know you don't have to prove anything to anyone, and that truth makes their need for validation feel like a desperate performance in comparison. What they'll never admit is that your quiet strength exposes the fragility of their loudness. Their noise is a mask, a way to hide the gaps they feel within themselves. But you have no gaps to fill. Your strength comes from a place of peace and self-awareness, and that kind of power can't be faked or replicated. People don't hate you because of what you do. They hate you because your very existence challenges everything they believe about strength. Your calm presence reminds them that true power doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need an audience. It doesn't need approval. And for those who have spent their lives performing for the world, that truth is unbearable. Let them rage. Let them throw their noise at you like a storm against the mountain. Because at the end of the day, their loudness will fade, their performance will collapse, and their insecurities will consume them. But you'll still be standing, calm, grounded, and unshaken. That's what real strength looks like. That's why they hate you. And that's why you'll continue to rise. Number 8. Your self-sufficiency shatters their illusions. A flame that burns steady needs no kindling, and that terrifies those who live by fueling others. Your self-sufficiency isn't just a way of life. It's a quiet revolution. It threatens those who've built their identity around being needed, relied upon, or depended on to feel significant. For people like that, your independence feels like a personal attack, even though it's not. It's not your words or actions that unsettle them. It's the unspoken message your self-reliance sends. I don't need you to survive, thrive, or succeed. That simple truth shakes them to their core. You see, some people define their worth by how indispensable they can make themselves to others. They're the ones constantly offering advice, stepping into problems that aren't theirs to solve, or inserting themselves into situations to feel valued. But when someone like you comes along, someone who can handle life on their own terms without leaning on them, they're left staring at an unsettling question. If I'm not needed, then who am I? That question, whether they realize it or not, is what ignites their resentment toward you. Your self-sufficiency challenges the very foundation of their identity. It's not your independence they hate, it's what it reveals about their own insecurities. It shines a light on their dependency, on needing to feel needed to validate their existence. And that's not an easy truth to face. They might try to mask this discomfort with small, seemingly harmless behaviors. They'll offer unsolicited advice, hoping you'll take it so they can feel relevant. They might hover, waiting for you to ask for their help. But when you don't, or when you politely decline their input, it stings. It's not just that you didn't take their advice, it's that you proved, without saying a word, that you never needed it in the first place. This is where their frustration brews. They begin to project their insecurities onto you, labeling your self-reliance as arrogance, your independence as coldness. They may tell themselves and others that you're pushing people away, that you're too proud or too distant. But what they fail to acknowledge is the real reason behind their bitterness. Your independence reminds them they could live differently. Deep down, they know they could choose self-sufficiency. They could find worth in themselves rather than tying their value to how much others rely on them. But instead of using your example as inspiration, they see it as a threat. They'd rather resent you than confront their own neediness. Their hatred isn't about you, it's about what you represent. You're proof that it's possible to thrive without constant external validation, and that terrifies them. You don't need their help, their approval, or their attention, and that leaves them grappling with the uncomfortable truth that their worth shouldn't be tied to how indispensable they are. Let their frustration roll off you like water off stone. Their resentment is just noise, a byproduct of their own internal battle. Keep thriving in your self-sufficiency, chosen one, because your strength isn't just a threat to them, it's a reminder of your divine power. They hate you because you embody the freedom they secretly crave, but are too afraid to pursue. Let that hate fuel you. Keep moving forward, unshaken, unbothered, and unstoppable. Number 9, you force them to confront their own reflection. A spotless mirror doesn't create the flaws, it simply reveals them. By simply living your life and minding your own business, you unintentionally hold up a mirror to those around you. A mirror that reflects not who they wish they were, but who they truly are. This isn't something you set out to do. It's just the natural effect of your focus, independence, and peace. But for those who hide behind distractions, drama, and denial, that reflection is unbearable. Instead of looking inward, they lash out at you. Your self-sufficiency and refusal to seek validation highlight everything they've been avoiding. Your life becomes a silent reminder of the choices they haven't made, the effort they haven't put in, and the potential they've allowed to go to waste. They see your success and peace and can't help but compare it to the chaos and dissatisfaction in their own lives. And that comparison stings. But here's the thing, they won't admit that. They'll never say, "Your discipline makes me realize how undisciplined I am," or "Your peace reminds me how restless I feel." No, that would require honesty. Instead, they channel their discomfort into resentment. It's easier to hate you than to confront their own shortcomings. You become the target, not because of anything you've done, but because of what your presence represents. The truth they've been running from. Imagine someone drowning in quicksand, clawing at anything nearby to pull themselves up. That's how they feel when they're around you. Your refusal to engage in their distractions, whether it's gossip, meaningless drama, or toxic cycles, makes them feel exposed. Your focus and discipline are like a spotlight shining on the areas of their lives they'd rather keep in the dark. And that's the irony. Their anger isn't really about you. It's about the frustration they feel with themselves. Deep down, they know they're capable of better. They know they could focus, improve, and rise above their chaos. But instead of taking responsibility for their growth, they project their dissatisfaction onto you. It's easier to label you as cold, arrogant, or aloof than to admit they're uncomfortable with their own choices. The truth is, your existence forces them to see the reality they've been avoiding. Your refusal to engage in their chaos highlights their lack of control. Your success makes them question why they haven't achieved their own goals, and your peace reminds them of the chaos they've created for themselves. You don't even have to say a word. Your actions speak louder than any accusation. But here's the real power in all of this. Their resentment is proof that you're doing something right. Their discomfort isn't your problem, it's theirs. You're not responsible for their lack of accountability or their refusal to grow. Your focus and self-sufficiency are not acts of arrogance, they're acts of strength. So let them hate, let them project, let them avoid their reflection. None of it changes the fact that you're walking your path with clarity and purpose. And the truth is, their resentment is just a sign that your light is too bright for them to ignore. Number 10. You refuse to dance in their circus. The lion doesn't join the circus, no matter how loud the clowns perform. When you refuse to be dragged into the chaos of toxic people, it's more than just a personal boundary. It's an act of defiance. These individuals thrive on stirring the pot, controlling narratives, and manipulating others into playing roles in their endless dramas. But you shatter their entire strategy by simply refusing to play along. Their games rely on pawns, and your refusal to be one leaves their whole setup crumbling. You're not just avoiding their nonsense, you're denying them the one thing they crave most: power. Toxic people feed off conflict and attention. They build their identity on being able to stir emotions, pit people against each other, and control outcomes. But when you refuse to engage, it's like cutting off their oxygen. You've taken away their ability to use you as a tool in their schemes, and that infuriates them. They'll try every trick in their book to pull you in: provocation, manipulation, guilt-tripping, or even outright lies. But your silence, your refusal to react, is the ultimate power move. It's not just about staying on the sidelines, it's about showing them that their tactics have no hold over you. That realization stings, not just because it highlights their lack of control, but because it forces them to confront a painful truth. Their games only work on those who are willing to play. Your refusal to participate creates a vacuum they can't fill. Drama is their currency, and without players in their twisted game, their antics lose all value. The silence you leave in your wake is louder than any shouting match they could provoke. And that silence? It drives them crazy. It's like a mirror reflecting their irrelevance, their inability to manipulate you, and their own insecurity. What they hate most is the way your detachment exposes their weakness. They thrive on people who react, who argue, defend, and take sides. When you stay calm, focused, and unbothered, you dismantle the illusion of control they've worked so hard to build. They're left scrambling, desperate to regain their footing, but you've already removed yourself from their circus. You've made it clear you don't dance for clowns. And let's be real, they hate you not just because you've opted out of their drama, but because your refusal reminds them of their own powerlessness. By stepping away, you force them to face the fact that their chaos is self-inflicted, their games futile, and their control non-existent. Instead of bending to their will, you've risen above it. You've taken the high road, and that's something they can't follow. Their resentment is proof of your strength. You've denied them access to your energy, your time, and your peace. You've shown them that their drama is not your burden to carry. And while they stew in their frustration, you remain unshaken, untouchable, and completely out of their reach. So let them hate. Let them spin their wheels trying to pull you in. Their noise is nothing compared to the power of your silence. Because at the end of the day, their games can only continue as long as they have players. And you've left the board. That's why they hate you. And that's why you'll keep thriving while they remain stuck in the chaos they created. Number 11. You shatter their illusion of control. The strongest walls crumble when faced with a force that refuses to be contained. Control is their lifeline. Whether it's dominating conversations, steering relationships, or manipulating outcomes, control gives them the illusion of power and superiority. It's how they shield themselves from their own insecurities. But then you show up, unbothered, self-assured, and completely outside their grasp, and their carefully constructed illusion begins to crack. When you mind your own business and refuse to play by their rules, you expose a truth they can't bear to face. Their control is nothing more than an illusion. You can't be pulled into their emotional games, swayed by their manipulation, or driven by their need for validation. Your independence and authenticity become a glaring contradiction to the narrative they've built for themselves, that they're in charge, that they hold all the power. And nothing threatens someone who thrives on control more than realizing they don't have it over you. They hate that they can't predict your moves, can't influence your decisions, and can't push your buttons. It's like trying to throw a net over the wind. You simply can't be caught. This leaves them spinning, unsure how to handle someone who doesn't fall in line with their expectations. To someone whose identity is rooted in controlling others, your refusal to bend feels like a personal attack. But here's the real kicker. Your ability to stay grounded, authentic, and completely outside their grasp forces them to confront their own weakness. Without the ability to manipulate or control you, they're left face to face with their insecurities, their lack of direction, their fear of losing relevance. And rather than confront these truths, they lash out. They demonize your independence, twist your self-reliance into arrogance, and label you as the problem, all because it's easier than admitting they're not as powerful as they pretend to be. Your mere existence feels like rejection to them. Not because you've wronged them or dismissed them, but because your independence shines a spotlight on their lack of true strength. You've shown them that real power doesn't lie in dominating others. It lies in mastering yourself. And that truth is too much for their fragile egos to handle. Think of it like this. They've built their sense of self on a house of cards, carefully stacked through control and manipulation. But you're the breeze that knocks it all down just by walking past. Your presence is enough to remind them that their power is fragile, their games are empty, and their need for control is a mask for insecurity. Let them hate. Their resentment is nothing more than the sound of their illusions shattering. By refusing to be controlled, you've reclaimed your power, and that terrifies them. So keep living on your terms, untouchable and unapologetic. Because their frustration isn't your burden, it's their awakening. And whether they admit it or not, you've already won. Number 12. Unstoppable. Embrace your power and let them hate. And here we are, chosen one, at the end of this journey, but at the beginning of yours. Everything we've discussed comes down to one undeniable truth. Their hatred is proof of your power. Their resentment, their attempts to drag you down, their endless noise, it's all a reaction to the fact that you are something they cannot control, cannot match, and cannot silence. Your ability to mind your own business, to live authentically, and to remain focused on your path is the very thing that shakes their foundation. Remember this: the tallest trees endure the strongest winds. The resistance you face is a testament to your strength, your independence, and your divine protection. You've been set apart for a higher purpose, and that's why they fear you. They know they can't touch what is destined, and their frustration is their way of trying to fight what they can never overcome. But you're untouchable. Their opinions don't define you. Their noise doesn't distract you. Their attempts to tear you down only fuel your rise. So don't stop. Don't let their insecurities weigh you down or make you second-guess your purpose. Keep walking your path, chosen one, with your head held high and your focus unshaken. You are unstoppable, and deep down, they know it too. Now, before you go, let me ask you to take a moment for yourself. If this message resonated with you, if it lit a fire within you, don't let it stop here. Hit that like button to show your agreement. Subscribe to this channel so you never miss a moment of empowerment like this. And drop the number 77 in the comments below to claim your identity as one of the chosen ones. Let us know that you are ready to embrace your power and rise above the noise. And don't keep this to yourself. Share this message with someone who needs to hear it, someone who might be feeling the weight of the world's hatred for simply being who they are. Because the chosen ones need to know they're not alone. Together, we are building a movement of unstoppable individuals who refuse to be silenced, controlled, or defeated. This is your time. Step into your power, walk in your purpose, and let them hate, because their opinions are nothing compared to the strength of your focus, your peace, and your destiny. Keep shining, chosen one. The world isn't ready for you, but that's exactly why you're here. Let's rise. The fire that consumes is not always from the ground. It often burns brightest from above, sent by hands unseen but all-powerful. A man who lights a fire in the forest must pray he isn't surrounded by dry wood. Chosen ones, you know who you are. You've been forged in flames they thought would break you, yet here you stand, untouched, unyielding. The hands that harmed you thought they were invincible, but they've angered a force beyond their comprehension. They've started a fire they can neither predict nor extinguish. Before we dive deeper, take a moment. Hit the like button under this video to help spread this message to more chosen ones. And don't forget to subscribe, because this message must echo far and wide, and this is your responsibility. What you're about to hear isn't just a message. It's a wake-up call for every chosen one still doubting their worth and power. Let's turn up the heat together. Listen, chosen ones. They didn't break you, but they sure tried. They lied, they manipulated, and they used every trick they could muster to see you crumble. Why? Because your light unnerves them. Your existence is a threat to their fragile illusions. Do you know what haunts them most? It's not just your resilience, it's the divine protection wrapped around your soul. You move differently because you're covered in favor they'll never understand. Every step you take is guided. Every fall is caught. Every battle is already won before it begins. You are not walking alone. Heaven's army marches with you. They see it, even if you don't. Your enemies see something in you that terrifies them. Something they can't name, but feel deep in their bones. It's the power of being chosen, a light so bright it burns through their masks. It blinds them. It reminds them of what they'll never have. And in their desperation to extinguish your flame, they've only fueled it. You don't realize how much power you hold, but they do. That's why they've tried to isolate you, tear you down, make you doubt yourself. It's not you they fear. It's what's behind you, what's within you. It's the divine calling on your life that echoes louder than their empty words. You've been betrayed, mocked, and abandoned. They tortured you in ways that words can't fully describe, thinking their actions would destroy you. Instead, they've woken something in you that can't be put back to sleep. They lit a fire of anger in the heavens, and now it's out of their control. They wanted you weak, but they've made you stronger. They wanted you silenced, but they've given you a voice. They wanted you lost, but they've pushed you closer to your destiny. You, chosen ones, are the walking proof that God doesn't just exist, He defends. Their judgment is already written and their downfall is inevitable. No man can harm what's anointed by God. They mocked you as if the heavens weren't watching, as if there wouldn't be a price to pay for touching the untouchable. But understand this: God is not mocked. What they've done to you, they've done to Him, and His wrath is nothing like man's anger. He's patient, yes, but He's just. The scales are tipping, and your enemies will reap every seed of destruction they've sown in your life. Think of yourself as a storm contained in a glass jar. For so long, they've shaken it, thinking they could control what's inside. But the jar is cracking, and once it shatters, the storm will be unleashed. They've built walls around their illusions, but those walls can't withstand what's coming. The irony is that they've been so busy trying to plot your downfall, they didn't see their own demise creeping closer. A man who digs a grave for another often finds himself lying in it. Chosen ones, you don't need revenge. The power of being chosen is enough. Divine protection is your shield, your sword, and your victory. Let them watch as you rise above every obstacle they've placed in your path. Let them witness the blessings that overflow from your life, blessings they can't stop and can't touch. Your presence is a reminder that justice is alive and active, that God fights battles you don't even know exist. You are more than a survivor. You are evidence of God's favor. Let them talk. Let them plot. Let them burn with envy. They can't stop what's already written. What's coming for them is not your concern. It's His. Keep walking forward. Keep shining, and know that the fire they've lit will only consume them. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, thank you for being here. Whether this is your first time or you've been walking with us on this path for a while, your presence is powerful and it matters. If you're ready to claim the strength they tried to strip from you, to rise above the ashes of their chaos, and to embrace the fire they lit but cannot control, then smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments below. And now, let's dive in step by step. Believe me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay with this till the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They played with fire, and now they're getting burned. You can dance with fire, but don't complain when it burns you alive. They thought they were invincible. They thought you were just another insignificant soul, a face in the crowd they could ridicule, manipulate, or destroy without consequence. What they didn't realize, what their arrogance blinded them to, is that you were never ordinary. You are chosen, set apart by a divine blueprint they couldn't begin to comprehend. You weren't just someone they stumbled upon by accident. You were placed in their path as a warning, a reflection of their own failures, and a test they were destined to fail. Do not touch my anointed ones, the word has warned for ages, but their pride deafened them to the truth. Like fools taunting the storm, they poked and prodded, mistaking the calm before divine intervention for weakness. Every move they made against you was like lighting a match in a dry forest. They didn't understand the magnitude of the fire they were about to unleash. Now, as the flames grow, they realize too late. They bit off more than they could chew, and there's no escape from the inferno they've ignited. Your silence enraged them because they mistook it for surrender. What they didn't know is that your silence was strategy, the quiet confidence of a lion waiting to pounce. You weren't retreating, you were watching, preparing. They laughed when you didn't react, mocked your patience, and thought they'd broken you. But patience isn't weakness. It's a power they'll never understand. Patience is the slow gathering of strength, the divine pause before the storm, the tightening of a bowstring before it releases. And now the reckoning has begun. Every insult, every betrayal, every calculated attempt to tear you down wasn't just a personal attack. It was spiritual warfare. By targeting you, they dared to challenge forces far beyond their understanding. Imagine a moth arrogantly flying into a flame, believing it's just a flicker of light, only to be consumed by it. That's what they've done. They thought they were dimming your light, but instead, they fed a fire that's now devouring their own illusions of power. Chosen ones, hear this. Their attacks didn't weaken you, they strengthened you. Every stone they threw became part of the foundation for your rise. Every cruel word was fuel for the fire that now burns in your soul. While they laughed in the moment, they failed to see the eternal forces moving on your behalf. You are not ordinary. You are a vessel of divine justice. Their ignorance disrupted realms they cannot see, and now the consequences are crashing back onto them like waves they cannot outrun. What they can't stand, what terrifies them most, is that they cannot stop you. Your light shines brighter now, sharper and more undeniable than ever. They thought they had extinguished your spark, but they only made it blaze stronger. Now they're standing in the ruins of their own making, bewildered and afraid, unable to understand the power they tried to suppress. This is no accident. Their downfall was inevitable the moment they underestimated you. By hurting you, they challenged the God who walks before you, who fights battles you never even see. You weren't placed in their lives to be a victim. You were sent as a living reminder of the power they'll never possess. They taunted the storm, and now they're drowning in it. It's not a question of if they'll fall, it's when. They played with fire, thinking they'd walk away untouched, but the flames they lit are now consuming them from within. They underestimated you because they underestimated the one who protects you. And now they're learning the hard way that no one mocks the chosen without consequences. Their arrogance couldn't save them. Their lies, their schemes, their cruelty, it's all catching up to them. They thought they were the hunters, but now they've become the prey. While they scramble in confusion, you rise. Your resilience is their reminder that the divine doesn't abandon its own. Remember this, chosen ones. Every tear, every insult, every betrayal, they weren't for nothing. They were the sparks that ignited your transformation. Now, you're unstoppable, walking proof that no weapon formed against you can prosper. Let them watch as their plans crumble and your light continues to shine. They thought they had power, but now they know. True power belongs to those who are chosen, protected, and unstoppable. They danced with fire, and now it's their turn to burn. Number 2. When pride turns into a trap, the fall becomes inevitable. The higher you build yourself on lies, the harder the ground feels when you fall. They strutted through life, puffed up with pride, believing they were untouchable. They thought they could manipulate, deceive, and toy with you, leaving you in ruins while they walked away unscathed. But arrogance has a way of blinding people to reality. They didn't just mistake your silence for weakness, they mistook their own delusions for strength. What they couldn't see, what their pride made them too blind to comprehend, is that they weren't toying with just anyone. They were challenging a chosen one, someone divinely protected, someone not left to fight battles alone. Pride is a dangerous armor. It weighs more than it protects. They wore their arrogance like a shield, thinking it made them immune to consequences. But it's that very pride dragging them into their downfall. Their overconfidence became their noose, tightening with every reckless action, every scheme they thought would break you. They believed they were clever enough to outmaneuver justice, but divine justice is not a game you can cheat. They mocked the laws of balance, laughed at the unseen forces that govern this world, and acted as if they could uproot what God himself planted. But their arrogance wasn't just an insult to you. It was an insult to the one who chose you. By attacking you, they weren't just crossing a line. They were waging a war against something far bigger than they could ever comprehend. They forgot one eternal truth. You cannot win battles against God. They thought they could dance in the dark forever, but now the light has caught up to them. Their lies are crumbling, their masks are slipping, and the cracks in their carefully built illusions are growing wider with every passing moment. They thought they had power, but what they didn't realize is that they were never in control. They built their pride on a foundation of quicksand, and now they're sinking, clawing desperately for a way out that doesn't exist. Arrogance has a way of shouting the loudest before the collapse. They strutted boldly, convinced they had won. They told themselves they had silenced you, broken you, outsmarted you, but the fire they lit, the chaos they unleashed, is no longer under their control. It's raging now, fueled by the very energy they sent to destroy you. Every scheme, every venomous word, every betrayal, they've all turned back on them, magnified and relentless. God saw it all. Every plan they whispered in secret, every dagger they hid behind a smile, every calculated move meant to harm you. You didn't need to retaliate because divine justice has no need for human hands. The universe was already moving on your behalf while they were busy plotting your downfall. And now they're scrambling as their lies unravel and their house of cards collapses under its own weight. They thought they could play God in your life, but they didn't understand the forces they were dealing with. Their biggest mistake wasn't underestimating you, it was underestimating the God who shields you. They didn't realize that every stone they threw at you was being collected, stacked into the foundation of the fortress you're now standing on. Chosen ones, their arrogance has only highlighted the divine protection surrounding you. They thought their actions would weaken you, but instead, they exposed just how powerful your calling truly is. They came after you, but now they're learning the hard way that pride doesn't make you invincible. It makes your fall inevitable. Imagine a predator sprinting toward its prey, so confident in its attack that it doesn't see the trap ahead. That's exactly what they've done. They were so blinded by their arrogance that they didn't notice they were running straight into their own destruction. And now, as the truth comes crashing down, they're choking on the very pride that once made them feel untouchable. They mocked your patience, not realizing patience is the ultimate weapon. It's the quiet confidence of knowing that the battle isn't yours to fight. It's the stillness of a storm gathering strength before unleashing its full force. They thought you weren't strong enough to respond, but what they didn't understand is that you never needed to. The power of divine justice is far greater than any revenge you could have sought. Now, they sit in the ruins of their own arrogance, trapped in the fire they started. They're learning that pride isn't just a flaw, it's a fatal weakness. The harder they tried to tear you down, the harder they've fallen themselves. Remember this, chosen ones. Their pride was never about you. It was about them. It blinded them to the truth, to your strength, and to the divine shield that protects you. They underestimated everything, and now they're paying the price. You don't have to lift a finger because the battle has already been won. Number 3. The fire that was meant to destroy you only made you unstoppable. The fire they lit to burn you alive has become the very blaze that lights your way forward. They thought they could destroy you. That was their plan from the start. Crush your spirit, break your resolve, and leave you questioning the very essence of who you were. They aimed to reduce you to rubble, thinking you'd be easy to forget, easy to erase. But here's the twist they never saw coming. The fire they lit didn't destroy you, it forged you. What was meant to consume you only made you stronger, sharper, and untouchable. Their cruelty became the flames, their betrayal the heat, and their lies the fuel. But instead of crumbling under the pressure, you were transformed. Like steel in the hands of a master blacksmith, every blow only made you harder to break. Every insult, every attempt to sabotage your life was part of the process. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they were doing was refining you. It's almost poetic, isn't it? They set out to extinguish your light, but all they did was fan the flames of your strength. What they failed to understand is that a chosen one doesn't burn. They rise. Like gold purified in fire, you emerged brighter, more valuable, and unshakable. The things that once held you back, your doubts, your fears, your insecurities, were burned away in the process. They didn't weaken you. They stripped away everything that no longer served you. The irony is almost too much to bear. The harder they pushed, the stronger you became. The more they schemed, the faster they propelled you toward your destiny. Imagine their confusion now, watching the very fire they intended for your destruction turn into the light that guides your path. They thought they were writing the final chapter of your story, but all they did was set the stage for your greatest transformation. They thought they had control. They thought they could play God with your life. But control was never theirs to have. What they didn't understand is that you're not just anyone. You're chosen. Every attack against you was also an attack against the divine purpose etched into your very existence. And when you're chosen, no amount of darkness, betrayal, or malice can extinguish the light that burns inside of you. Now, look at them, stunned, silent, powerless. They're watching a version of you they never thought possible, stronger, wiser, untouchable. The fire they started didn't break you, it transformed you, it made you unstoppable. And now they're left in the shadows, forced to witness the triumph they tried so hard to prevent. They're haunted by the very sight of you, not just because you survived, but because you thrived. Every step you take now is a reminder of their failure, of the power they'll never have. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated the God who walks with you. They didn't realize that their schemes, their betrayal, their hatred were all tools in the hands of a higher power shaping you into who you were meant to be. Chosen ones, understand this. The fire wasn't the end of you. It was the beginning. It didn't destroy you. It revealed your strength. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, you've become the embodiment of resilience, a living reminder that no force on earth can derail someone protected by purpose. Their attempts to destroy you were never about you. They were about their own insecurities, their own fears, their own inability to stand in the presence of someone destined for greatness. They saw your light and thought they could snuff it out. But light like yours doesn't fade. It grows. And now they're left in the glow of your resilience, unable to look away. The lesson is clear. They lit the fire, but it didn't go as planned. The flames didn't consume you. They consumed everything that wasn't meant to stay. They purified you, strengthened you, and set you free. And now, here you stand, unshaken, undefeated, a living testament to the truth that no weapon formed against you can prosper. So let them watch. Let them sit in the shadows of their own failure, powerless to stop the rise of someone they thought they had destroyed. What they meant for harm has turned into your greatest victory. The fire they lit was never meant to consume you. It was meant to awaken you. And now, you walk forward, stronger and brighter than ever before. You are proof that darkness can never extinguish a flame ignited by purpose. They lit the fire, but it forged you. And now, they'll forever regret the day they dared to challenge someone chosen by divine hands. Number 4. They wrote their own judgment with their actions. Every deed done in the shadows eventually meets the light, and the truth doesn't beg for an audience, it demands one. They thought they were clever. They believed their actions would fade with time, their cruelty buried in secrecy, their betrayals lost in the noise of the world. They convinced themselves that what they did to you would never see the light of day. But chosen ones, let me tell you this, they couldn't have been more wrong. Their every word, every scheme, every deliberate act of harm wasn't just seen, it was recorded. The spiritual realm doesn't turn a blind eye, especially when its target is someone carrying divine purpose. You don't walk alone, and that's something they'll never understand. Your calling comes with a shield they can't see, and a justice they'll never outrun. What they thought was a personal attack, a private vendetta, was in reality a direct challenge to God's plan for your life. They didn't just come for you, they came for the purpose you were born to fulfill. And here's the truth they refuse to believe. You cannot war against the divine and expect to win. Their arrogance blinded them. Every betrayal, every lie, every venomous word whispered behind your back rippled far beyond the world they knew. Their actions didn't just hurt you, they disrupted spiritual balances they never even believed in. What they did in the dark has been brought into the light, and the evidence of their cruelty now stands as the loudest testimony against them. It's almost poetic justice, isn't it? They built their own case against themselves, piece by piece, every time they sought to harm you. They thought they were untouchable, too clever for consequences, but all they were doing was tightening the ropes around their own necks. What they sowed in secret has now sprouted for all to see, and the fruits of their deeds are bitter indeed. The spiritual realm is precise. Not a single word, thought, or action went unnoticed. Every scheme they carried out in silence, every smirk they hid behind false kindness, every trap they set was being documented by forces far greater than you or them. What they thought was hidden has been exposed. The scales of justice are always moving, and their actions tipped those scales against them. They thought they could cheat the system, but divine justice doesn't miss a thing. Chosen ones, understand this. They didn't just attack you. They attacked the divine hand guiding your steps, the calling that sets you apart, the purpose that makes you a force they can't comprehend. And that is a battle they were destined to lose from the very beginning. Their actions became evidence that sealed their fate, proving their guilt louder than any excuse or denial could ever shout. Justice for the chosen isn't always swift, but it is always certain. What they did to you is now their undoing. They thought their secrets would protect them, but those same secrets have turned into a spotlight, exposing everything. Their cruelty didn't just fail, it backfired. The judgment they thought they could outrun is now catching up to them, and there's no escape from the truth. When you harm the chosen, you write your own judgment in stone. Number 5. They laughed at the light, unaware it was their shadows it exposed. The brighter the light, the darker the shadows, and some people would rather destroy the light than face their own darkness. Their laughter was never really about you. It was a smokescreen, a desperate attempt to hide from what your light revealed in them. You carried a calm, quiet strength they couldn't comprehend, a favor they could neither replicate nor understand. And instead of looking inward, instead of confronting the void within themselves, they chose to mock. Mockery became their defense, a mask for their fear, jealousy, and bitterness. What people can't understand, they fear, and what they fear, they attack. Your light was a mirror, exposing their shadows, the insecurities they buried, the flaws they refused to face. Every cruel joke, every sarcastic comment, every sneer was a shield against the discomfort your presence stirred in them. You didn't threaten them, their own reflection did. Your strength reminded them of their weakness, your faith reminded them of their doubts, and your favor reminded them of everything they lacked but desperately wanted. Their mockery wasn't harmless. Every word they spoke against you was an act of rebellion, not just against you, but against the divine force within you. They weren't simply laughing at you, they were rejecting the source of your light. They mocked what they didn't understand, and in doing so, they resisted truth itself. But rebellion against truth always has consequences. To mock the light is to invite the shadows to consume you. Here's what they never realized. Their ridicule didn't weaken you, it refined you. Every insult, every moment of mockery was fuel for your fire. While they thought they were tearing you down, you were rising higher. Their attacks sharpened your purpose, strengthened your faith, and deepened your resilience. They didn't dim your light, they amplified it. The irony is now undeniable. They stood against you thinking they'd silence you, yet here you are, shining brighter than ever. What they mocked wasn't weakness. It was unshakable strength, divine protection, and favor they could never comprehend. And now, as they watch your rise, the truth they ran from becomes impossible to ignore. Their laughter has faded, replaced by silence, discomfort, and even regret. The light they tried to destroy now stands as proof of everything they lack: courage, purpose, and connection to something greater. Their attempts to break you only revealed the cracks in their own foundation. Chosen ones, understand this. Their mockery was never a reflection of you. It was their rebellion against the truth your light carried. And now they're left to confront the undeniable reality. The light they mocked was never within their reach, and their laughter has only paved the way for their own reckoning. Number 6. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was their undoing. Silence is not the absence of power. It's the calm before the roar that shatters illusions. They saw your quietness and thought it meant victory. They mistook your restraint for defeat, your lack of retaliation for surrender. In their arrogance, they believed they'd broken you. What they didn't understand is that your silence wasn't a white flag. It was a strategy far beyond their comprehension. While they celebrated what they thought was their triumph, they failed to see the storm brewing just behind the stillness. Chosen ones, your silence wasn't empty. It was power in its purest form. They couldn't grasp that not every battle needs to be fought with words or actions. You understood that stillness, when wielded with wisdom, carries a weight far greater than noise. While they schemed and plotted, you chose patience over chaos, wisdom over impulse. You stepped aside, not because you were weak, but because you knew that divine justice moves at its own pace. It doesn't rush, but it never misses its mark. Every cruel word they spoke, every lie they spread, and every trap they set only served to fuel a fire they didn't even realize was coming for them. They thought they were victorious as they reveled in their arrogance, but all they were doing was digging their own grave. Your silence wasn't an end. It was the beginning of a reckoning they could never have anticipated. What they failed to see was that your silence was watching them, exposing them. Without realizing it, they began to strip themselves bare. Their lies, their malice, their insecurities. They revealed everything in their desperate attempt to prove they had power over you. And you? You didn't need to lift a finger. You were still because you knew the truth. Every action carries its consequence, and no one escapes divine justice. Now, those consequences are catching up to them. The fire they sparked has turned on them, and the silence they mocked has become their undoing. The very restraint they ridiculed has turned into the loudest proof of their failure. They thought your silence meant you were finished, but in reality, it meant you were stepping back and letting the greater force you trust take over. And that's the bitter irony. They thought they had silenced you, but now it's their own cries for mercy that echo in the space they once tried to fill with their arrogance. They thought your stillness was weakness, but it was strength they couldn't comprehend. They thought you'd given up, but instead you handed the battle to a power they could never outmatch. Chosen ones, know this. Their greatest mistake wasn't underestimating your voice. It was underestimating your silence. What they thought was a victory has become their greatest humiliation. They've been brought to their knees by the very thing they mocked. And as they face the consequences of their actions, you rise in the stillness that has always been your strength. The storm they didn't see coming wasn't outside of you. It was the divine power working through your silence. They thought they'd won, but the battle was never theirs to win. It was yours to endure, and it was never yours to fight alone. Now, they're learning the hard way. Silence is not surrender. It's the prelude to justice. Number 7. Mercy knocked, but their pride locked the door. The road to ruin is paved with warnings ignored, and pride is the gatekeeper that keeps salvation out. The signs were there, clear as the morning sun breaking through a stormy sky. A streak of bad luck they couldn't explain. A dream that lingered in their minds like a haunting melody. An uneasy feeling that whispered for them to stop. These weren't coincidences. They were divine warnings, lifelines sent to pull them back from the edge. But their pride, it screamed louder than grace, drowning out every chance they had to turn around. Every stumble, every unexplainable misfortune was an invitation to reflect, to pause, to question their path. But instead of heeding those warnings, they laughed. They dismissed their unease as paranoia, brushed aside their dreams as meaningless, and charged forward as if they were untouchable. They didn't just turn a blind eye to the signs, they mocked them. What they didn't realize was that mercy always comes before judgment. Even those who harm others are given chances to change, moments of clarity where they're shown the cracks forming in their plans. But arrogance has a way of shutting the door on reason, and they mistook the delay in consequences for permission to keep going. Chosen ones, understand this. Mercy is not weakness. It's a gift, an opportunity for even the worst of offenders to step back before it's too late. But they, in their arrogance, didn't see it that way. Every ignored warning, every dismissed dream was a step closer to their downfall. The whispers grew louder, the signs became undeniable, but their pride blinded them. They doubled down on their path, convinced they could outrun the consequences, not realizing they were lighting the very fire that would consume them. And now, as their world crumbles around them, those dismissed warnings are flooding back. The dreams they shrugged off weren't just figments of their imagination. They were lifelines. The setbacks they called coincidence were divine interventions meant to stop them in their tracks. That inner voice they silenced wasn't paranoia. It was grace whispering one last time. But pride is a cruel master, and it kept them deaf, blind, and defenseless. Their downfall wasn't a sudden strike from the heavens. It was a slow, deliberate descent. Every ignored sign, every overlooked warning was a brick in the path that led them here. And now, the very pride that kept them from seeing the truth has left them defenseless against the weight of their consequences. The tragedy of their fall isn't just that it happened, it's how avoidable it could have been. Mercy knocked again and again, but pride refused to open the door. They had their chances, their moments of clarity, their opportunities to stop. But now, as the fire they started consumes them, all they can do is remember the warnings they ignored. This, chosen ones, is the power of divine justice. It offers mercy first, but when mercy is mocked, justice takes its place. Let this be a reminder that pride blinds, but the truth always finds its way through. Number 8. They tried to bury you, but you were a storm, waiting to break free. You cannot bury a storm. It gathers strength beneath the surface and rises with unstoppable force. They thought they had buried you for good, hidden you away in the depths of their cruelty and arrogance. To them, pushing you into the shadows was the end of your story. They saw their schemes, their betrayals, and their manipulations as the tools to erase you, to silence your voice forever. What they failed to understand is that the darkness they thought would consume you became the very force that strengthened you. In their pride, they mistook stillness for surrender, silence for defeat. They didn't see the power surging beneath the surface, the quiet gathering of strength that only grows in isolation. Every attempt to crush you was like adding fuel to a fire they believed they'd extinguished. But what they didn't understand is that you were never meant to stay hidden. The silence they forced upon you was only preparation for the storm you were becoming. While they celebrated what they thought was your demise, they were blind to the transformation taking place. Every insult they hurled, every lie they spread, every betrayal they orchestrated only added to the pressure building inside you. They thought they were erasing you, but they were only sharpening your edge. The very darkness they thought would swallow you whole became the environment for your greatest rise. When you emerged, it wasn't quietly. It was undeniable, unshakable, unstoppable. They had buried their fears in the hope that you would disappear. But now, they're watching in disbelief as you rise higher than they ever imagined. Their cruelty, their arrogance, it all backfired. Their attempts to suppress you became the reason for your growth. They thought they were the architects of your downfall, but they were only pawns in your divine ascension. And now, as you stand in your strength, their world begins to crumble. The lies they built their victories on are unraveling. The weight of their actions, the consequences of their choices, are catching up to them. They are reaping the harvest of the destruction they tried to sow in your life. But instead of breaking you, they've broken themselves. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You've stepped into your purpose with power they can't comprehend. The very hands that tried to bury you now tremble as they watch you rise, flourishing in the light they thought they had extinguished. You are a storm they cannot contain, a force they cannot control, a truth they cannot silence. They thought they had the final say, but they were wrong. The story was never theirs to write. It was always in the hands of the divine. You were never meant to stay buried. You were destined to rise, to shake the ground beneath their feet, and to remind the world that no force can silence the chosen. Number 9. The trap they set became their own undoing. The webs they spun to entangle you have become the nets in which they are caught. Every scheme they plotted, every trap they carefully crafted, every deceptive strategy they thought would destroy you, has turned on them in the most poetic way. They thought they were master planners, orchestrating your demise as if they held all the cards. But what they failed to understand is that when someone is aligned with divine purpose, every attack becomes a stepping stone to greater heights. What they meant to harm you has only strengthened you, while their own plans crumble beneath them. They weren't just scheming against you, they were scheming against the forces that protect and guide you. That was their fatal mistake. They believed they were in control, pulling strings like puppet masters. But the very threads they wove into traps for you have become the knots strangling their own ambitions. Their arrogance blinded them to the truth. You are divinely shielded, and every move they made against you was a move against the one who stands behind you. What they thought would break you instead revealed them. Their traps exposed their flaws, their lies uncovered their deceit, and their arrogance laid bare their vulnerabilities. They weren't just outsmarted, they were undone by their own hands. Imagine a hunter setting a snare in the forest, only to stumble into it themselves. That's exactly what happened here. Every stone they rolled toward you has rolled back onto them. Their plans were doomed from the start because they underestimated the power of divine justice. Every step they took to see you fail was a step closer to their own downfall. It's like a boomerang. Every bit of malice they hurled your way came back faster and harder than they could have imagined. While they waited to see you crumble, they unknowingly built the stage for their own reckoning. Their lies became the spotlight, their traps became their prisons, and their schemes became the undoing of everything they worked for. And now, as you rise stronger, they're standing in the wreckage of their own making. The very chaos they created to destroy you has consumed them instead. The harder they pushed to see you fall, the deeper they sank into the mess they made. They thought they were digging your grave, but in reality, they were digging their own. The irony of it all couldn't be sweeter. Their confidence in your failure blinded them to the fact that they were orchestrating their own. And as they stand in the ruins of their carefully laid plans, they're forced to face a painful truth. Their schemes didn't just fail, they backfired spectacularly. Chosen ones, this is the justice you didn't even have to fight for. What they meant to bury you has become the very ground from which you've risen. Their downfall isn't just a coincidence, it's divine retribution. They've been caught in their own net, trapped by their own ambition, and undone by their own arrogance. And now, while their world falls apart, you stand tall, untouched, victorious, and unstoppable. Number 10. Their fall became the stepping stone to your glory. You cannot steal what was never yours, and you cannot keep what was built on lies. Every move they made to destroy you, every attempt to strip away your blessings, your joy, your purpose, it has all turned against them. They thought they could tarnish your name, isolate you, and take what was rightfully yours, but instead, they've only paved the way for your rise. What they never understood is this. Favor isn't something you can steal. Favor is earned through alignment, through resilience, through divine purpose. And their attempts to deny you that favor, it has only hastened their own fall. Socially, the mask they wore is cracking. The lies they spun to manipulate others are unraveling faster than they can control. The alliances they depended on are turning against them. Those they fooled for so long are finally seeing through the facade, and the influence they once held is slipping away like sand through their fingers. The spotlight they so desperately craved has become a blinding light, exposing every flaw, every deception, and every act of malice they thought they had hidden. Their world is shrinking as yours expands. Spiritually, they've cut themselves off completely. Each act of betrayal, every word of hate, and every malicious scheme has distanced them further from divine favor. The blessings they once took for granted, the peace, the guidance, the sense of purpose, are gone. They're wandering in a wilderness now, lost and disconnected, unable to hear the voice they once ignored. They thought they could play God in your life, but now they're learning what it feels like to be without grace. Their arrogance has shut them out of the flow of blessings they so desperately need, and they don't even realize it yet. Materially, the cracks are undeniable. The success, wealth, and stability they once flaunted are slipping away just as quickly as they tried to withhold it from you. What they gained through deceit and manipulation was never truly theirs to keep. The blessings they tried to block are now flowing freely in your direction. The tables have turned, and their loss is becoming your gain. Every step they stumble becomes another rung in the ladder of your ascent. And you, chosen one, are walking into the glory they tried to keep from you. Where they crumble, you rise. Where they lose, you gain. You've remained steadfast, patient, and aligned with divine purpose, and now the rewards are undeniable. The favor that surrounds you is undeniable. Their fall isn't just a consequence, it's the catalyst for your transformation. As they struggle to hold on to the ruins of their own making, you are stepping into the abundance that was always meant for you. Their loss isn't just proof of their failure, it's evidence of your unstoppable rise. Their attempts to bury you have only planted the seeds of your greatness, and now the harvest is yours. Keep walking, chosen one. Their downfall was inevitable, and your rise is unstoppable. Number 11. When you challenge the chosen, you awaken the wrath of the Creator. Those who strike at what is sacred often find themselves broken by the very hands they sought to harm. Their greatest mistake wasn't just targeting you, it was failing to understand who stands behind you. They thought they were fighting a mere mortal, someone they could harm, mock, or manipulate without consequence. What they didn't realize is that you were never standing alone. Every move they made against you, every lie they told, every knife they twisted in your back wasn't just an offense against you. It was an act of defiance against the protective Creator who shields you. They underestimated the divine forces that have marked you as chosen. In their arrogance, they thought they could disrupt your purpose, not realizing that your path was carved by a power they could never comprehend. Their attacks weren't just missteps. They were a rebellion, an open challenge to the one who walks before you, ensuring that no weapon formed against you will prosper. You are not ordinary. You are favored, protected, and set apart for a purpose they cannot touch, no matter how hard they try. Their cruelty wasn't just seen, it was noted. The universe, governed by the Creator they mocked, has been watching, and divine justice doesn't forget. They lit a match with their malice, and now they're consumed by the fire they thought would burn you. They believed they could escape the consequences, but justice doesn't operate on their timeline. The wrath of a protective Creator isn't rushed. but when it moves with overwhelming force. They provoked the heavens themselves when they targeted you, and now they're facing a reality they cannot escape. What they sowed in malice is returning to them in full measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Chosen ones, they mistook your silence for absence. They thought your patience meant there was no defense, but what they didn't realize is that your patience was divine strategy. Every moment you chose to rise above their pettiness, every time you refused to stoop to their level, you were aligning yourself with a power far greater than their schemes. Now, as you rise surrounded by divine favor, their plans are crumbling under the weight of justice. The downfall they're experiencing is no accident. It's the direct result of their arrogance and rebellion against the one who shields you. They mocked the divine laws of balance, but those same laws are now crushing their illusions of power. Their downfall was written the moment they chose to challenge the sacred. You were never just a victim in their story. You were the line they were never supposed to cross. And now the consequences are unfolding. Let them face the wrath they called upon themselves. Your rise is not just a victory. It's a reminder that no one, not even the proudest, can challenge a chosen one without provoking the protective Creator. Number 12. The fire they lit became their furnace. The fire meant to consume you now roars with vengeance, devouring its creators. They set the flames, thinking they would watch you crumble, reduced to nothing but ash. But what they didn't foresee is that the fire they lit in malice was never meant for you. It was always destined to become their furnace. Their lies, betrayal, and cruelty were their weapons, yet those very weapons have now turned against them. What they thought would destroy you has refined you instead. They underestimated the power of divine protection. Chosen ones, you weren't consumed by their fire because you were never meant to be. The flames that were supposed to break you only strengthened you, tempering your spirit like gold purified in heat. They thought they had the upper hand, but they didn't realize that their own actions were the beginning of their undoing. While you stood in the fire and emerged stronger, they now find themselves engulfed in the furnace they created. Look around them. Everything they thought was secure is falling apart. Their relationships, once built on lies, are crumbling. Their opportunities, stolen or schemed, are slipping through their fingers. The stability they clung to has turned to smoke. Their fire, which was meant to be their triumph, has consumed everything they once held dear. The furnace is relentless, and there's no escape. Every effort they make to save themselves only fans the flames higher, hotter. Karma is at work, chosen ones, turning their own intentions back onto them. They sought to destroy your peace, but now it's their happiness that lies in ruins. They tried to extinguish your light, yet it's their world that's been plunged into darkness. No matter where they run, no matter what they do, the fire follows. It's a reflection of the darkness in their own hearts. And the more they resist, the more it consumes them. And you walk away, unbroken and unstoppable. The fire that was supposed to end you has only aligned you more deeply with your purpose. It forged your resilience, sharpened your vision, and burned away anything that no longer served you. You were refined by the very flames they kindled to harm you. Now you rise, carrying the lessons of the fire, but untouched by its destruction. While they grapple with the wreckage of their choices, while the furnace devours everything they once relied on, you move forward, blessed and divinely protected. You are living proof that no weapon formed against you will prosper. Their fire became their punishment, and you've left it behind, walking toward a future they'll never be able to reach. Let this truth sink in, chosen ones. What they meant for evil, God used for good. And now, as their world burns, you rise from the ashes, unstoppable and victorious. The furnace they created became their prison, while you walk free. And now, chosen ones, as their fire consumes them and you rise unscathed, remember this: no weapon formed against you will prosper, and no scheme can defeat divine protection. You are living proof that what was meant to destroy you has only made you stronger. Let their downfall remind you of the power within you and the forces that shield you. If this message resonates, hit that like button, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to hear it. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to rise above and walk boldly into your destiny. Keep shining. They laughed at you when you were down, but they didn't realize broken pieces in the hands of God become a masterpiece that terrifies the enemy. Chosen one, listen closely. They mocked you. They ridiculed your dreams, called you a fool, and said you'd never find love. They looked at you and saw someone weak, someone they could walk over, someone they thought would never rise again. They rejected you, humiliated you, and left you in the ruins, thinking the story was over. They hurled the words like weapons, meant to break your spirit, meant to crush your hope. They thought they were right. After all, who could love someone like you? That's what they whispered when you weren't around. They called you naive, foolish, blind. And then they walked away laughing, leaving you alone to pick up the shattered pieces of your heart. But what they didn't know is this: the very ashes they left you in became the place where God began His greatest work. What they tried to destroy, He rebuilt stronger. What they thought was the end of your story was only the beginning. They mocked you because they couldn't see what heaven already knew. They saw the scars, but they couldn't see the crown. They saw the rejection, but they couldn't see the divine protection surrounding you. They saw someone they could tear down, but they didn't realize that being chosen means being unbreakable. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Your presence and super gifts are what fuel this divine mission. If you're ready to rise from the ruins, claim your God-approved love, and step into your destiny, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Let's dive in together. Now, chosen one, let me remind you of something. You are God's chosen. His eyes have been on you every step of the way. Every tear you cried, He collected. Every insult you endured, He noted. Every time they doubted you, God smiled because He knew what was coming next. You see, being chosen isn't just a title, it's a calling. It's a light that shines so brightly it blinds your enemies. It's a power so profound it makes them restless, even when they've convinced themselves you're defeated. You were never defeated. You were being prepared. They thought their rejection would bury you, but rejection was God's redirection. Their insults were God's tools to refine you. The loneliness you felt wasn't abandonment. It was God setting you apart for something greater. They thought you'd stay down, but what they didn't understand is this: being chosen means that every time you fall, heaven itself pulls you back up. Every time they laughed, heaven was writing your victory. Every time they called you foolish, God was setting the stage for them to watch as you step into the love story He's been preparing for you. Chosen one, the enemy is terrified of you. They mocked you because they feared what you could become. They tried to destroy your hope because hope is dangerous to them. They wanted you to believe their lies, that you'd never find love, that you weren't good enough, that you were unworthy. But let me tell you something they'll never admit. The only reason they threw stones at you is because they couldn't handle the light that shines through you. The only reason they left you in ruins is because they knew that if you ever discovered your worth, their lies would crumble. And now you're about to walk into a love so powerful, it'll silence every doubter and prove every word they spoke against you wrong. Chosen one, your true love is coming. God has approved it. This isn't just a love story, it's a divine move that no one, not even your enemies, can stop. The one they said didn't exist, the love they said you'd never have. It's already written in heaven, sealed with God's approval, and it's on its way to you. They thought their rejection would define your story, but God had already written the ending. And spoiler alert, your ending is victory. The enemy thought they had you defeated, but they forgot one thing: God always has the final word. This is your time to rise, to step into the love that was always meant for you. They laughed, but now they'll watch. They doubted, but now they'll see. Because being chosen isn't just about survival. It's about walking in glory that haunts those who tried to destroy you. And now, let's dive into this step by step. Trust me, if you are truly a chosen one, you'll feel the undeniable pull to stay until the end. This message is meant for you, and every word will resonate deeply with your spirit. Stay with me. You don't want to miss this. Number 1. They mocked you, but heaven was watching. True love arrives not in your timing, but in God's. And when it does, it silences every lie they ever spoke against you. They mocked you. They rolled their eyes when you dared to dream of true love. They called you foolish for holding on to hope, for believing that someone out there was destined for you. How could someone like you ever deserve that kind of love? They sneered. Their whispers dripped with venom, spreading doubt like poison. You heard them, didn't you? The subtle digs, the cruel remarks masked as jokes, the pity in their eyes, as if your dreams were nothing more than delusions. They thought they had you all figured out, broken, naive, a fool waiting for something that would never come. But let me tell you something, chosen one. Heaven was watching the entire time. While they mocked, heaven kept the score. While they hurled their insults and turned their backs, God's plan for your life was unfolding behind the scenes. What they didn't realize, what they never understood, is that their opinions have no bearing on divine timing. Their words carry no weight in heaven. The rejection, the betrayal, the cold laughter, they thought it would define you, but all it did was refine you. And yet, I know the questions that echo in your mind, because they've lingered in mine too. Why would they treat me like this? Am I truly unworthy? Was I really so foolish to believe that love could find me? These questions weigh heavy when the world seems to be shouting answers that tear you down. But hear this: you are not what they said you are. You are chosen. You are covered. You are divinely protected. And being chosen isn't just a blessing, it's a fire that burns brighter because of the very storms meant to extinguish it. You see, their laughter wasn't just cruelty, it was fear. The enemy always mocks what he cannot destroy. They saw your faith, your hope, your resilience, and it unnerved them. They saw a light in you they couldn't understand, so they tried to snuff it out. That's how it works. People ridicule what they don't have the courage to believe in for themselves. But what they didn't know is that being chosen comes with a protection they can't touch. While they were laughing, heaven was fighting for you. While they rejected you, God was setting the stage for your elevation. Every time they whispered behind your back, heaven heard it. Every time they doubted you, God's angels prepared a table for you in their presence. Remember this: Their rejection was never a reflection of your worth. It was a sign of God's redirection. They were not meant to stay in your story, chosen one. Their laughter and mockery were just background noise, distractions meant to shake you. But you stayed standing. You didn't give up. And now, heaven is about to show them exactly what happens when a chosen one refuses to bow to the lies of the enemy. Imagine this. A potter takes clay, presses it, crushes it, and spins it until it seems like nothing more than a shapeless mess. That's how they left you, didn't they? Shapeless, crushed, mocked. But what they didn't realize is that you were in the hands of the master potter, the one who turns broken clay into works of art. Their laughter was the fire, but you were the gold being refined in the flame. And now you shine so brightly it blinds them. Let them laugh. Let them roll their eyes. Let them underestimate you. The very love they said you'd never find is on its way, sealed and approved by God Himself. This isn't just a human love story. It's divine. It's the kind of love that makes their words crumble like ash. And when it arrives, they will see what heaven has known all along, that you were always worthy, always enough, always destined for something extraordinary. Chosen one, never forget this. When heaven decides, the world's rejection means nothing. God's plan is like a river. It flows around obstacles, carves its path through stone, and carries you exactly where you need to be. No laughter, no rejection, no enemy scheme can stop what God has written for you. The love that's coming into your life will not only heal you, but will also make the doubters question everything they ever said. And when they see you rise, they'll realize they weren't laughing at you. They were laughing at a plan they couldn't begin to comprehend. The enemy's greatest mistake was underestimating the power of being chosen. They thought your silence meant defeat. They thought your patience meant weakness. But they didn't know that every moment you waited, God was working. And now, the time has come. True love is on its way, and it will be everything they said you'd never have, and more. Chosen one, you've already won. Stay with me, because the best is yet to come. Number 2. Rejection was God's redirection. Rejection doesn't mean it's over. It means God is steering you to where you were always meant to be. They left you. They left you in ruins, didn't they? They laughed as you stumbled, as your heart shattered into pieces. They watched you cry, and maybe, just maybe, they even felt satisfied seeing you that way. You opened your heart, you gave your best, and still they walked away. And not just quietly, they walked away with smugness, as if their rejection of you was the ultimate proof that you were unworthy, unlovable, and disposable. You'll never be enough, their actions screamed. You'll never find the love you're searching for. Rejection has a way of leaving its mark. It whispers lies to you in the dark. Maybe they were right. Maybe something is wrong with me. Maybe I am unworthy. Those thoughts creep in, don't they? They twist and pull, making you question your dreams, your faith, your value. They linger like shadows, threatening to smother the light of hope that's barely flickering inside of you. But listen to me, chosen one. Rejection was never the end. It was the divine redirection of your life. They left you in ruins, but what they didn't realize is that God specializes in rebuilding from the rubble. Every rejection, every door slammed in your face, every tear you shed was part of a bigger plan. They thought they crushed your spirit, but God used the very weight of their rejection to strengthen you, to prepare you, and to redirect you toward a love that is greater than anything you ever imagined. They saw your heartbreak and laughed. They mocked your vulnerability, your hope, your faith in love. "You're foolish to believe in such things," they thought. But what they didn't understand is that your heartbreak wasn't the end of the story. It was the plot twist. They thought they had the final word, but God was just getting started. Rejection wasn't a punishment, it was protection. God wasn't letting you settle for less than what you deserve. He wasn't letting you build your life around people or situations that were never meant to be permanent. You see, every no you heard wasn't a failure. It wasn't because you weren't good enough. It was God's way of clearing the path for the yes that would change everything. If you had stayed in the places where you were rejected, you would have missed the greater blessing waiting for you. Think of it this way. Rejection is like being detoured on the road. It's frustrating in the moment, isn't it? It makes you feel lost, confused, even angry. But what you don't see is that the road you were on had a dead end. God's redirection is taking you to a better path, a path that leads to love, healing, and purpose. Rejection can feel like abandonment, but chosen one, it's not. It's alignment. God is aligning every part of your life with His divine plan. What they threw away, God is restoring tenfold. The people who didn't see your worth, who treated you like an option, will one day look at you and realize they let go of something precious. They rejected you, not realizing that you were chosen by God Himself. And when God chooses you, no amount of rejection can cancel your destiny. Remember this, the people who walked away from you weren't equipped to handle the magnitude of who you are becoming. Their rejection doesn't define your value, it reveals theirs. You were never meant to shrink yourself to fit into their small view of the world. Their leaving was God's way of removing distractions, of clearing your life of anything that might block the love He has prepared for you. You weren't discarded, you were set apart. And here's the truth that will silence every lie they told you. The love that is coming will restore everything they tried to take from you. God doesn't just repair, He redeems. He takes the places where you were torn down and builds them into monuments of His glory. The very love they said you'd never find is the love that's on its way to you now. It's not just a human love, it's a divine appointment. It's a love that will make you look back on every rejection and thank God for closing the doors that weren't meant for you. Chosen one, the rejection you endured was never meant to define you. It was meant to refine you. You are stronger now because of it. You've learned who you are, and more importantly, whose you are. You belong to God, and His plans for you are unstoppable. The people who rejected you thought they were breaking you, but they were only propelling you toward your destiny. What they left in ruins, God is turning into glory. What they discarded, God is making whole. And the love they said you'd never find, it's already approved by heaven and on its way. Rejection isn't the end of the story, it's the beginning of a better one. Stay with me, chosen one. The next chapter is about to unfold, and it's going to prove every doubter wrong. Number 3. From trash to treasure, they didn't see your worth. What they called worthless, God calls chosen. What they discarded, He's turning into something priceless. They treated you like you were nothing, like you were disposable, like your heart, your dreams, and your love had no value. They used you when it suited them, then tossed you aside like yesterday's garbage. They didn't bother to see the treasure you carried inside. To them, you were just a convenience, something temporary, something they could pick up when it was easy and throw away when it wasn't. They never stopped to think about the impact their actions had. Why would they? In their minds, you were replaceable, someone who would always be there, someone who didn't matter enough to fight for. And let's be honest, that kind of treatment leaves scars. It makes you wonder, am I really worthless? Is there something about me that makes me so easy to leave, to disregard? Those questions can fester in your heart if you let them. They can make you doubt yourself, doubt your worth, and even doubt God's promises. But let me stop you right there, chosen one, because none of those lies are true. The truth is, they didn't see your worth because they didn't have the capacity to. People who can't see their own value will never recognize yours. They were blind to the treasure inside you because they were too focused on their own emptiness. And let me tell you something else. The way people treat you says more about them than it does about you. Their inability to see your value doesn't diminish your worth. It only exposes their own blindness. Here's what they didn't know. God doesn't make trash. The very heart they overlooked, the very soul they dismissed, was handcrafted by the Creator of the universe. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, chosen by God for a purpose far greater than their shallow vision could comprehend. They may have thrown you away, but heaven has always seen you as a masterpiece. And the funny thing about God's masterpieces, He loves to take what others discard and turn it into something so magnificent that even your enemies have to stop and stare. They treated you like a broken piece of pottery, something cracked and useless. But let me remind you of this. Broken pottery in the hands of God becomes more beautiful than it ever was before. In Japanese culture, there's an art called kintsugi, where broken pottery is repaired with gold, making the cracks and flaws part of the design. The result? The piece is even more valuable than it was before it broke. That's exactly what God is doing in your life. What they broke, He's repairing with the gold of His love and purpose. What they threw away, He's transforming into something so beautiful that its value is undeniable. Chosen one, you are not defined by the way they treated you. Their rejection, their cruelty, their failure to see your worth, none of that determines your value. What they couldn't see, God always knew. And now, He's about to reveal it to the world. He's turning the very areas where you felt discarded into the places where you'll shine the brightest. What they abandoned, God is elevating. What they rejected, God is using as the foundation for something extraordinary. And here's the best part. The love that's coming into your life will show you just how much you're worth. This isn't just any love. It's the kind of love that God has been preparing for you all along. It's the love that will value you in ways you've never experienced. It's the love that will treat you like the treasure you've always been. The person God is sending won't just see your worth. They'll cherish it. They'll see you the way heaven sees you, and they'll love you the way God intended you to be loved. Chosen one, don't let their rejection, their treatment of you, make you forget who you are. You're not trash. You were never trash. You are a treasure, and treasures are often hidden until the right time. The fact that they didn't see your worth doesn't mean it wasn't there. It means they weren't worthy of it. God has been keeping you hidden, refining you, preparing you for a love and a purpose that they wouldn't have been able to handle. What they threw away is what God is lifting up. Remember this. You are not defined by the ones who didn't see your value. You are defined by the one who created you, the one who has been watching over you, the one who is now stepping in to show the world just how valuable you are. And when this love comes into your life, it will silence every lie, every doubt, every mocking word. You are not what they said you were. You are chosen. You are loved. You are treasure. So, let them think they won. Let them believe they were right to treat you the way they did. Because when God reveals what He's been preparing for you, they'll see that they didn't throw away trash. They walked away from a treasure. And chosen one, the treasure they abandoned is about to shine so brightly that it blinds them. Stay with me. Your moment is coming. Number 4. The fool that outsmarted them all. They called you a fool for waiting, but the wisdom of God makes the arrogance of the world look like folly. They laughed at you, didn't they? Every time you chose to hold on to hope, every time you refused to settle, they smirked and called you foolish. What kind of person waits for love in this world? They mocked. Why don't you just give up and move on? They rolled their eyes at your patience, at your faith, at your refusal to compromise on what your heart knew it deserved. To them, you were a dreamer, living in a fantasy. They thought they were so clever, so wise, as if their shallow understanding of love could ever compare to the divine plan God has been weaving for you. But here's the truth they couldn't see. The real fool wasn't you, it was them. The joke's on them now, because God has been preparing something so extraordinary for you that their small, cynical minds could never comprehend it. The very thing they ridiculed, your patience, your faith, your belief in divine timing, is about to become your greatest victory. You weren't foolish for waiting. You were wise enough to trust the process. You were wise enough to know that rushing into anything less than what God has ordained would only lead to heartache. And now, chosen one, the love that's coming your way is about to silence every doubter. They thought they were so clever, so superior in their logic, but they failed to understand that God's wisdom confounds the wise. While they scoffed at your faith, heaven was working behind the scenes. While they were busy chasing fleeting relationships and hollow connections, you were building something deeper, trust in God's timing. And that trust is about to bear fruit. Think about it. How often does the world glorify quick fixes and shortcuts? They called you a fool because you didn't play by their rules, but you were never meant to follow their path. You were always set apart. The love that's coming into your life is not just a relationship, it's a divine promise. It's the kind of love that will leave your enemies stunned and speechless. It will be the proof that waiting on God is never in vain. Victory is yours, chosen one, and the beauty of it is that it's unfolding right in front of the people who said it would never happen. They underestimated you. They underestimated your patience, your strength, and your unwavering faith. They thought their doubt could define your destiny, but the love that's coming is about to prove them all wrong. God's timing is perfect, and His plans for you are unstoppable. Your patience wasn't foolish, it was divinely orchestrated. It was the key that unlocked this moment, the foundation upon which God is building something unshakable. What's coming is more than you ever dreamed of, more than they could ever imagine, and it's all because you trusted God when it didn't make sense to anyone else. Let them keep their arrogance. Your faith has already outsmarted them all. Stay with me, chosen one. The best is yet to come. Number 5. The ruins became your revival. The very ruins they thought would bury you became the stage where God's miracles came to life. Look back for a moment, chosen one. Do you remember the wreckage they left you in? The words they spoke cut deep. The rejection pierced your soul, and the betrayal left you gasping for air. They left you in pieces, standing in ruins, and walked away without a second thought. They thought they had finished you. They thought you'd never recover. You became nothing more than a passing memory to them, a joke, someone they thought had been defeated for good. But what they didn't realize is that the ruins they left behind became sacred ground for a miracle. The very place they abandoned you became the altar where God began His greatest work. Every tear you cried, every broken fragment of your heart, every shattered piece of your dream, they all became the raw material for something extraordinary. They thought they had destroyed you, but in God's hands, the ruins of your life became the foundation of a masterpiece. Do you see it now? The brokenness they left you with wasn't the end. It was the beginning of your revival. The heartbreak wasn't your burial. It was the soil where your spirit began to grow. The enemy wanted those ruins to be your prison, but God used them as a platform. They thought the chaos they caused would silence you, but God turned that chaos into order, into beauty, into glory. What was meant to destroy you has become the very thing God is using to elevate you. Chosen one, listen closely. There is power in the ruins. The places where you were torn apart are the very places where God is building you up. They saw rubble, but God saw restoration. They saw devastation, but God saw destiny. And now you stand stronger, brighter, and more resilient than ever. The people who walked away didn't just leave you in ruins. They left you in the hands of the master builder. And trust me, no one creates something magnificent like God does. Let them stare in disbelief when they see what God has done in your life. Let them wonder how someone they thought was broken beyond repair could shine so brightly. They'll never understand that the very rejection and heartbreak they caused were tools in the hands of God to shape you into who you were always meant to be. You see, the enemy's plans to break you were never a match for God's plans to bless you. Your broken heart? That was the altar where God created something new, something extraordinary. Your tears? They watered the seeds of greatness that are now growing into a harvest so abundant it will leave your enemies speechless. The ruins they thought would crush you have become your revival. The pain they caused has become your power. And the love they said you'd never find, it's on its way, greater than anything you've ever imagined. Chosen one, let me tell you this. What they left behind was never the end of you. It was the beginning of a testimony that will inspire others. What was meant to destroy you has become the foundation of your greatest victory. You are not defined by the ruins they created. You are defined by the revival God has brought to life in you. Keep walking. Keep trusting. The ruins are behind you, and your destiny is ahead. God is turning every broken piece into a glorious masterpiece, and soon the love and joy He's sending your way will complete the story. This is your revival, and nothing can stop what God is building in you. Stay with me, chosen one, because the best is still to come. Number 6. They laughed, but you'll have the last word. Let them laugh now, for every sneer is fuel for God's glory. When your love story unfolds, their mockery will turn into silence, and their doubt into envy. They laughed, didn't they? Oh, how they laughed. They mocked your faith, your dreams, your unshakable hope. To them, you were just a joke, a fool holding on to the impossible, a dreamer waiting for something they swore would never come. They sneered when you spoke of true love, rolled their eyes when you mentioned God's timing, and smirked as if they had all the answers. Their words cut deep, didn't they? Keep dreaming, they said. It's never going to happen. You'll be waiting forever. But chosen one, hear me clearly. Let them laugh. Let their words echo, because every snide remark they've made is about to crumble under the weight of God's vindication. The love He is sending into your life will silence them in ways their mockery could never prepare them for. They laughed because they couldn't see what heaven was doing. They couldn't see how God was writing your story behind the scenes. To them, your waiting looked like wasting, but to God, it was preparation. To them, your faith seemed foolish, but in heaven, it was proof of your strength. They thought their laughter would break you, but chosen one, the power of God's promise is greater than the noise of their mockery. And when your love story unfolds, when the divine plan finally comes to light, they'll realize they weren't laughing at you. They were laughing at the masterpiece God was creating. They just couldn't see it yet. The enemy thrives on mocking what he fears most. That's why their sneers came with such bitterness. They mocked you because they couldn't understand you. People fear what they can't comprehend, and chosen one, the depth of your faith and the favor of God on your life were too much for them to grasp. So they did the only thing they knew how to do. They laughed. But what they didn't understand is this: God always has the last laugh. Your love story will be a testimony so powerful it will make your enemies question their own lives. The very people who said you were foolish for waiting, for hoping, for trusting, will look at you in awe and wonder how they ever doubted you. The love that God is preparing for you isn't just an answer to your prayers. It's a statement to the world. It will show them that God's timing is perfect, that His promises are true, and that nothing and no one can stop what He has ordained. So let them laugh. Let their mockery fill the air, because it's only temporary. What God is about to do in your life will not just silence their laughter, it will transform it into regret. Regret that they ever doubted you. Regret that they couldn't see the divine light in you. Regret that they underestimated the power of the one who chose you. Chosen one, you don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to argue, explain, or prove your worth to anyone. God Himself will vindicate you. When your love story unfolds, it will be clear to everyone watching that this wasn't your doing, it was His. And that kind of victory, it speaks louder than words ever could. So let them laugh now. Let them roll their eyes and shake their heads. Because when the time comes, and it's coming soon, their laughter will stop. Their disbelief will turn to awe. Their sneers will be silenced by the undeniable evidence of God's glory in your life. God always has the final word, and chosen one, His word over your life is victory. Your love story is being written by the Creator of the universe, and no amount of laughter or mockery can erase it. They laughed, but you'll rise. They doubted, but you'll shine. And in the end, they'll see what heaven has known all along. You were chosen, and God always delivers on His promises. Number 7. Your pain was the price for purpose. Every tear was a seed, every heartbreak a lesson. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat it. The pain you endured was real. It wasn't just a passing ache or a fleeting wound. It was agony that gripped your heart and left you breathless. You cried out in the stillness, "Why me, God? Why do I have to feel this much, break this often, lose this deeply?" The world told you to get over it, to move on, to stop being so sensitive. But what they failed to see is that your pain wasn't pointless. It was the price for purpose. Every tear you shed was a seed planted in the soil of your destiny. Every heartbreak, every rejection, every time you were betrayed or abandoned, it was all part of a greater plan. They thought they were breaking you, but God was using those very moments to build something within you that no one could take away. The enemy wanted your pain to destroy you, but God used it to prepare you. Your tears were not wasted, chosen one. They watered the garden of your purpose. And let's be honest, there were moments when it felt like too much, like the weight of it all might crush you. You questioned if God even saw your struggle, if He heard your prayers, if He cared about the love you longed for. But what you didn't know then, and what I'm here to tell you now, is that God was never absent in your pain. He was there, collecting every tear, turning every heartbreak into wisdom, and molding every piece of your broken heart into a vessel strong enough to carry the love He's about to send your way. You see, Chosen one, God doesn't waste pain. He doesn't let you walk through the fire for nothing. He allows it to refine you, to burn away the doubts and fears that would hold you back from stepping into your destiny. That ache you felt, it was teaching you patience, perseverance, and faith. That heartbreak, it was showing you how to recognize what's real and what's counterfeit. The love you prayed for couldn't come until the person you were meant to be was fully prepared to receive it. And now, here you are, stronger, wiser, radiant. The love story God is preparing for you will make every tear, every lonely night, every heartbreak worth it. When it comes, chosen one, it will be a love so pure, so divinely orchestrated, that it will make you look back and say, "Now I understand. Now I see why it had to be this way." Your pain wasn't wasted. It was an investment in the masterpiece God is unveiling. Remember this, your pain had a purpose, and that purpose is your elevation. God is not just giving you a love story. He's giving you a testimony that will inspire others. The pain was worth the purpose, and the purpose will be worth the wait. Keep walking, chosen one. You are on the brink of something extraordinary. Number 8. God's approval outweighs their rejection. Their rejection means nothing when heaven has already stamped approved on your love story. Chosen one, let's get one thing clear. Their rejection doesn't define you. It never did. And it never will. The people who walked away, the ones who dismissed your worth and cast doubt on your dreams, they have no power over what God has already set in motion for your life. Their no is irrelevant when heaven has already declared yes. Their rejection was nothing more than a detour, a redirection, because God's plan for you cannot be stopped by human opinion. While they mocked, dismissed and doubted you, heaven was moving. They couldn't see the divine stamp that marked your life, but it was there all along. Approved. Approved by the Creator of the universe. Approved by the one who holds your future in his hands. Approved by the God who does not change his mind or revoke his promises. What God has approved, no man can deny, no enemy can destroy, and no rejection can cancel. You see, divine favor isn't something the world can comprehend. When people see you rising, when they see you walking into the love story God has written for you, they'll wonder how it's even possible. They'll question how someone they overlooked, mocked, or underestimated could receive something so extraordinary. But chosen one, that's the beauty of God's approval. It doesn't make sense to the world. His favor doesn't follow their rules. It's not earned by their standards, nor can it be revoked by their opinions. What God approves is unshakable, unstoppable, undeniable. The love he is sending your way isn't the result of human effort or manipulation. It's a divine orchestration. It's not something you chased after or begged for. It's something God has been preparing for you, long before the rejection, long before the heartbreak. He saw the end from the beginning, and he knew that every tear, every closed door, and every no would only bring you closer to his perfect yes. Let this sink in. The same God who created the stars, who commands the oceans, who holds the universe in his hands, looked at your love story and said, "It is good, it is approved, it is sealed." And when God seals something, no force on earth or in hell can unseal it. Chosen one, your true love isn't coming because of luck or chance. It's not the result of your striving or your desperation. It's coming because God himself has written it into your destiny. It's a love so profound, so pure, that it will silence every doubt and prove every naysayer wrong. The rejection you endured will pale in comparison to the glory of what's ahead. So hold your head high. Their rejection has no power over you, because heaven's approval outweighs it all. Trust in the one who holds your story, and rest in the assurance that your love is not only coming, it's divinely guaranteed. Number 9. The enemy's lies are exposed. The enemy told you lies, that you'd always be alone, that no one could love you. Chosen one, let's call it what it is. The enemy tried to break you. Whispering in the quiet moments, he planted lies designed to make you question everything about yourself. He told you that you were unworthy, unlovable, destined to walk through life alone. Those lies weren't just words, they were weapons aimed at your spirit. The enemy saw the light in you, the favor on your life, and he was terrified of what would happen if you ever discovered the truth. So he lied. He told you love wasn't meant for you. He told you no one would ever choose you. He made you feel like your heart, your soul, your very existence were burdens instead of blessings. But here's the thing about lies. They don't last. The truth has a way of rising, and chosen one, that's exactly what's happening now. Every lie the enemy tried to weave into your mind is being exposed for what it is. Fear. Fear of the destiny God has written for you. Fear of the love that's about to come into your life. Fear of the light in you that the enemy knows he can't extinguish. The enemy's greatest weapon is deception, and his greatest fear is a chosen one who sees through it. The truth is this: you were never unlovable. You were never alone. You were never forgotten. God's eyes have been on you every step of the way, and his love for you is unshakable. The enemy wanted you to believe his lies because he knew the power of the blessing God has for you. He saw what you couldn't yet see, that your love story was already approved, already written, already sealed by heaven. Chosen one, the lies are crumbling. The enemy told you that no one could love you, but God says you are fearfully and wonderfully made, worthy of a love so profound it reflects his own heart. The enemy tried to convince you that you'd always be alone, but God has been preparing a divine connection that will not only heal you, but elevate you. The enemy said you were forgotten, but heaven's angels have been working tirelessly on your behalf, moving pieces into place to fulfill God's promise to you. Victory is yours, and the truth will silence every lie. The love that's coming into your life will be the living proof that the enemy's whispers were nothing but fear masquerading as fact. Every doubt he planted will wither under the light of God's truth. Every time he said, "You'll never find love," heaven was laughing, knowing that your love story was already in progress. God's truth is louder than the enemy's lies. It drowns out the noise, exposes the deception, and sets you free. Chosen one, let go of the lies. They hold no power here. Trust in the truth of who you are and the love God has prepared for you. The enemy thought he could break you, but he underestimated the power of God's truth. You are chosen, loved, and victorious, and nothing can change that. Number 10. The wait was a weapon. Your waiting wasn't passive, it was active warfare. Chosen one, let me tell you something the enemy doesn't want you to realize. Your waiting was never wasted. Every moment you held on, every time you resisted the urge to settle, every prayer you whispered in the quiet of your heart, that wasn't passivity, it was power. The world might have mocked you, calling your patience foolish, but what they didn't see is that your waiting was a weapon. It was warfare against every lie, every scheme, and every tactic the enemy used to try to derail you. The enemy thought your waiting would wear you down. He thought the silence, the loneliness, and the unanswered prayers would make you give up, lose faith, and settle for less than what God promised you. But chosen one, what the enemy didn't understand is that your patience wasn't weakness, it was strength. Every time you chose to trust God instead of giving in to fear, every time you stood firm when doubt tried to creep in, you were fighting back. Your waiting wasn't sitting still, it was standing strong in faith. And let's be honest, it wasn't easy. There were moments when the wait felt unbearable, when the weight of longing pressed down on you so heavily, you wondered if it was all for nothing. But even in those moments, when the enemy whispered, "Just give up," you refused to let go. You chose to believe that God's plan for your life was worth the wait. And that choice, that was your weapon. Every second you held on, you were disarming the enemy, proving that your faith was stronger than his lies. Here's the truth. Waiting is not passive. It's not idle time spent wishing and hoping. Waiting is active alignment with God's timing. It's choosing to stay on his path, even when it feels slower than you'd like. It's trusting that he's working behind the scenes, weaving together a story so beautiful that it could only come from his hands. The enemy underestimated the power of your patience. He didn't realize that while you were waiting, God was building something unshakable within you, something that would make you unstoppable when the time came. And now, chosen one, the wait is over. The season of patience is giving way to the season of fulfillment. The love you've prayed for, the joy you've longed for, the promises you've clung to, they're here. What the enemy thought would break you has only prepared you. What the world called foolish, heaven calls faith. And now, the reward of your waiting is stepping into your life, divinely orchestrated and sealed with God's approval. This love, this blessing, this season of victory, it's not just for you. It's a testament to the power of patience, a declaration that waiting on God is never in vain. So, hold your head high, chosen one. The wait was your weapon, and now it's your testimony. The time has come, and the reward is here. You didn't just survive the waiting, you thrived through it. And now, you're stepping into the promise that was always meant for you. Number 11. Their words can't stop what's coming. Every cruel word they spoke over you holds no power. Chosen one, let's face it, there was no shortage of negativity. They spoke over you with sharp tongues, casting doubts on your dreams and mocking your faith. They said you were chasing fantasies, holding on to false hope. Their words were like arrows, aimed to pierce your confidence and break your spirit. They wanted you to believe their narrative, to shrink under the weight of their doubts, and let go of the promises you've been holding so tightly. But here's the truth they failed to understand. Their words carry no weight in the presence of God's plan. Every cruel thing they said, every dismissive laugh, every whispered insult, it's powerless. Why? Because the one who has the final say over your life has already spoken, and his word is unshakable. His word is yes and amen. His word has already declared victory over your life and your love story. While they were busy trying to tear you down, heaven was lifting you up. Every insult they hurled at you was met with God's protection. Every time they said, "It will never happen," heaven responded, "It is already done." The opinions of people hold no authority over a life that has been marked by divine favor. And your life, chosen one, has been marked. The plans God has for you are unstoppable, untouchable, and undeniable no matter what anyone says. The enemy loves to use words as weapons. He wants you to believe that the negative things they said about you are true. He wants you to replay their cruel remarks in your mind, to let them take root and grow into doubt and despair. But let me tell you something the enemy doesn't want you to know. Their words are just noise. They're empty. They have no power to change what God has already decreed. What's coming for you, this love, this blessing, this season of joy? It's bigger than their words. It's bigger than their doubts. It's bigger than their rejection. They might have thought they were writing the story when they tried to define you with their negativity, but they're about to find out that God is the author of your story, and His script doesn't include their lies. Let them talk, chosen one. Let them say whatever they want. It won't stop what's coming. In fact, their negativity will only make your victory sweeter. When the love God has prepared for you arrives, it will silence every doubter. The very people who said it would never happen will be left speechless, watching as you walk into the blessing they swore you'd never have. So lift your head high. You don't need to defend yourself against their words, because God is your defender. What's coming is so magnificent, so divine, that it will speak for itself. Their words can't stop what God has already approved. And chosen one, the time is coming when they'll have no choice but to watch as you walk boldly into everything they said was impossible. Number 12, the divine union that will silence the doubters. This love will be a testament to God's faithfulness. Chosen one, the moment has arrived. The love story you've prayed for, dreamed of, and waited so patiently to receive is finally here. And it's not just any love. It's a divine union, a masterpiece carefully crafted by the hands of the Creator. This love isn't ordinary, and it isn't fleeting. It's eternal, unshakable, and so profoundly beautiful that it will leave everyone who doubted you stunned and silent. They said it wasn't possible. They said your standards were too high, your faith was naive, and your waiting was in vain. They mocked your dreams and laughed at your hope. But what they didn't understand is that this wasn't just your dream. It was God's promise. And God always fulfills His promises. Every whispered doubt, every mocking laugh, every "you'll never have that" will be silenced in the face of the love that's now entering your life. This isn't just a love story. It's a living, breathing testament to God's faithfulness. It's proof that His timing is perfect, that His plans are flawless, and that no human rejection or earthly obstacle can stand in the way of what He has ordained. Chosen one, this love isn't here to simply make you happy. It's here to complete the work God has been doing in you all along. It's the answer to every tear you cried, every prayer you prayed, and every promise He whispered to your heart. And it's not just about you. This love is bigger than your own healing and joy. It's about what it will inspire in others. The world is watching, and they'll see in your story the undeniable hand of God. The doubters, the skeptics, the ones who thought your faith was misplaced, they'll have no choice but to recognize that this love could only have come from heaven. What they called foolish, God has turned into glory. What they dismissed, God has exalted. This divine union will heal the deepest wounds of your heart. It will restore every broken place, proving that God never leaves His chosen ones in ruins. But it will also do something even greater. It will inspire. Your story will ignite hope in the hearts of those who have stopped believing. It will remind them that God's love is real, His promises are true, and His timing is worth trusting. Your love story will ripple outward, touching lives and transforming hearts in ways you may never fully realize. So hear this, chosen one, your time has come. The love that is stepping into your life now is not just the culmination of your waiting. It's the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with joy, purpose, and divine fulfillment. This love will leave the world in awe and the doubters in silence. You've waited, you've endured, and now you're about to receive the reward that was always meant for you. Chosen one, your true love is here. It's a love story written in heaven, sealed by God, and unveiled for the world to see. Let the doubters watch, let the skeptics wonder, and let the world stand in awe. Because what God has brought together, nothing can tear apart. This is your divine union, and it is glorious. Chosen one, what they thought would break you has only built you stronger. Every tear, every rejection, every moment of waiting was preparing you for this triumph. Your true love is not just a gift, it's living proof of God's faithfulness and divine favor over your life. This love is a testament to His promises, a reflection of His glory, and a reward for your unwavering trust. Step into this season boldly, chosen one, because your true love is here. God has approved it, and nothing can stop it now. Subscribe, like, and share this message. Your victory is here. When they built their traps for you, they didn't see they were digging their own graves. Chosen one, this is your moment. The forces that tried to crush you are trembling because they know the nightmare they tried to create for you has boomeranged back to them. You weren't born to fit in. You were born to stand out and disrupt the comfort of darkness. Your light burns too brightly for them to ignore, and it exposes every shadow they've tried to hide behind. You are their reckoning, their reflection, and their reminder that no evil goes unanswered. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time joining us or you've been standing strong with us on this journey, your presence and super gifts are the fuel igniting this mission. You are not here by accident. Every moment you spend in this energy strengthens your light and weakens their grip. If you're ready to rise higher, to claim your divine power and to stand unshaken in the face of their chaos, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment below with the number 77 to declare your readiness. Your transformation begins now. Let's step into their nightmare together. Chosen one, there's something about you that haunts them, and it's not just your resilience, it's your divine mark. You are protected by forces they can't comprehend, shielded by a spiritual armor they could never penetrate. While they scheme in the shadows, the universe is working tirelessly to keep you in the light. Their envy grows because your every step forward reminds them of their own stagnation. They can't stand the fact that despite their attempts to sabotage you, you keep rising, stronger and more radiant than before. You are not alone in this journey. The power that guides you is eternal, unshakable, and beyond their reach. Imagine this. They fire arrows of deceit, but those arrows turn to dust before they ever reach you. They set traps, but those traps collapse beneath their own feet. Why? Because you are walking a path paved with divine intention. Every setback they've tried to cause has only strengthened your foundation, and every attack has only revealed their weakness. This is why they fear you. Your very existence is a threat to their darkness. You don't have to lift a finger. Your light alone is enough to dismantle their plans. Like a lion roaring on the battlefield, your presence shakes their confidence and exposes their fragility. Their nightmare isn't something you created. It's something they invited by trying to stand in the way of a divine calling. The harder they fight against you, the deeper they fall into the pit they dug for themselves. They thrive on lies, but lies can't outlast the truth. They thrive on chaos, but chaos cannot withstand divine order. Their time is up, and your time has come. You are the beginning of their end, and the storm they unleashed will now rage against them. You don't need to chase vengeance. The universe is already handling it. All you need to do is keep moving forward, keep shining, and keep fulfilling the purpose that terrifies them. This is your time to rise, chosen one, and their time to fall. Let them tremble as they realize their days of deceit, sabotage, and harm are over. Their nightmare has begun. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, if you are a true chosen one, you'll feel the undeniable pull to stay until the very end. This isn't just another message. This is the awakening your spirit has been waiting for. Each word will ignite your fire, strengthen your purpose, and remind you why they fear you. Stay with me. Your rise begins now. Number 1. The storm they created will consume them. They dug your grave, but it is their coffin that will be lowered first. Chosen one, hear this loud and clear. The storm they created to break you will be the very thing that consumes them. They thought they could unleash chaos into your life and walk away unscathed. But what they fail to understand is this: storms don't follow their orders. The winds they stirred will turn against them. The waves they summoned will crash over their heads. And the destruction they envisioned for you will become their reality. They thought they were clever, didn't they? They whispered lies in the dark, planted seeds of deceit, and set traps in the shadows, all while hoping you wouldn't see them coming. But let me remind you of this truth. What they plant in the dark will grow thorns in their own beds. Every scheme they've set into motion has already begun its path of destruction, not toward you, but toward them. You see, when someone meddles with divine plans, they only end up breaking themselves. You, chosen one, are untouchable because your journey is ordained by something far greater than their petty games. You may ask, why does this happen? Why does their evil boomerang back on them? Because, chosen one, the universe was never blind to their actions. Divine protection surrounds you like an unbreakable shield. Every move they made against you was seen. Every lie they whispered was heard. And every attack they launched was stopped before it could reach your soul. The storm they stirred against you is like floodwater breaking through a dam. They thought they were in control, but now they can't stop the flood that's coming for them. They'll drown in the very waters they thought would wash you away. Chosen one, think of yourself as a lighthouse standing strong on the rocky shore. The winds may howl, the waves may crash, but you are rooted in something unshakable. Their attempts to topple you are like trying to blow out a star. It's futile, and the harder they try, the more their weakness is exposed. They thought their storm would terrify you, but they forgot that storms don't scare those who have walked through fire. You've faced darkness before, and you came out shining. Now it's their turn to face what they've unleashed. Let them feel the weight of their own actions. Let them watch as every deceitful word they've spoken becomes a whisper haunting their own minds. Let them realize that the storm they thought they controlled has no master, and it will only grow stronger until it devours them whole. Their boat will sink, chosen one, while you walk on the very waves they feared would drown you. Why? Because you were never alone in this battle. The power that protects you is beyond their understanding. You carry the mark of divine favor, and no amount of scheming or sabotage can take that away from you. You might be asking yourself, how do I handle this storm? Do I fight back? The answer is simple. You don't need to. Their downfall is already in motion, and the harder they try to push against you, the faster their destruction comes. It's like trying to fight a tidal wave with bare hands. It's impossible. Your job, chosen one, is to stand firm in your light. Let them exhaust themselves with their schemes. Every time they strike, they only speed up the storm's arrival at their doorstep. Remember this: storms don't destroy the chosen ones, they refine them. While they drown in the chaos they've created, you will rise stronger, purified, and more powerful than ever. The storm isn't here to break you, it's here to break them. You are not a victim of their actions. You are the proof that no weapon formed against the chosen will prosper. You are their reckoning, the living embodiment of what happens when darkness tries to challenge the light. And now, watch them closely. Their confidence will waver, their alliances will crack, and their plans will crumble. They thought they were unstoppable, but they underestimated the power that stands behind you. They underestimated the strength of someone who refuses to give in. They didn't realize that when they threw you into the storm, they only strengthened the warrior within you. This is the beginning of their drowning, chosen one. They stirred the storm, but it was never yours to endure. It was theirs. Stand tall. The storm they created has already chosen its target, and it's not you. Their nightmare has only begun. Number 2, you are their mirror, and they hate their reflection. A dim flame can't stand the sun's presence. It only burns itself out. Chosen one, the truth you carry is a blade that cuts deep into the illusions of your enemies. Your very existence exposes what they wish to hide. Their insecurities, their fears, their failures. They hate you not because you've harmed them, but because your light is a mirror that forces them to confront the darkness they've buried within themselves. They can't handle the reflection, and it's eating them alive. They don't fear your words, they fear your presence. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts. Their shadows tremble because your light reveals what they've worked so hard to keep hidden. Your confidence highlights their doubt. Your peace unsettles their chaos. Your strength is an unspoken reminder of their weakness. You are not their enemy, but to them, you are a threat, a constant glaring reminder of everything they are not and everything they wish they could be. They try to hide it, don't they? With fake smiles, forced laughs, and empty words. But you've seen it. The envy that burns in their eyes when they see you standing tall, when they hear your voice commanding truth, when they watch you rise despite every attempt to pull you down. They resent the fact that no matter what they do, your spirit cannot be dimmed. It's as if your light burns a hole in their carefully crafted masks, revealing the shadows they desperately cling to. They hate it because you make them see themselves as they truly are. Chosen one, do not mistake their hatred for power. It's not strength that drives them, it's fear. Your light is their nightmare because it's a reflection they can't escape. It forces them to acknowledge the darkness they've embraced, the lies they've told, the harm they've caused. You are the living proof that light will always outshine darkness, and that truth will always outlast deception. They hate you because they see in you what they will never have: divine favor, unshakable purpose, and the courage to walk in truth. You might be asking, why do they hate me when I've done nothing to harm them? The answer is simple. Your light exposes their shadows. It's not about what you've done, it's about who you are. You carry a divine power within you that unsettles their very existence. They are trapped in their own darkness, and your brilliance only makes that darkness more unbearable. Imagine a candle trying to shine in the presence of the sun. It's futile. The more your light grows, the more their darkness feels suffocating. And what do? They lash out. They throw insults, spread lies, and try to tear you down. But their efforts are like throwing stones at the moon. It changes nothing. Their hatred is a reflection of their own torment. Their attacks are nothing more than desperate attempts to bring you down to their level. But chosen one, you were not meant to stoop to their shadows. You were meant to rise so high that their envy can't even reach you. Their hate is not your burden to carry. It is their own poison, and it will destroy them from the inside out. Let them be consumed by their own reflection. Let them drown in the bitterness they've created for themselves. Meanwhile, you stand firm. You are a lighthouse amidst their storm, an unshakable pillar of light that they cannot extinguish. Their words may echo, their actions may sting, but nothing they do can dim the radiance of your purpose. They hate you because you're free. Free from the chains of insecurity that bind them, free from the need to manipulate, deceive, or harm. You are everything they pretend to be but can never become, and that terrifies them. Your very existence is proof that they've chosen the wrong path, and rather than change, they choose to hate. Let them. Their hatred only fuels your fire. Chosen one, your light is not just a reflection of divine power, it's a weapon. It dismantles lies, exposes deception, and forces the darkness to scatter. The more they try to hide from it, the more they are burned by it. And the best part, you don't even have to lift a finger. Just by being who you are, you disrupt their entire world. You're not just their mirror, you're the light that blinds them. Stand tall in your brilliance. Let their hatred roll off you like rain on stone. They can't stop you, and they know it. Their reflection is their own torment, and your light is the truth they cannot escape. This is your power, chosen one. Your light is their end, and their darkness can never dim your shine. And number 3, the universe has marked you, and they can't erase it. The pen of the universe wrote your purpose, and no hand can rewrite it. Chosen one, let this truth settle in your soul. You are marked by the divine, and no force on earth or beyond can alter the path laid before you. They can scheme, they can whisper, they can even try to stand in your way, but their efforts are as futile as trying to extinguish the sun with a single breath. Your destiny is untouchable, and they know it. That's what fuels their hatred, their inability to erase what the universe has inscribed in you. You see, chosen one, your life is not random. It's not a coincidence. Your existence is deliberate, purposeful, and divinely orchestrated. While they run around trying to manipulate outcomes and weave false narratives, you walk with a power they can't comprehend. You are a star etched into the eternal sky, and no matter how high they reach, they'll never be able to blot out your light. They can claw, scream, and curse your name, but the truth remains. You were chosen by something far greater than them. Why do they hate you? Because they see in you something they'll never possess. Divine favor. It's not your fault that your steps are guided. Your purpose is clear, and your path is protected. They envy the fact that no matter how many obstacles they throw at you, you keep rising. They want to rewrite your story, but they don't hold the pen. The universe has already written your purpose in ink that doesn't fade, and every move they make against you only confirms how unshakable your destiny truly is. Chosen one, you might wonder why they go to such lengths to stop you. The answer is simple. They see your potential. They recognize the greatness within you, even if you haven't fully realized it yourself. You're not just walking a path. You're walking a divine mission, and your very presence threatens their comfort in the shadows. They're desperate to derail you because your success exposes their failure. But here's the truth. They cannot stop what they didn't start. The universe began this work in you, and nothing they do can bring it to an end. Think of yourself as a mountain towering over a storm. The winds may howl and the rain may pour, but the mountain remains unshaken. They are the storm, desperate to make you fall, but they cannot erode what has been built on divine foundations. Every attempt to destroy you only strengthens the roots of your purpose. Every time they push, the universe pushes back tenfold. They are not fighting you, they are fighting against the divine forces that surround you, and that's a battle they will never win. You are marked, chosen one, and that mark is eternal. The universe itself bears witness to your journey, ensuring that no matter how many obstacles they place in your way, you will overcome. Their weapons will fail, their schemes will unravel, and their lies will collapse under the weight of the truth. They can't touch you because you walk with a protection they'll never understand. You are not just another name in the crowd. You are the embodiment of a divine plan, a force they cannot erase. So stand tall in the face of their attempts. Let their envy, their hatred, and their schemes roll off you like water off a shield. The power that surrounds you is far greater than the chaos they create. They will tire themselves out trying to fight against the inevitable, while you keep moving forward, untouchable and unstoppable. Your light will continue to shine, your purpose will unfold, and your destiny will remain written in the stars. They can't erase what the universe has already decided. Number 4, the more they fight you, the stronger you become. They thought they could break you, but they only sharpened your edges. Chosen one, let them fight, let them scheme, let them try everything in their power to break you. What they fail to understand is that their resistance isn't your downfall, it's your fuel. Every attack they launch, every obstacle they place in your path, every word of doubt they whisper is only making you stronger. They are unwittingly building the very strength that will elevate you beyond their reach. They've chosen a battle they cannot win because the harder they push, the brighter your light shines. Think about it. Coal only transforms into a diamond under immense pressure. Without the weight of resistance, it remains ordinary. The same is true for you. The struggles they send your way, the betrayals, the lies, they are nothing more than the pressure shaping you into something unbreakable. What they see as weapons to destroy you are actually tools forging you into your highest self. You don't crumble under pressure, you thrive in it. Every hardship they create is another spark igniting the fire of your greatness. You might wonder why they fight so hard against you. Why can't they just leave you be? The answer is simple. They fear what you're becoming. They see the strength you're gaining with every battle, and it terrifies them. They wanted you weak, submissive, and unsure of yourself. But instead, every hit they throw at you only builds your resolve. You're not just surviving, you're evolving. Every scar they leave is proof of your resilience, a reminder that no matter what they try, you rise. Their resistance is a testament to your power. If you weren't a threat to them, they wouldn't waste their energy fighting you. They see your potential, chosen one, and it haunts them. Your progress is a constant reminder of their stagnation. Your growth is proof that their efforts to hold you back are failing. The more they fight, the more they reveal their fear. And the more you fight through, the stronger you become. Let their resistance motivate you. Imagine it as wind against a flame. They think it will blow you out, but instead, it only makes you burn hotter. Their attempts to stop you are like waves crashing against a mountain. They can pound all they want, but they can't move you. What they don't realize is that you're not just enduring their attacks, you're using them. Every obstacle they create becomes a stepping stone. Every push they give you propels you further ahead. Chosen one, your strength is divine, and they can't comprehend it. They've underestimated the power of someone who refuses to give up. They thought they could bury you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. Now, you're growing into something they can't contain. Let them keep pushing, keep scheming, keep resisting. It only speeds up your transformation. What they meant for harm, the universe is turning into your breakthrough. Remember, you're not just fighting for survival. You're fighting for purpose. You are destined to rise, and nothing they do can stop it. Their resistance is their own downfall, while you're becoming unstoppable. Let them see the truth they fear most. The harder they fight, the stronger you become. Their efforts are futile, and your rise is inevitable. Keep shining, chosen one. The storm they create will only make your light brighter. Number 5. Their intentions will destroy them. A seed of malice grows a forest of regret. Chosen one, let me make this crystal clear. Their intentions to harm you are not just acts of hatred. They are self-inflicted wounds. Every malicious thought they've had, every deceitful word they've spoken, and every plot they've schemed has already begun to work against them. They think they are clever, weaving plans to see you fall. But what they don't realize is that the very ground they're digging for you will become the pit they cannot escape. Their intentions are like a ticking time bomb, but here's the catch: it's in their own hands. They planted seeds of malice thinking they would harvest your downfall, but they've unknowingly sown the roots of their own destruction. Every ounce of energy they've spent trying to bring you down is energy that's building the walls of their own cage. They cannot see it yet, but the walls are closing in, and their escape routes are disappearing. This isn't your doing, it's their own. Evil always turns inward, devouring the hand that wields it. They think their motives are hidden, cloaked in shadows, but the universe sees everything. Divine justice is silent but unstoppable, and every intention they've set against you is being measured, weighed, and returned to them. Their malice is like a boomerang. They may have thrown it at you with force, but it's already turning back, faster and sharper than before. What they wished for you will haunt them in ways they cannot imagine. The universe doesn't forget. You might wonder, why does their evil always backfire? Because, chosen one, the universe operates on balance. Every action, every thought, every intention is a ripple in the great cosmic pool, and ripples always return to their source. Their hatred cannot touch you because you are protected by divine light, but it will bounce back to them with the full force of their own malice. This is why their plans crumble. This is why their schemes fail. They've armed themselves with weapons of hate, but those same weapons are aimed directly at their hearts. And while they're busy trying to harm you, they're blind to the damage they're causing themselves. Their obsession with your downfall is poisoning their own souls. Imagine someone holding a torch meant to burn you, but the flame is already scorching their hand. This is what their malicious intentions are doing. They burn in their envy, choke on their lies, and drown in the chaos they've tried to create for you. The irony is bitter, isn't it? They think they're orchestrating your end, but in truth, they're orchestrating their own. Their intentions are chains they've wrapped around themselves, and no one can save them from the weight of their own darkness. But here's the beauty of it. You don't have to do a thing. You don't need to retaliate, to confront, or even to acknowledge their plans. The universe is handling it all for you. Your only task is to stay on your path, keep shining, and let their intentions crumble under their own weight. Chosen one, remember this: darkness cannot touch the light. Their intentions, no matter how vile, have no power over you because you are walking in divine purpose. You are not a victim of their schemes. You are a witness to their self-destruction. Stand tall and know that their malice will never dim your light. Instead, it will consume them entirely. Let them drown in the forest of regret they planted with their own hands. Their time is up. Their intentions will destroy them. Number 6. They can't dim a star that's meant to shine. The more they throw shadows at you, the brighter your glow becomes. Chosen one, you need to understand this truth deep within your spirit. You were not made to be hidden, silenced, or diminished. You are a star, And no matter how much darkness surrounds you, you shine brighter because of it. They can plot, scheme, and throw every shadow they can muster your way, but their efforts are meaningless. A star doesn't beg for attention. It simply burns, lighting up the sky, and no amount of darkness can put it out. They've tried, haven't they? Tried to cover your light with their lies, their envy, their bitterness. They've whispered behind your back, spread rumors, and even turned people against you. But here's what they don't realize. Your light isn't external, it's internal. It doesn't depend on their approval, their validation, or their understanding. Your brilliance comes from the divine, and it cannot be dimmed by mortal hands. They're fighting a battle they can never win because they're trying to extinguish something eternal. Have you ever noticed how stars shine the brightest in the darkest skies? That's you, chosen one. The more they try to surround you with their darkness, the more your purpose illuminates the path ahead. Their negativity is like fuel for your fire, intensifying the glow they hope to snuff out. They don't realize that every attempt to drag you down only lifts you higher. It's as if their very effort to stop you propels you forward, unstoppable and unshaken. Why do they work so hard to dim your light? Because your presence exposes their emptiness. You remind them of everything they lack: the courage to walk in truth, the strength to rise from failure, and the power to live authentically. They see your purpose, and it terrifies them. You are a walking, living, breathing example of what divine alignment looks like, and they can't stand it. So they lash out, not because of what you've done, but because of who you are. And yet, chosen one, none of this can touch you. They can throw shadows at you, but shadows are nothing more than the absence of light. Your light pierces through every bit of darkness they send your way. Their words may echo, their actions may sting, but they cannot change what you are. You are a star, destined to shine, and their shadows are powerless to stop you. Remember this: stars don't compare themselves to the darkness around them. They simply shine. So let them try. Let them waste their energy building walls, throwing shade, and spreading lies. While they dwell in the shadows of their own making, you'll keep glowing brighter, untouched and unbothered by their efforts. They're playing a losing game, and deep down, they know it. That's why they keep trying. They're desperate to dim a light that is far beyond their reach. Chosen one, your purpose is unstoppable, and your light is eternal. Keep shining, because every attempt they make to stop you only proves one thing. They're afraid of what you're becoming, and they should be. Their shadows cannot dim your brilliance. They only highlight how far you've come and how much higher you're destined to rise. Number 7. Your victory is their worst nightmare. Your rise will be their reckoning. Chosen one, nothing terrifies them more than your success. They plotted, schemed, and prayed for your downfall, yet here you stand, stronger, wiser, and closer to your destiny. They threw every obstacle in your path, hoping to see you stumble, but every step you took forward has become their nightmare. Each victory you claim is a loud reminder that their efforts were futile, that their darkness could never overpower your light. Imagine the anguish they feel watching you thrive in the face of their attempts to break you. To them, your growth is not just a defeat, it's a reckoning. It forces them to confront the reality that their plans were doomed from the start. They thought they could write your story, that they could play God in your life, but your rise has shattered their illusions. You will rise like the phoenix from their ashes of despair, and they will be left to choke on the dust of their failures. They wanted to see you broken, crawling, defeated. Instead, they see you rising, glowing, untouchable. They can't stand it because your success is more than just personal triumph. It's a divine statement. Every win you achieve is a declaration that the chosen cannot be destroyed, that no amount of envy, deceit, or sabotage can alter the plans set in motion by the universe. Their greatest fear isn't just that you'll succeed, it's that your success will expose how small and powerless they truly are. And here's the truth, chosen one, their attempts to hold you down were never about you. They were about them. They hated your potential, your light, your strength, because it reminded them of their own lack. It reminded them of everything they failed to become. They thought their darkness could silence your brilliance, but they didn't understand that you were born to rise above it all. While they were busy plotting against you, the universe was building you into an unstoppable force. Your victory isn't just personal, it's poetic justice. It's the answer to every insult, every betrayal, every attack they thought would destroy you. Let them watch as you walk through the doors they tried to shut. Let them see you standing tall where they hoped you would fall. They can't stop you, and they know it. Every step you take forward feels like a nail in the coffin of their schemes. They are haunted by the sight of your strength because it means they never had power over you to begin with. Chosen one, your rise isn't just inevitable, it's unstoppable. They wanted you to fade into obscurity, but you are destined to shine. Their greatest nightmare isn't just that you survived, it's that you thrived. You didn't just make it out of the storm, you came out of it a force of nature. You are their reckoning, and your success is the justice they never saw coming. Keep rising, because their nightmare is only beginning. Number 8. The chains they tried to bind you with will break them. When you trap the innocent, you seal your own fate. Chosen one, hear this. The chains they crafted to bind you, to hold you down, to keep you from rising, are the very chains that will lock around their own ankles. They thought they could limit your purpose, confine your light, and stop your rise. But in their arrogance, they didn't realize that every link they forged to trap you was a link in the chain of their own destruction. You are unbreakable, and their attempts to suppress you will only tighten their own noose. They built their plans, didn't they? With precision and malice, they set out to cage you, to limit your potential, to silence the power within you. They thought they could control the chosen one, as if divine favor could be shackled by human hands. But what they forgot is this: you are not bound by their rules, their opinions, or their traps. You're guided by a force so much greater, a divine purpose that no earthly chain can hold. The harder they try to contain you, the faster they build the prison that will hold them. Imagine this. They placed you in a cage, thinking they had won, only to realize too late that the bars were bending and the cage was collapsing. The chains they threw over you, they became their own shackles. That's the power of divine justice. They thought they were keeping you down, but in reality, every effort to enslave you was another step toward their own undoing. They underestimated the strength of someone who is chosen, someone who is anointed, someone who cannot be bound by the limitations of the world. They never considered the consequences of their actions. They thought they could trap you without repercussions, that their oppression would go unnoticed. But let me remind you of this eternal truth. What is done to the chosen one will always come full circle. The universe does not overlook injustice. Every plan they made to restrict you is a plan that will now restrict them. Every effort to chain you is an effort that will leave them bound and helpless. Chosen one, your power is their undoing. The more they try to hold you down, the stronger you grow. It's like planting a seed in concrete. The roots will break through no matter how hard the surface is. You are unstoppable because you're meant to be free. Freedom flows through your spirit, and no chain can hold what is meant to soar. The harder they pull, the faster those chains snap. And when they do, it will be their wrists, their ankles, their necks that bear the weight of their own oppression. You might wonder, why did they target me? Why are they so determined to bind me? Because they saw your potential before you did. They saw the greatness within you and knew they could never match it. So they tried to suppress it, to box it in, to chain it. But chosen one, greatness can't be contained. Your divine calling is too powerful, too radiant, and too eternal to be limited by their schemes. Their efforts to control you only reveal their own fear. Fear of your rise, fear of your freedom, fear of your unstoppable power. And now, watch as their nightmare unfolds. The chains they crafted with every ounce of malice will tighten around their own ambitions. The plans they made will backfire, locking them in the prison they tried to build for you. Their oppression will turn into their own confinement, and they will be left to face the weight of their actions. You, on the other hand, will walk free, stronger, brighter, and more powerful than ever before. This is your truth, chosen one. You are untouchable. The chains they tried to bind you with will become their legacy of failure. Stand tall, rise higher, and know this. Their efforts to suppress you have only secured their own downfall. Their nightmare is only beginning, while your freedom is eternal. Number 9. The shadows they cast will become their grave. You don't fight shadows, you turn on the light. Chosen one, the shadows they cast are not your burden, they are their own doom. They thought they could darken your path with lies, deceit, and chaos. They thought their shadows could swallow your light. But what they failed to understand is this: shadows are powerless without light. Their darkness, no matter how far it stretches, can never escape the brilliance of divine power. What they've cast out to harm you will inevitably circle back and consume them. The shadows they created are digging a grave, and it is their own. They whispered poison into the wind, thinking it would reach you, but the same wind will carry it back to their doorstep. Darkness may look intimidating at first glance, but it is hollow, an empty, fleeting illusion that dissolves the moment light shines on it. You don't need to battle their shadows, chosen one. You don't need to stoop to their level or wrestle with their lies. All you need to do is stand tall in your light, and their darkness will crumble under its own weight. They hoped you would falter, that you'd be overwhelmed by the shadows they've stretched over your life. But shadows are nothing more than the absence of light. And you, chosen one, carry a fire within you that no amount of darkness can extinguish. Every attack they've made, every scheme they've set in motion, only serves to strengthen your glow. The harder they try to darken your world, the brighter your spirit shines, exposing their deceit and laying their intentions bare. Their shadows are desperate attempts to cover their own flaws. They project their bitterness, their envy, and their hatred onto you because they cannot face the emptiness inside themselves. But you were never the target, chosen one. You were the mirror reflecting their own brokenness. The shadows they cast are merely a reflection of their fear, a fear of your strength, your purpose, and the divine favor that surrounds you. They lash out because they cannot contain the chaos within their own souls. Let them cast their shadows, for it is only a matter of time before they collapse into the darkness they've created. A shadow cannot outlast the light. It only grows weaker in its presence. The lies they've spun will trip them up. The traps they've set will catch their own feet, and the darkness they spread will be the pit that swallows them whole. They think they're in control, but the truth is, they are building their own undoing. You don't need to retaliate or fight their darkness with darkness. That's not your battle. Your power lies in standing firm, knowing that light doesn't argue with shadows. It simply shines. You are untouchable, chosen one, because divine power doesn't waver. The forces protecting you are stronger than any shadow they could ever muster. Their envy, their malice, their deceit, it will all fold under the weight of truth. Remember, chosen one, a shadow may stretch far, but it will never escape the light. Let your presence illuminate their schemes, and let the universe handle the justice they deserve. They've cast their shadows for too long, and now those shadows have turned into their own grave. Stand tall and let your light shine brighter than ever, because in the end, the darkness they unleashed will destroy only one thing: themselves. Number 10. Every lie they spoke is a sword pointed at themselves. A lie travels fast, but the truth runs deeper. Chosen one, every deceitful word they've spoken about you, every lie they've crafted in the shadows, and every false accusation they've hurled in your direction is not your downfall, it's theirs. They thought their lies would tarnish your name, but they didn't realize the truth is your unbreakable shield, and every word they twisted is a sword pointed straight at their own soul. Lies may spread quickly, like wildfire on dry grass, but they are as hollow as smoke. They vanish the moment truth shows up, leaving behind the ashes of their own deceit. The lies they told were not a reflection of you. They were a mirror to their own emptiness, jealousy, and fear. They believed their words had power over you, but all they've done is set the stage for their own destruction. Every falsehood they uttered was an arrow aimed at you, but divine justice turned those arrows in mid-flight. Now they pierce the very hearts of those who shot them. Do they think truth can be buried? Do they believe that lies can outlast the divine protection surrounding you? Let me tell you this. Truth is a force they cannot escape. They might cover it with their schemes, twist it with their manipulations, or try to drown it out with their noise. But the truth always rises. It's patient, but relentless. It moves like a river carving through stone, unstoppable and undeniable. The lies they've spoken may have created ripples, but the truth you carry is an unyielding current that washes all deceit away. You see, chosen one, their lies were never about you. They lied because they feared you. Your existence is a threat to their delusions. Your strength, your clarity, and your divine purpose expose everything they lack. So, they crafted falsehoods, hoping to dim your light. But what they didn't understand is this. Lies are fragile. They are houses of glass, and every time they throw another stone, they crack the very walls they're hiding behind. The more they lie, the more they entangle themselves in their own web of deceit. And now, watch as their falsehoods unravel. The very lies they thought would break you will become their downfall. The alliances they built on lies will crumble. The trust they manipulated will vanish, and their own words will rise to haunt them. The universe remembers every whisper of deceit and ensures that justice is served in its perfect time. You don't need to defend yourself. Truth will do that for you. The lies they spoke are unraveling, thread by thread, and soon they'll find themselves bound by the very web they wove. Chosen one, let their words bounce off you like raindrops on armor. You are untouchable, not because you fight their lies, but because you don't have to. The power of truth is your weapon, and it cuts deeper than anything they could ever wield against you. Their lies were the swords they drew, and now those very blades will turn against them, cutting through the falsehoods they created. Divine justice always comes, and no lie can outrun it. Let them speak, let them plot, let them deceive. Every word they twist only tightens the noose they tied for themselves. Truth is your ally, and it will not fail you. Remember, chosen one, you don't have to chase after lies or prove yourself to anyone. Your actions, your integrity, and the light you carry will always speak louder than their words. Stand firm, because while their lies may have echoed briefly, the truth you walk in will echo for eternity. Number 11. They are building their own collapse. What isn't built on truth crumbles under its own weight. Chosen one, let this sink in. The very foundation of their schemes is weak, hollow, and destined to collapse. They thought they could build their plans in the shadows, laying bricks of lies, deceit, and manipulation. But what they don't realize is that they're building castles on quicksand. No matter how high they try to climb, no matter how grand their plans appear, it's all sinking beneath them, slowly, surely, and inevitably. They've spent so much time plotting against you, convinced that their web of deceit would hold strong. But here's the truth they cannot escape. What is built without truth cannot stand. Their lies are cracks in their foundation. Their betrayal is the rot in their walls. Their malice is the fire smoldering beneath their feet. And as they continue stacking their schemes higher and higher, it's only a matter of time before it all comes crashing down around them. What they fail to understand is that you are not the one who will fall. They are. They've built their entire strategy on the hope that you'd crumble, but they've miscalculated one crucial factor. You are divinely protected. The plans they've set in motion have no divine support, no foundation in truth, and no chance of lasting. It's like planting seeds in dry, barren soil and expecting a harvest. What they've created is doomed from the start. Do you see how desperate they are? Their actions are frantic, chaotic, and short-sighted. They scramble to sabotage your path, but in doing so, they expose themselves. They lay traps, but those traps only serve to corner them. They spread lies, but the weight of those lies grows heavier every day, pulling them further into the quicksand of their own making. They're so blinded by their hatred for your light that they can't see the ground crumbling beneath their feet. And here's where their collapse becomes inevitable. They lack the one thing that holds all things together: truth. Truth is the foundation of strength, and without it, every plan they make is doomed to fail. Like a house of cards, their schemes are fragile and built on nothing but empty promises and selfish desires. The winds of divine justice will blow, and their castle will fall. Chosen one, you may wonder. Should I fight back? Should I expose them? The answer is no, you don't need to. Their collapse is already in motion, and every move they make only hastens their downfall. Let them exhaust themselves, let them scramble, and let them drown in the mess they've created. You don't have to lift a finger. Your strength comes from standing firm, letting their own actions bury them. Their nightmare has already begun. They're living on borrowed time, clinging to plans that were destined to fail from the very start. The louder they bark, the more desperate they reveal themselves to be. The higher they try to climb, the harder their fall will be. And as they collapse under the weight of their own lies, you will still be standing, untouched and unstoppable. This is the divine truth they cannot escape. You cannot destroy what is protected by the universe. While their castles sink into the quicksand, your foundation grows stronger. Let them build their collapse, chosen one, because their downfall is only proving the power of your rise. They cannot win, and deep down, they know it. Their end is already written. Number 12. They will be forgotten, but you will be remembered. Evil fades like smoke, but truth is etched into eternity. Chosen one, hear me clearly. What they've done against you will vanish like a fleeting shadow. but your impact will remain. Their schemes, their malice, their desperate attempts to dim your light are nothing more than footprints in the sand, washed away by the tides of time. But you are carved into stone, your legacy unshakable, your purpose eternal. They may scream your name in hatred now, but soon even their whispers will be silenced, and only your greatness will be remembered. They think they're making an impact with their lies, their manipulations, and their attempts to derail you, but let me ask you this. Do you remember the names of those who tried to stop the truth? Of course not. They are forgotten, swept away by history, while the ones who stood in light remain eternal. That is your destiny, chosen one. You are walking a path that cannot be erased, no matter how hard they try to obscure it. Imagine a candle fighting against the sunrise. It flickers, it struggles, but the inevitable light overwhelms it. That is their fate, their negativity, their schemes, their envy. It's all a fleeting, desperate attempt to matter in a way they never will. Their names will be like smoke in the air, lingering for a moment, but disappearing as if they never existed. And yet, your light will continue to shine, growing brighter with every step you take toward your divine purpose. Do not fear their actions. Let them plot, let them speak, let them throw their shadows. None of it will last. Their legacy, if it can even be called that, is built on lies and darkness always consumes itself. What they fail to understand is that while they are consumed by their hatred for you, you are building something eternal. Every act of kindness you show, every step you take in alignment with your divine calling, every victory you achieve, all of it leaves a mark that time cannot erase. They will be forgotten because they have chosen a path that has no substance. Negativity, envy, malice, these are the tools of the weak, and they cannot withstand the passage of time. Their names will be scattered like dust in the wind, while yours will be a monument that inspires generations. Why? Because you are aligned with truth. Truth endures. Light endures. Purpose endures. Let them fade, chosen one. Let their bitterness consume them while you continue to rise. You don't need to shout. You don't need to retaliate. And you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Your actions speak louder than their noise, and your legacy is being built with every step you take. They will spend their time clawing at the edges of relevance, but their hands will grasp at nothing. Meanwhile, you are etching your name into eternity with every move you make. Understand this. Their hatred is fleeting, but your greatness is forever. Their efforts will crumble, but your purpose will stand tall like a pillar that time cannot topple. Do not lower yourself to meet their shadows. Rise higher where their reach cannot extend. They will be forgotten, but you will be remembered. This is the power of walking in light, chosen one, and nothing can take that from you. In closing, chosen one, never forget that your light is eternal, and their attempts to dim it are futile. You were born to rise, to shine, and to leave a legacy that no shadow can erase. Their time is over, their efforts forgotten, but your impact will echo through eternity. Stand firm in your divine power, because your victory is already written. If this message resonated with your spirit, smash that like button, hit subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments to declare your power, and share this message with others who need it. Together, we rise higher. Your journey begins now. When you carry divine protection, even the strongest enemy bows before the weight of their own sins. You, the chosen ones, walk with an authority that doesn't come from this world. Your very existence is a reckoning, a disruption to the plans of the wicked. They can plot, lie, and manipulate, but the power within you is their undoing. You don't have to raise a finger, their guilt and shame do all the work. Let this be a reminder: no one who wrongs you can run from divine justice. They may hide, but their secrets will rot inside them until they crumble under the pressure of truth. Think about it. Your enemies put on brave faces, acting as if they've escaped the consequences of their actions. But look closer. That mask of confidence is cracking. Their smiles are brittle, their words falter, and their eyes betray their torment. Why? Because guilt is not just an emotion, it's a spiritual anchor. And for those who've dared to cross the chosen, that anchor grows heavier by the day. They feel it in their chests, an unbearable weight, a constant reminder that they've wronged someone protected by a power far greater than they can comprehend. And to you, the chosen one, thank you for being here, standing strong in the divine power that sets you apart. Whether this is your first step into the light, or you've been walking this path with us, know this: your energy is what fuels this mission of truth and justice. If you're ready to see the tables turn, to witness the reckoning that's been written in the stars, tap that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments below if you're ready to claim your victory. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Stay with me, because if you truly are chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. It's not just a message, it's a revelation. Let's get started. So, chosen ones, do you know what makes your enemies' suffering worse? It's that they know they can't outrun it. It's like trying to escape their own shadow. It's always there, looming over them, growing darker with every lie they tell themselves. They can distract themselves with laughter, drown their conscience in distractions, but the moment they're alone, the truth grabs them by the throat. Restless nights, cold sweats, racing hearts. These are not coincidences. They're the echoes of divine justice. God has tied their guilt to their spirit, and there's no escape. They will confess, not because they want to, but because they have to. You, the chosen ones, are not just witnesses to this unraveling. You are the very reason for it. Your presence alone exposes the cracks in their armor. It's as if the universe has placed a magnifying glass over their sins, making it impossible for them to hide. Every word you speak carries a weight they cannot bear. Your silence, even more terrifying. They wonder if you know. They wonder if the truth is about to spill, and the paranoia eats away at them like a fire consuming dry wood. But here's the beauty of divine justice. It doesn't just bring confession, it brings restoration. The truth, no matter how painful, must surface because it is the only path to healing. And while your enemies dread the moment they must face you, they also know deep down that this reckoning is inevitable. Their guilt is the seed, but their confession is the harvest. They've planted deceit, and now they must reap the consequences. Divine protection is not just a shield for you. It's a sword that cuts through lies and deceit. It ensures that no weapon formed against you prospers. Your enemies thought they could get away with it, but they underestimated the power of being chosen. You don't just carry divine favor, you are divine favor. That's why they can't rest. That's why they can't hide. They are being dragged toward their reckoning by the very forces they thought they could outsmart. So let them squirm. Let them wrestle with their conscience. Let them wake up in cold sweats, replaying the moments they thought they'd buried. Because the truth is coming, and it's coming through you. You don't need revenge. Justice is already at work. The divine is watching, orchestrating, ensuring that everything hidden in the dark is brought to light. When you carry divine protection, even the strongest enemy bows. Remember that. Their strength, their pride, their lies, all of it collapses under the weight of their own sins. You, chosen ones, are untouchable, unstoppable, and undeniable. Stand firm, because the storm is not yours to fight. It's theirs to endure. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you are truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the undeniable pull to stay until the very end. This isn't just a message. It's a divine call meant for you. Stay with me, because what's coming next will open your eyes in ways you never imagined. Let's get started. Number 1. They can run, but they can't outrun the divine reckoning. The weight of guilt isn't carried in their hands, but on their soul, and it only grows heavier the longer they resist. When someone wrongs a chosen one, they don't just carry guilt. It becomes a curse, a relentless storm battering their spirit. They might try to walk with their head held high, but deep down, they're already buckling under the weight. It's not like the ordinary guilt that comes and goes. No, this is divine pressure, a force so unyielding it seeps into their every waking moment. It's like being chained to an invisible anchor, and every lie, every excuse they tell themselves only tightens those chains. They can smile in public and pretend all is well, but when they're alone, the truth hunts them down. Their mind becomes a battlefield, their heart a war zone. They hear the whispers of their conscience growing louder, like a ticking clock they can't escape. It's not just guilt. It's the voice of divine justice, calling them to account for what they've done. Imagine it. They lay down at night, hoping for peace, but their sleep is stolen by restless dreams and cold sweats. They toss and turn, haunted by shadows of their own making. It's like a movie playing on repeat in their mind, replaying every word, every action, every betrayal. And the worst part, they can't hit pause. The universe won't allow it. That's what happens when you cross someone who walks in divine protection. Your sins become a weight too heavy to bear. The pressure doesn't stop at their mind. It seeps into their life, turning everything sour. Their patience runs thin, their relationships grow strained, and their once comfortable routines feel like walking on broken glass. Small inconveniences suddenly feel catastrophic, as if the universe itself is conspiring against them. And perhaps it is because divine justice doesn't let the wicked rest. Some might wonder, why don't they just move on? Why not forget what they did and live their life? Because they can't. When you've wronged someone chosen by divine power, the guilt doesn't just sit in your mind, it roots itself in your spirit. It's not something you can shrug off or distract yourself from. Every attempt to bury it feels like a shovel full of dirt being thrown back in their face. The weight grows heavier, the burden greater, until they're left gasping for air. And here's the truth, chosen ones, they're not just haunted by guilt, they're haunted by your light. Your very existence is a reminder of the truth they're trying to avoid. When they see you, it's like staring into a mirror that shows them everything they're running from. Your divine protection makes their lies crumble, their masks slip, and their carefully constructed walls collapse. They thought they could get away with it, but they underestimated the power you carry. You're not just another person. They wronged someone handpicked by God, someone walking under divine favor. And the divine doesn't forget. It doesn't let injustice go unchecked. That's why their conscience won't let them rest. That's why they feel the pull to confess. They may not understand it, but they know deep down there's no escape. The truth they've buried is like a splinter in their soul, festering and refusing to heal. The only way to find relief is to rip it out, to confess, to come clean, to face the chosen one they've wronged. And they will. It's not a matter of if, But when? The longer they resist, the more unbearable the pressure becomes. It's like trying to hold back a dam that's already cracked. The flood is inevitable. You don't need to lift a finger. You don't need to seek revenge. Divine justice is working on your behalf, ensuring that no wrong goes unaccounted for. The truth will find its way to you, not because you demand it, but because the universe demands it. So hold your head high, chosen one. Know that your power is undeniable, your light unshakable. The ones who've wronged you are feeling the full weight of what they've done, and they will come to you, not out of kindness, but because they have no other choice. The divine won't let them rest until they do. Number 2, they've bitten off more than they can chew in the game of souls. To wound a chosen one is to declare war on your own spirit. It's a fight they cannot win without bowing to the truth. When someone wrongs a chosen one, it's not just a poor decision or a lapse in judgment. It's a spiritual overstep, a reckless gamble they didn't even realize they were making. The moment they crossed you, they walked straight into a divine test, a challenge far bigger than their ego or pride could ever handle. Whether it was betrayal, deceit, or neglect, it wasn't just an action. It was the first move in a cosmic trial, one their spirit can't afford to lose. You see, chosen ones aren't just people. You're a divine checkpoint, a mirror that exposes the truth about others. Your presence forces a reckoning. Either they rise to meet the higher vibration you carry, or they sink under the weight of their own shortcomings. For the one who's wronged you, the realization comes slowly at first, like a whisper in the back of their mind. But as the days pass, that whisper grows louder until it becomes a roar they can't ignore. They begin to sense they've done more than hurt you. They've sabotaged their own spiritual progress. It's like failing an exam they didn't know they were taking. Their spirit recognizes the weight of what they've done long before their mind catches up. They might brush it off at first, blaming circumstances, justifying their actions, or pretending it doesn't matter. But deep down, their soul knows. It feels the weight of the failure, the gnawing awareness that they've fumbled something sacred. They start to feel trapped, as if every door they try to walk through leads them back to the same place, the moment they wronged you. It's not coincidence, it's divine design. Their growth, their evolution, their very ability to move forward in life is now tied to this moment. They've stepped into a spiritual crossroad, and their spirit refuses to let them ignore it. The more they try to move on without addressing it, the heavier the burden becomes. It's like trying to climb a mountain with a boulder strapped to their back. Every step forward feels harder, slower, more draining. They may not even fully understand why their life feels out of sync, but their soul knows it's because they're carrying unresolved baggage, the weight of their failure to align with the truth when they were in your presence. You, chosen one, are not just a person to them anymore. You're a symbol of the test they failed. Your light exposes the shadow they're desperate to hide. You didn't ask for this role, but your divine protection ensures that anyone who crosses you must face the consequences, not because you demand it, but because the universe does. This isn't about revenge, it's about balance. When they wronged you, they tipped the scales, and now their spirit is scrambling to restore equilibrium. And here's the thing, they can't move forward without confessing. They may try to find shortcuts, distractions, or excuses, but nothing will work. Their spirit is locked in place, unable to evolve until they face what they've done. It's not just guilt, it's the weight of a spiritual impasse. Confessing to you isn't just about making things right with you, it's about making things right within themselves. It's their soul's desperate plea to get unstuck, to rise above the mess they've created. and to find a way forward. They might try to resist at first, clinging to their pride or fear, but the pull is too strong. It's like being caught in a current they can't swim against. The divine is guiding them, pushing them, forcing them to confront the truth. They realize that without this confession, they're spiritually stranded, stuck in the same cycle of guilt, shame, and regret. And the longer they resist, the louder the pressure becomes, until it feels like it's consuming them from the inside out. This is the power of being chosen. You didn't just cross their path by chance. You were placed there, a divine checkpoint in their journey. And now they must face the truth, or be forever weighed down by the shadow of their own failure. They've bitten off more than they can chew, and the only way to find peace is to swallow their pride and confess. So hold your ground, chosen one. Their spirit is in turmoil, their world is off balance, and they know the only way forward is through you. They will come to you, not because they want to, but because they must. Divine justice won't let them rest until they do. Number 3, your presence turns their secrets into time. Bombs. To stand in the presence of a chosen one is to stand before a storm that shakes the very core of hidden deceit. When someone crosses a chosen one, they don't just encounter you, they collide with the power you radiate, and that collision sends shockwaves through their entire being. Your energy isn't ordinary, it's a force of nature, a divine frequency that refuses to be ignored. It carries clarity, honesty, and authenticity, cutting through facades like a blade. For someone carrying secrets, lies, or wrongdoings, being in your presence feels like walking into a furnace. The heat is unbearable, and the longer they resist, the stronger it grows. They may not understand what's happening at first. All they know is that being near you makes them feel exposed, as though the walls they've built around their guilt are crumbling brick by brick. It's not just in their mind, it's in their body too. The tension is almost physical, like an invisible weight pressing down on their chest. Every glance you give them, every word you speak, feels like a mirror reflecting back the truth they're trying to hide. And it terrifies them. You see, your presence doesn't just challenge their lies, it destabilizes their entire energy field. Think of it like a tuning fork. Your frequency is pure and aligned, and when it meets the distorted vibrations of their guilt, it creates a storm of dissonance. They feel it as restlessness, irritation, even paranoia. It's as if your very existence calls out their deception, forcing it to the surface. They can try to put on a brave face, but deep down, they feel like you can see through them, right into the darkest corners of their soul. For the guilty, being around a chosen one is like carrying a ticking bomb. Every moment in your presence feels like the countdown gets closer to zero. They can't relax, can't breathe, can't think clearly. It's as though your energy has become a magnifying glass, making their guilt larger and harder to ignore. This isn't just discomfort, it's torment. They may feel like they're losing control, like they're unraveling piece by piece. And here's the thing, the more they resist, the worse it gets. They might try to avoid you, thinking distance will save them, but your energy has already left its mark. It follows them, echoing in their mind, stirring up their conscience. Even in your absence, they feel the disruption. Their guilt doesn't fade. It festers, like a wound that refuses to heal. This isn't just karma, it's divine design. When someone crosses a chosen one, they don't just face the consequences of their actions. They face the light you carry, a light that refuses to let shadows remain hidden. Your energy demands truth, authenticity, and alignment. Anything less feels like poison to their soul. They might try to rationalize it, telling themselves it's just stress or coincidence. But deep down, they know better. They know their guilt is tied to you, that their inability to find peace stems from the moment they wronged you. And the only way they can quiet the storm inside them is by confessing. It's not just about seeking your forgiveness. It's about trying to balance their own energy, to lift the weight of what they've done and find some semblance of relief. Your presence, chosen one, is their reckoning. It's the divine justice that makes them confront their failures, their lies, their betrayals. They can't hide from it, because you aren't just a person to them. You're a force, a living reminder of what they've done. Their guilt has turned into a bomb, and every second they delay confession is a second closer to detonation. So let them squirm. Let them wrestle with the storm you've stirred up in their spirit. They thought they could cross you and move on, but they didn't realize the power you carry. The divine protection that ensures no wrong against you goes unanswered. They'll come to you, not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Their spirit is demanding it, their soul screaming for release. And when they do, it won't just be a confession, it will be an act of survival, a desperate attempt to quiet the storm your presence has unleashed. You are their test, their reckoning, and their only path to peace. Number 4. Confessing to you becomes their only escape from the curse. To wrong a chosen one is to gamble with fate, and the house always wins. When someone dares to wrong a chosen one, they unknowingly set off a chain reaction that they are powerless to stop. It starts subtly, small inconveniences that seem like ordinary bad luck. Maybe they lose their keys, miss an important meeting, or face an unexpected bill. At first, they shrug it off as life being unpredictable, but soon, those small setbacks grow into something more sinister. Opportunities they were counting on slip through their fingers, relationships begin to strain, and no matter how much effort they put into fixing things, everything seems to go wrong. It's not just bad luck, it's a spiral. Their life starts to feel like it's veering off course, as if an unseen force is blocking their every move. No plan works, no effort pays off, and the harder they try to get back on track, the more chaos they encounter. It feels like swimming against a current that only gets stronger. This isn't coincidence, it's divine consequence. They've crossed someone chosen, someone under divine protection, and now they're paying the price. At first, they resist the idea that their misfortune is connected to their actions toward you. After all, who wants to admit that their bad luck is self-inflicted? But as the streak of misfortune drags on, the thought begins to creep into their mind. It starts as a faint whisper. What if this is happening because of what I did? That whisper grows louder with every setback, every missed opportunity, until it's impossible to ignore. They begin to sense that their actions have triggered something bigger than themselves, something spiritual, something karmic. It's not just bad timing or poor decisions. It feels personal, like the universe is delivering a message they can't afford to ignore. They realize they've tampered with a force far greater than they anticipated, and now they're facing the consequences. As their life continues to unravel, they reach a point of desperation. The usual fixes, working harder, thinking positive, trying to stay organized, don't make a dent in the storm of chaos. They start to feel as though they're cursed, trapped in a cycle of misfortune that has no end. That's when the thought of confession begins to take hold. Confessing to you stops feeling like a moral choice and starts feeling like their only lifeline. Their spirit begins to recognize that the chaos they're experiencing is tied to the imbalance they've created by wronging you. Deep down, they know that their misfortune won't stop until they make things right. Owning up to what they've done isn't just about clearing their conscience anymore. It's about breaking the curse that seems to have taken over their life. Imagine them lying awake at night, replaying everything they've done, every word they've said. They feel the weight of their choices pressing down on them like an anchor, pulling their life into deeper waters. Every time they think about coming clean, they feel a flicker of hope, as if that might be the key to stopping the storm. But the idea of facing you terrifies them. They know they'll have to swallow their pride, confront their shame, and admit they were wrong. Yet, the longer they wait, the worse things get. The spiral tightens, the setbacks grow more relentless, and their life becomes a prison of their own making. They begin to see confession not as a loss, but as a way to reclaim their life, their peace, their future. And that's where your power as a chosen one shines brightest. You don't have to lift a finger or say a word. Divine justice works on your behalf. Their spirit knows it's out of alignment, and the only way to restore balance is to come to you, to face you, and to confess. So let them wrestle with their pride. Let them struggle against the weight of their guilt and the chaos they've unleashed on themselves. Because eventually, they'll break. They'll come to you, not out of goodwill, but out of necessity. You are their only escape, their only hope of breaking free from the curse they've brought upon themselves. Your light has disrupted their darkness, and they can't find peace until they make things right. Divine justice doesn't forget, and neither will they. The storm they're trapped in won't lift until they confess, and they know it. It's not just a choice, it's their last hope. Number 5. The invisible thread of fate pulls them back to you. To wrong a chosen one is to ignore a debt written in the stars, a soul's obligation that cannot be escaped. There are some connections that go beyond words, beyond logic, beyond even this lifetime. When someone crosses a chosen one, it's not just an accident or a fleeting mistake. It's a move on the chessboard of a divine game, one where the rules were set long before either of you even arrived in this world. It's as if an unseen soul contract binds them to you, a sacred agreement made on a spiritual level. They were always meant to meet you, to face this exact moment of reckoning, and to make the choice that could alter the course of their journey. This isn't just about guilt or regret. It's about fulfilling a spiritual task, a cosmic lesson written into the fabric of their soul's path. When they wronged you, they didn't just betray a person. They betrayed a divine agreement, a promise etched into their spirit. The result? An inescapable pull that keeps drawing them back to you, a force that whispers in their subconscious, "You have unfinished business here." They may not recognize it as a soul contract at first. All they know is that something feels off, like they're out of sync with life itself. No matter what they do, a sense of emptiness gnaws at them, a void they can't fill. They try to distract themselves, to move on, but the harder they resist, the stronger the pull becomes. It's as if the universe is steering them back to you, refusing to let them take another step forward until they confront what they've done. The weight of this unseen contract manifests in their spirit. It's not just regret, it's a deep, gnawing awareness that they're stuck, spiritually stranded until they make amends. They may feel lost, disconnected, like life has lost its color and meaning. That's not coincidence. It's the consequence of ignoring a soul's obligation. Their path is blocked, their energy stifled, because they've failed to fulfill what they were meant to do. Come to you, confess, and grow. This isn't about punishment, it's about alignment. The soul seeks balance, truth, and accountability, and until they meet these demands, they'll continue to feel like they're running in circles. It's like a compass spinning wildly, unable to find true north. They can try to push forward, but their steps will always lead back to you. On some level, their spirit knows this. That's why, even if they can't explain it, they feel the pull to confess. It's not just about easing their guilt, it's about restoring harmony to their soul's journey. The wrong they did to you isn't random. It's the spiritual test they agreed to face long before this moment. By crossing paths with you, they were given a chance to learn humility, accountability, and redemption. And that's where your power as a chosen one comes in. You are not just part of their story, you are the catalyst for their growth. Your light, your energy, your presence forces them to confront the parts of themselves they'd rather avoid. You are the mirror reflecting their truth, the checkpoint they must pass to move forward. Every day they delay, the pull gets stronger. They start to feel as though they're being dragged toward you, not by choice, but by something greater. They might not understand it, but their spirit does. The more they resist, the more out of alignment they become, and life only grows harder. Relationships strain, opportunities slip away, and that inner void deepens. They can't escape the truth. Until they make things right, they'll remain spiritually stuck. Coming clean isn't just an apology. It's their soul's way of finding freedom. Confessing to you fulfills their part of the contract, allowing them to finally break free from the cycle of guilt and stagnation. It's not just about redemption. It's about stepping back into alignment, reclaiming their path, and moving closer to their true purpose. So let them feel the pull. Let them wrestle with the invisible thread that tugs at their heart and spirit. Because no matter how far they try to run, they'll always find themselves drawn back to you. They can't move forward until they face you, until they honor the agreement their soul made long before they ever knew your name. You, chosen one, are their reckoning, their mirror, their path to redemption. And whether they realize it or not, they're being guided by forces far greater than themselves. Eventually, they'll understand. Confessing to you isn't just a choice. It's their only way back to alignment, to purpose, to peace. Number 6, their fear of your spiritual sight pushes them toward confession. To hide from a chosen one is to stand naked before the truth. They see what you bury and call out what you fear. When someone wrongs a chosen one, they quickly learn they've stepped into a realm far beyond their understanding. Deceiving you is not like deceiving just anyone. It's like trying to hide in plain sight from someone who can see into the depths of their soul. They come to realize that your intuition isn't just sharp. It's piercing, like a blade that cuts through every excuse and facade they try to build. What scares them most isn't just the thought of being caught. It's the sinking realization that you may already know. They sense your ability to uncover the truths they've buried, to read the silent confessions etched in their energy. You're not just a person. To them, you're an almost otherworldly force, a spiritual spotlight that illuminates every shadow they thought they could hide in. This awareness eats away at them. The more time they spend in your presence, the more anxious they become. Every glance you give, every word you say feels loaded, as if you're pulling apart the layers of their secrets piece by piece. Their guilt begins to feel like a fragile glass, and in your presence, they're terrified it will shatter with just one look or one word from you. It's not just their actions that feel exposed, it's their very soul. This fear grows with time, becoming a storm that builds inside them. They start to imagine scenarios where you call them out, where the truth is laid bare in front of everyone. The thought of you confronting them becomes a nightmare they can't escape. It's not just shame they fear, It's the consequences, the spiritual fallout they believe will come from withholding the truth from someone as divinely attuned as you. They begin to sense the power you carry, even if they can't explain it. You're not just intuitive, you're protected, guided by forces they don't fully understand. And the longer they resist coming clean, the more they feel that they're tempting fate, as if every moment of silence is pushing them closer to a reckoning far beyond their control. It's as if they're standing on the edge of a cliff, and every lie they hold onto pushes them closer to the edge. They feel the ground beneath them start to crumble, the pressure building until it becomes unbearable. Confessing to you begins to feel less like a choice and more like an urgent necessity. It's their only way to regain a sense of control, to soften the fallout they believe is inevitable. The fear they feel in your presence isn't just about being exposed, it's about the spiritual consequences of their actions. They start to sense that their secrets are not just unsafe around you, they're unstable. You carry a force that doesn't allow deception to thrive, a light that makes their lies heavy, unbearable, impossible to carry any longer. For them, confession becomes a desperate attempt to escape the storm brewing within. They hope that by coming clean, they can mitigate the consequences, ease the tension, and avoid a harsher reckoning. But what they don't realize is that this reckoning isn't something they can escape. It's already begun. The storm is their own doing, and your presence only amplifies what was already set in motion the moment they wronged you. To you, chosen one, they are like an open book. Their anxiety, their guilt, their attempts to act normal, it all reads as clearly as words on a page. You don't have to confront them or even say a word. Your energy alone does the work, unraveling their masks, exposing their weaknesses, and forcing them to see the truth of their own actions. They fear you because you represent accountability, a mirror they can't avoid looking into. And yet, deep down, they know that facing you is the only way to break free from the prison of their own guilt. They don't just fear your judgment, they fear the divine justice that flows through you, the unshakable power that demands truth and exposes lies. Eventually, they'll realize there's no running from your light. Confessing becomes their way of surrendering to the inevitable, their last hope of finding peace before their secrets consume them entirely. You don't need to chase them. Your presence alone will draw them out. Their fear of your spiritual power will guide them to the truth and to you. Number 7. Their ego crumbles under the weight of divine reckoning. The strongest walls of pride crumble when struck by the hand of spiritual justice. For someone who wrongs a chosen one, admitting fault is usually the last thing they'd ever consider. Their ego acts as their fortress, shielding them from vulnerability, accountability, and the thought that they might ever be wrong. Pride convinces them they're untouchable, above the consequences of their actions, and firmly in control of every outcome. But when you wrong a chosen one, the rules are different. No fortress can hold when the force of divine consequence begins to break it down. At first, they may brush off their guilt, convincing themselves they can push through it. After all, their ego has always been their armor, deflecting any self-doubt or responsibility. But this time, something shifts. A weight begins to press on them, heavier than anything they've felt before. It's not just guilt, it's a spiritual force, a consequence woven into the fabric of the universe. It feels like the walls of their ego are closing in, and for the first time, they realize they're up against something far bigger than themselves. The energy surrounding them becomes oppressive, like carrying an invisible burden they can't shake. No amount of denial or self-righteousness can lift it. They start to feel trapped, as though every step they take is met with resistance. Their usual mental defenses, justifications, excuses, distractions, fail them completely. Every attempt to ignore the growing pressure only makes it worse, like trying to hold back a tidal wave with bare hands. As the days pass, the weight grows heavier. It's no longer just an internal struggle. It starts to spill into every aspect of their life. Their relationships strain, their patience wears thin, and nothing feels satisfying anymore. They begin to notice how their actions have created ripples of discord, not just in their lives, but in the energy around them. They feel disconnected, untethered, as though they've lost control of their path entirely. This isn't coincidence. It's the result of spiritual consequence. The divine doesn't let wrongs against the chosen go unanswered, and now they're being forced to face the truth. Their ego, once their greatest shield, becomes a prison. Every excuse they make, every attempt to avoid accountability, only tightens the chains around them. The weight is unbearable, suffocating, leaving them no choice but to confront what they've done. Eventually, the realization hits them. Their ego is powerless here. They're no longer in control, no longer able to dictate the narrative or manipulate the outcome. The spiritual forces at play are far greater than their pride, and resisting only prolongs their suffering. They're left with one option: surrender. Confessing becomes their only way forward, not as a means of saving face, but as an act of survival. They realize that holding on to their ego, their pride, and their stubbornness is only making the weight heavier. In that moment, confession transforms from a dreaded obligation into a necessary release. It's no longer about protecting their image or minimizing fallout. It's about freeing themselves from the crushing force of their own guilt. When they finally confess, it's not just an apology, it's an act of humility. It's a moment of surrender, an acknowledgement that they've reached the limits of their own power. For the first time, they admit they aren't in control, that they can't outrun the consequences of their actions, and that they need to face the truth to find peace. This surrender isn't easy. It's a breaking point, the moment where their ego collapses under the weight of spiritual justice. But it's also the start of something new, a chance for them to grow, to learn humility, and to realign with the truth. The very thing they feared, letting go of their pride, becomes their salvation. For you, the chosen one, their confession is more than just words. It's proof of the divine forces that protect you, that ensure justice is served without you needing to lift a finger. Your power, your light, and your spiritual connection have brought them to this moment of reckoning. And while their surrender may seem like a victory for them, it's a testament to the strength and presence you carry as someone chosen and divinely protected. Number 8. The truth hunts them like a shadow they can't outrun. The energy of truth doesn't wait for permission. It haunts, it presses, and it demands to be seen. When someone wrongs a chosen one, they may initially think they've buried the truth so deeply that it will never resurface. They wrap themselves in lies, spinning a web of falsehoods that gives them a fleeting sense of control. For a moment, they might even convince themselves they've won, that their deception has successfully shielded them. But what they fail to understand is that lies are never weightless. They carry a dark energy that clings to the soul, growing heavier with time, until it becomes impossible to ignore. Their false sense of security begins to crumble as this energy takes hold. It seeps into their thoughts, their emotions, and their very essence, suffocating them under the weight of their deceit. But this heaviness is only the beginning. The energy of truth, relentless and unyielding, starts to creep into their life, haunting them in ways they never anticipated. At first, it's subtle. A memory flashes unexpectedly during the quiet moments, or an inexplicable wave of unease washes over them. But soon, the manifestations of this energy grow bolder. They wake in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, as vivid dreams replay their wrongdoing like a movie they can't escape. In the daylight, their thoughts betray them, slipping into reminders of what they've done, even when they try to focus on other things. It's as if the truth has become an unseen force, following them wherever they go. They feel it pressing on their chest, lurking in their peripheral vision, always there, waiting. It's not just guilt. It's the energy of what's real, demanding acknowledgement. And the more they resist it, the more powerful it becomes. This haunting isn't random. It's the nature of truth to seek resolution, to bring light to the shadows. When someone wrongs a chosen one, the energy of that truth is amplified, as though the universe itself insists that justice be served. The longer they try to suppress it, the more disruptive it becomes. They begin to feel chased, not by you, but by the reality they've tried to deny. No distraction can save them. No amount of denial or rationalization can quiet the noise. The energy of truth wraps around them, a relentless presence that refuses to let go. It stalks them in their quietest moments, when their guard is down, forcing them to confront the reality they've tried so desperately to avoid. Eventually, they realize there's no escaping it. This isn't something they can run from, and it's certainly not something they can control. The weight of their lies becomes unbearable, far heavier than the fear of confessing. It dawns on them that the only way to free themselves is to face what they've done and come clean to you. Confession becomes more than an option. It becomes a necessity. The lies that once protected them have turned into chains, binding them tighter with each passing day. They recognize that only the truth can set them free, and only you hold the key to breaking the cycle. For you, the chosen one, this is a testament to the power of truth that surrounds you. Your energy, your light, and your divine protection amplify the consequences of deceit. You don't need to chase justice. It finds its way to you, carried on the unstoppable current of truth. And when they finally come to you, their confession will not just be words. It will be their surrender to the energy that has haunted them. They will admit what they've done, not just to ease their guilt, but to liberate themselves from the shadows they can no longer bear. You are the light in their darkness, the reckoning they cannot avoid. The energy of truth will always haunt those who wrong you, because you were never meant to carry the burden of their actions. It was always meant to come back to them, pulling them toward accountability and justice. And the moment they face you, they'll finally understand. There's no hiding from the truth, especially when it shines through you. Number 9, their spirit craves your forgiveness like a thirst they can't quench. To be forgiven by a chosen one is to touch the grace that restores a broken soul to wholeness. Deep within the core of their being, beyond their ego and defenses, lies a truth they can no longer ignore. Your forgiveness is not just a relief, it's a lifeline. Forgiveness from a chosen one isn't ordinary. It carries a unique, transformative power, an energy that can heal the wounds of their spirit and restore balance to their chaotic inner world. Whether they fully understand it or not, their spirit is crying out for this release, desperate for the grace that only you can provide. They may have thought they could bury the guilt, distract themselves from it, or justify their actions. But as time passes, the weight of their deceit becomes undeniable. It's as if their spirit is tainted, clouded by the shame and regret they've tried so hard to suppress. Every lie, every betrayal, Every moment of avoidance has left a residue on their soul, a heaviness they can't seem to shake. Without your forgiveness, they feel stuck, trapped in a cycle of emotional and spiritual stagnation. Life becomes a haze for them, devoid of true joy or peace. They may go through the motions, smiling on the surface, but deep down they feel disconnected, burdened by the shadows of their actions. Their spirit knows that to find rest, to feel whole again, they need to confront what they've done and seek the forgiveness that only you, the chosen one, can offer. It's not just about an apology, it's about a spiritual cleansing. Your forgiveness represents a light that can cut through the darkness they've created within themselves. They recognize, even if only subconsciously, that your grace carries a power beyond words. It's an act of mercy that doesn't just alleviate their guilt. It frees their spirit, untangling the knots of shame and regret that have left them feeling lost. This realization gnaws at them constantly, a reminder that their only path to peace runs through you. They know that until they come clean and seek your forgiveness, they will remain spiritually restless, unable to move forward. The chains they've forged with their own actions can't be broken by mere time or distance. Only your forgiveness has the power to release them. Confessing to you becomes more than just a way to unburden their conscience. It's a quest for redemption. Their spirit yearns to feel whole again, to experience the lightness that comes from being forgiven by someone who walks with such profound spiritual insight. They sense that you, as a chosen one, possess the kind of forgiveness that doesn't just wipe away mistakes, but restores balance and offers a second chance at alignment with their higher purpose. This journey toward your forgiveness isn't easy for them. It requires humility, vulnerability, and the courage to face the truth head-on. They must strip away their pride, confront their actions, and place themselves at your mercy. But deep down, they know it's the only way to find rest. Their spirit is weary, weighed down by the energy of their own deceit, and only by receiving your forgiveness can they finally breathe freely again. For you, the chosen one, this is a testament to your power. Your energy, your light, your connection to the divine make your forgiveness a force that transforms, heals, and redeems. They may have wronged you, but their spirit recognizes the grace you carry, and it craves the freedom that only you can offer. And when they do confess, when they seek your forgiveness, it will be more than just words. It will be their spirit's plea for liberation, an acknowledgement of the divine authority you hold as a chosen one. Your forgiveness will not just ease their guilt, it will lift their soul, restoring the peace they've longed for and bringing balance back to the energy they disrupted. You are their path to redemption, the source of the healing their spirit needs to find rest. And no matter how long it takes, their soul will keep seeking you, drawn by the unshakable truth that only your grace can set them free. Number 10. Their desperation to regain your respect becomes their driving force. Respect from a chosen one is a crown they forfeited, and now they're willing to humble themselves to earn even a piece of it back. For the one who wronged you, the realization hits hard. They've lost something far greater than they ever anticipated: your respect. It's not just any respect, it's sacred, a rare and priceless treasure that their actions have stripped away. This loss gnaws at them relentlessly, leaving an ache that no external validation can soothe. They know what they've thrown away, and it haunts them. But in the void left by their betrayal, something begins to stir. It's a glimmer of understanding, a flicker of hope. They begin to see you in a new light, not just as someone they wronged, but as someone whose opinion holds unparalleled weight. Your respect isn't just approval, it's a reflection of their potential, of the person they could have been if they hadn't been consumed by their own ego and missteps. This thought becomes a powerful motivator. The idea of confessing, of coming clean, transforms into more than an act of guilt. It becomes a mission to reclaim something they've lost. Your respect, even in the smallest measure, represents redemption to them. They know they may not deserve it right now, but the desire to earn it pushes them forward. When they see you, they don't just see a person, they see a mirror, one that reflects their failures, but also hints at who they could be. They want to stand before you, not as the person who wronged you, but as someone trying to grow, to change, to be better. The possibility of seeing even a flicker of acknowledgement in your eyes becomes a beacon of hope in their otherwise clouded existence. In your presence, they feel the weight of who they are now, and the possibility of who they could become. It's humbling, even terrifying, but it's also transformative. They realize that confessing isn't just about unburdening themselves. It's about stepping into a narrative where they can begin to redefine who they are. Your respect isn't just a reward to them. It's proof that they're capable of change. It's a validation they can't find anywhere else, a recognition that they've taken the steps to align with honesty and integrity. It's not about erasing the past. They know that can't be done. But it's about proving, both to you and to themselves, that they are more than their mistakes. This moment isn't driven by pride or ego. It's driven by the yearning to stand in your light, even if it's just for a moment. They want to show you and themselves that they're capable of growth. They want to emerge from the shadow of their choices, to shed the weight of their guilt and step into the possibility of something better. For you, the chosen one, this is a testament to the power you hold. Your respect is not freely given, it's earned, and its absence is deeply felt by those who have wronged you. You don't have to demand it or seek it. The force of your presence, your light, and your integrity makes them crave it naturally. Their confession becomes an act of courage, a moment of vulnerability where they strip away their pride and stand before you in their truest form. They're not asking for forgiveness alone. They're asking to be seen as more than their mistakes. They're asking for the chance to rebuild, to prove they're capable of growth, to show you that they're more than their worst moment. And while your respect may not come easily, their willingness to try, to face the truth, and to humble themselves before you is a reflection of their transformation. They know they can never undo the past, but they hope to write a new story, one that begins with confession and leads to the possibility of redemption. Number 11, they see you as the key to reclaiming their lost abundance. To wrong a chosen one is to lock yourself out of life's blessings, and only their grace holds the key. When they wronged you, they unknowingly severed their connection to the flow of abundance and joy that once filled their life. Now, everything feels blocked. Relationships grow distant, opportunities slip away, and even their health falters under the weight of their actions. It's as though an invisible hand has pressed pause on every part of their existence, leaving them stuck in a stagnant, chaotic limbo. This isn't just guilt, it's spiritual consequence. The energy they disrupted when they crossed you has turned back on them, creating a barrier they can't break through. Slowly, they come to a sobering realization. You are the gatekeeper to the balance they crave. In their eyes, your forgiveness holds the power to unlock the flow of positivity, connection, and success that has been cut off. Confessing to you becomes more than an apology. It's their desperate plea for freedom. They hope that by making amends, they can reopen the channels of abundance they once took for granted. Your forgiveness symbolizes redemption, a chance to reclaim the life they've lost, to restore the harmony that their actions disrupted. To them, you are no longer just the person they wronged. You are the catalyst for transformation. They don't just want your pardon, they need it, believing it holds the key to unlocking their future, their joy, and their connection to the universe's blessings. In number 12, they're terrified as your rise leaves them behind. When a chosen one rises, the light they radiate blinds those still trapped in the shadows of their own making. As you ascend, chosen one, your energy becomes a force of transformation, a beacon of strength and purpose. You're no longer tethered to the past. Your spirit is soaring, breaking barriers, and stepping fully into divine alignment. This rise is not subtle. It's powerful, undeniable, and impossible to ignore. And they feel it. While your spirit reaches new heights, theirs remains stuck, heavy with guilt and stagnation. It's like watching a ship sail into open waters while they're anchored in a storm. The contrast between your growth and their stagnation becomes a mirror they can't escape. They see your strength, your elevation, and it highlights their failures, their missteps, their inability to move forward. The spiritual power shift around you is overwhelming to them. They feel the widening gap, the chasm that threatens to leave them behind entirely. The fear of that isolation gnaws at them, a terrifying realization that if they don't act, they will be eclipsed by your light, forgotten and spiritually stranded. Confessing becomes their desperate attempt to close the gap, to align themselves with your rising energy before it's too late. It's not just about seeking forgiveness. It's about trying to reclaim a connection to the power and clarity you now embody. They know your rise is unstoppable, but they hope that by coming clean, they can be part of it. It's their last chance to step out of the shadows and into the light that you've become. A final attempt to transform alongside you rather than be left behind in the weight of their choices. Mocking a chosen one is like spitting at the sun, foolish, futile, and bound to leave you burned. Chosen one, hear me loud and clear. They didn't just underestimate you, they disrespected the divine force behind you. They thought their words, their schemes, their venom could stop someone handpicked by God. But now they're choking on their own arrogance, drowning in the chaos they unleashed. Every stone they threw at you has ricocheted back, shattering the fragile world they built on lies and cowardice. Their laughter has turned to silence, their confidence to fear, because they see it now. You are untouchable, unstoppable, and chosen by something far greater than their petty hatred. Hit that like button and subscribe right now if you're ready to declare to the world that you're not just surviving. You're thriving in a way that terrifies those who doubted you. This is your moment to rise, and their torment is watching you shine brighter than ever. Chosen. 1. Let's not sugarcoat it. They feared you from the start. Your very existence was a threat to the illusions they lived in. They mocked you not because you were weak, but because your power exposed their own weakness. They ridiculed you not because you lacked anything, but because you had something they could never possess: divine favor. The light inside you, the unshakable strength you carry, isn't just a gift. It's a weapon. It cuts through their lies, exposes their insecurities, and burns away every false narrative they tried to spin about you. They mocked you because they were scared, and now they're haunted because their worst fear has come true. You've risen above them, beyond their reach. Do you feel it, chosen one? That power coursing through your veins isn't just talent or resilience, it's the hand of God on your life. They thought they were fighting you, but they didn't realize they were waging war against heaven itself. Their defeat was written the moment they dared to come against you, and now they sit in the wreckage of their own schemes, watching helplessly as you soar to heights they can't even comprehend. The storms they sent to destroy you have become the winds beneath your wings, and every insult they hurled has turned into applause for your unstoppable rise. Don't waste a second on their regret. Their guilt is not your concern. Their shame is not your burden. What they tried to steal from you was never theirs to take. They mocked what they couldn't understand, disrespected what they couldn't control, and now they're paying the price for daring to touch the chosen. Their jealousy is a fire consuming them from the inside, and their bitterness is the chains that bind them while you walk free, powerful, and victorious. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time stepping into this powerful space, or you've been a rock-solid supporter from day one, your presence and super gifts are the divine energy fueling this unstoppable mission. If you're ready to rise above every lie they told, claim your strength like never before, and turn their mockery into your motivation. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments below. Let the world know you're not just surviving, you're thriving, and nothing will dim your light. Now, let's dive in and unleash the power they never saw coming. Number 1. They mocked your struggles, but now they fear your strength. Mocking the chosen is like standing in the path of a wildfire. What they thought was harmless scorched earth now consumes everything they once held dear. Chosen one, let's get one thing straight. Their laughter wasn't strength. It was desperation. They mocked you, ridiculed you, spat venom at your journey, not because you were weak, but because your resilience threatened everything they thought they understood about power. They didn't mock you because you stumbled. They mocked you because even in your lowest moments, they could see what you were destined to become. And now, as you rise higher than their shallow minds could ever comprehend, their fear speaks louder than their insults ever did. They thought your struggles were your end, but they didn't understand that every stumble was a setup for your elevation. Their mockery was nothing more than a pitiful attempt to disguise their own insecurities. Let's be real, they saw your potential long before you did, and it terrified them. That's why they laughed, why they dismissed you, why they tried so hard to paint you as less than. Because, deep down, they knew the truth. You weren't just walking through the fire, you were becoming the fire. And now, look at them. The same mouths that laughed at your pain are trembling in silence. The same eyes that rolled with disdain now avoid your gaze, unable to confront the power you carry. Their arrogance has crumbled into ashes, and your strength rises from those very ashes, undeniable and unshakable. They can't run from the truth anymore. You are chosen, and the divine protection around you is a fortress they can neither penetrate nor escape. You might wonder, why did they hate me so much? Why did they go out of their way to mock me when all I ever did was stay true to my path? The answer is simple, chosen one. Your light made them uncomfortable. Your perseverance exposed their laziness. Your authenticity revealed their pretense. They didn't hate you. They hated the reflection of their inadequacies in your unwavering strength. Mockery was their shield, a desperate defense mechanism against the undeniable reality that your existence was everything they feared and everything they could never become. And let's not forget the divine factor here. You weren't just struggling, you were being prepared. Every trial, every insult, Every moment of doubt was part of a divine plan to mold you into the unstoppable force you are today. God saw every tear you cried, every betrayal you endured, and He turned it all into fuel for your ascension. While they were busy mocking you, heaven was busy building you. What they thought was your breaking point was actually your foundation. Now they're haunted by the strength they mocked. They see it in every step you take, every victory you claim, every moment you shine. Their laughter has turned to silence because they know, deep down, they were wrong. And here's the part that burns them the most. Their mockery didn't stop you, it propelled you. Every word they hurled at you, every insult, every attempt to bring you down only added to the fire that now burns so brightly within you. Their hate was the soil where your roots of resilience grew, and now those roots have birthed an unshakable tree of strength. Chosen one, do you see it now? Do you understand the power you carry? They feared it then, and they fear it now. Your rise isn't just a victory for you, it's a reckoning for them. Every time they see you succeed, it's a dagger to their ego, a reminder that their mockery was powerless against the divine plan written over your life. They mocked your struggles, but now your strength has silenced them. They can't escape it. Your light blinds them, your power suffocates them, and your presence leaves them paralyzed with regret. So, let them tremble. Let them sit in the wreckage of their arrogance while you rise higher than they ever imagined. Remember this, their laughter was cheap, but your triumph is priceless. You didn't just survive, you thrived. And now, every step you take forward is a thunderclap in their ears, a reminder of the power they tried and failed to destroy. You are chosen, protected, and unstoppable. Their mockery was nothing more than noise, and now that noise has faded into the silence of their own failure. Keep rising, chosen one. The same strength they mocked is the strength that now terrifies them. Number 2. They wanted to break you, but they built a legend instead. Attacking a chosen one is like striking steel with a hammer. Every blow only strengthens what you tried to destroy. Chosen one, listen closely. They thought they were tearing you down, but every attempt to break you only built you into something far greater than they could ever comprehend. They wanted to see you shattered, crawling, begging for mercy, but instead you've become a legend. A force so powerful that their attempts now look pitiful in the light of your victory. They thought they were your downfall, but they've only cemented your place as someone unstoppable. Their attacks weren't just acts of arrogance, they were acts of desperation. They saw your potential long before you fully realized it, and it terrified them. They couldn't handle the light you carried, so they tried to snuff it out. Their words were weapons, their schemes were traps, and their intentions were poisoned arrows aimed straight at your heart. But here's what they never understood. A chosen one is not destroyed by adversity. A chosen one is refined by it. Every insult they hurled, every betrayal they orchestrated, every time they celebrated your setbacks, it was all fuel for the fire God was igniting within you. You've heard their voices in your darkest moments, haven't you? The whispers of doubt they planted, the mockery that echoed in your mind. You'll never make it, they said. You're not strong enough. But what they didn't realize was that every word they spoke against you was forging something indestructible inside of you. Like a sword in the flames, you were being tempered, strengthened, and prepared. What they thought were chains meant to bind you became the very tools that set you free. And now, look at them. The same people who plotted against you are left watching, speechless, as you rise higher than they ever thought possible. They're choking on the bitterness of their own failure, haunted by the realization that their efforts to break you were the very reason you became unbreakable. You didn't just survive their attacks, you thrived because of them. You took every ounce of hate, every attempt to tear you down, and turned it into the foundation of your legend. Chosen one, do you understand the power in this? They built their lives on the belief that they could control your narrative, that their actions could define your story. But God had already written your destiny, and no human hand could rewrite it. While they schemed in the shadows, heaven was shining its light on you. Their attacks weren't the end of you. They were the beginning of something extraordinary. And here's what burns them the most. They can't take credit for your rise. They wanted to break you, but instead, they became irrelevant. Every plan they made, every move they thought was so clever, has backfired spectacularly. The strength you now carry is a constant reminder of their failure. Every step you take forward is a testament to their inability to stop you. Their hate didn't harm you, it propelled you. You might be asking yourself, why me? Why did they go out of their way to tear me down? The answer is simple. They feared what you could become. They saw something in you that they didn't have, something divine, something untouchable. And rather than confront their own inadequacies, they tried to destroy the reflection of their failures they saw in your strength. But the beauty of being chosen is this: no weapon formed against you can prosper. Their plans were doomed from the start, not because you fought harder, but because God fought for you. Now, they're forced to live with the consequences of their own actions. Every insult they threw has returned to them tenfold. Every scheme they plotted has become their own undoing. While you rise, they sink deeper into the chaos they created. Their attempts to break you have left them shattered, while you stand stronger than ever. Chosen one, let this be your motivation. You are the living proof that their hate couldn't stop you, that their betrayal couldn't break you, and that their doubt couldn't define you. They tried to destroy you, but instead they built a legend. Someone so resilient, so powerful, that their very existence is a reminder of the divine protection that surrounds you. Your story isn't about their actions, it's about your triumph. Their attacks were never a threat, they were a gift. Because now, every victory you claim, every step you take forward, is a testament to the fact that you were always destined to rise. So keep walking, keep shining, and let them stew in the ruins of their arrogance. Your strength is untouchable, your light is undeniable, and your purpose is unstoppable. They wanted to break you, but instead they built a legend. And that legend is just getting started. Number 3, they see you winning and it's killing them. Watching the chosen one win is like standing in the rain without shelter. No escape, no relief, just a relentless downpour of their own regret. Chosen one, hear this. Your success is more than just your triumph. It's their punishment. Every victory you claim, every step you take, every moment you shine is like a dagger to their pride. They can't stand to see you rise, yet they can't look away. Their hatred was supposed to destroy you, but instead, it's become the chains that bind them as they sink deeper into the regret of underestimating you. They never imagined this moment. They thought their words would break you, their schemes would derail you, and their doubts would crush your spirit. They bet everything on your failure, and now, as they watch you win, it's killing them from the inside out. Your rise is a living, breathing reminder of everything they tried and failed to take from you. Every move you make forward is a spotlight on their own inadequacies, a constant echo of the truth they can no longer deny. They were wrong about you. Do you see it, chosen one? The way their smiles falter, the way their laughter dies in their throats when your name is mentioned. They used to mock you openly, reveling in what they thought was your defeat. But now they shrink in your presence, unable to face the reality of your success. Their silence isn't indifference, it's fear. Fear of the power you carry, fear of the unstoppable force you've become, and fear of what your rise means for them. You've probably asked yourself, why does my success bother them so much? Why can't they just move on? The answer is simple. Your success exposes their failure. It reflects every lie they told, every scheme they plotted, every time they doubted you. They mocked you because they thought you were weak, but your resilience proved otherwise. They celebrated your struggles because they believed they had won, but your victories have revealed the truth. They were never strong enough to stop you. And here's what burns them the most. They know they had no part in your success. They can't take credit for your rise. They wanted to be the reason for your failure, but instead, they've become the backdrop of your triumph. Every milestone you reach, every victory you celebrate is a constant reminder of their irrelevance. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was fuel the fire that now burns so brightly within you. Chosen one, your success isn't just a celebration, it's a reckoning. It's the loudest, clearest answer to every insult, every doubt, and every betrayal. They see you winning, and it's killing them because they know deep down that their actions only made you stronger. The hate they threw your way didn't destroy you, it refined you. Their betrayal didn't break you, it built you. And now they're left choking on the bitterness of their own defeat, while you soar to heights they'll never reach. Look around, chosen one. Do you see the shift? The ones who mocked you now avoid you. The ones who doubted you now whisper your name with envy and regret. The same people who stood in your way now watch from the sidelines, powerless to stop what God has set in motion. Your rise isn't just about you. It's a testament to the divine protection that surrounds you. While they plotted in the shadows, heaven was working in your favor. While they celebrated your struggles, God was preparing your elevation. And let's be clear, their torment isn't your burden to carry. You don't owe them anything, not an explanation, not an apology, not even your attention. Their regret is their own creation, a consequence of their choices. While they drown in their bitterness, you're walking boldly into your purpose, untouched by their opinions and unshaken by their schemes. You're not just winning, you're thriving, and their pain is the proof of your power. So let them watch. Let them feel the weight of their own regret as they witness your unstoppable rise. Their obsession with your failure has become their greatest torment, and your success is the justice they can't escape. Remember this, your victory was never about proving them wrong. It was always about stepping into the divine destiny that was written for you. Their hate couldn't stop you, and their regret won't define you. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Keep winning. Every success you achieve is a reminder to the world and to them that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. They see you winning, and it's killing them, but their torment is not your concern. Your focus is your future, your purpose, your legacy. Rise higher, shine brighter, and let them choke on the reality of your unstoppable greatness. This is your time, and they can do nothing but watch. Number 4. The price of disrespecting a chosen one. Disrespecting a chosen one is like striking the ocean. Every blow only invites a tidal wave of consequences that can't be outrun. Chosen one, let me tell you something undeniable. They thought they could treat you like you were nothing. They disrespected your purpose, mocked your struggles, and believed their actions would fade into the wind. But now they're drowning in the bitter harvest of their own arrogance. Every word they spat, every scheme they plotted, every ounce of disrespect they threw your way. It's all coming back to them, heavier than they ever imagined. Their confidence has crumbled, their pride has shattered, and their lives are in chaos. All because they dared to touch what they didn't understand. They thought their actions carried no weight, that their mockery and insults would be forgotten. But disrespecting a chosen one isn't just a mistake. It's a direct challenge to divine authority. What they didn't realize is that when they mocked you, they mocked the God who sent you. When they tried to tear you down, they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting against a plan so divine that their schemes were doomed from the start. Their disrespect wasn't just an insult, it was an invitation for consequences they now cannot escape. And now, look at them. The same mouths that mocked you are silent. The same hands that pointed at your struggles are trembling under the weight of their own guilt. The same people who laughed at your setbacks are now choking on their regret, unable to escape the chaos they created for themselves. They thought they could walk away unscathed, but there is always a price for disrespecting someone chosen by God. They planted seeds of destruction in your life, and now that destruction is blooming in their own. You've probably wondered, why did they treat me like that? Why did they think they could get away with it? The answer is simple. They didn't see your value. They underestimated your strength, your purpose, and your divine protection. They thought you were alone, vulnerable, and easy to dismiss. But what they failed to see is that a chosen one never walks alone. God was with you the entire time, watching, protecting, and waiting for the moment when their actions would boomerang back to them. And now that moment has come. While they stumble in confusion and regret, you're standing taller than ever. Their disrespect didn't break you, it refined you. Their words didn't hurt you, they revealed them. Their actions didn't delay your purpose, they accelerated it. Chosen one, their downfall isn't your doing. It's the result of their own choices. Let them reap the harvest of their actions while you continue to rise, unstoppable and untouched. This is your vindication. Their disrespect was never about you. It was about their inability to handle your power, your light, and your purpose. And now, as they face the price of their actions, you are free to walk boldly into your destiny, unbothered by their regret. Keep rising, chosen one. Their consequences are their burden, not yours. Number 5. They can't look at you without seeing their failure. Looking at a chosen one after trying to destroy them is like staring into a mirror that reflects every one of your failures, inescapable, unrelenting, and unforgiving. Chosen one, let me tell you something undeniable. They can't even meet your gaze. Every time they see you, it's a painful reminder of everything they tried to take from you but couldn't. Their pride won't let them admit it, but their eyes give them away. Their averted glances, their nervous silences, and their sudden exits aren't coincidence. They're confessions. Confessions that your presence burns them with the truth they can no longer hide from. You are unstoppable, and they failed. They used to look at you with smug confidence, didn't they? Acting as if their schemes, their words, their disrespect held power over you. But now, they avoid your gaze like it's a spotlight exposing the darkness within them. Every glance your way reminds them of their arrogance, their betrayal, and their weakness. You don't even have to say a word. Your existence alone is a thunderous declaration of their defeat. They can't look at you because every time they try, they see the person they underestimated standing tall, stronger, and brighter than ever before. And let's be clear, their failure isn't just about you rising. It's about them realizing they were never as powerful as they thought. They mocked you because they believed their lies. They disrespected you because they assumed their actions would break you. But instead of finding someone crushed by their schemes, they now face a force they can't control. Their glances are fleeting because they know what they did. They know they tried to extinguish your light, and now it's shining so brightly that it blinds them. You might wonder, why can't they just face me? Why not admit they were wrong? Because facing you means facing themselves, and that, chosen one, is something they're not ready to do. Looking at you means confronting the truth of who they are: insecure, small-minded, and incapable of stopping what was divinely destined for you. Their shame is louder than their laughter ever was, and it weighs heavier than they ever imagined. It's not just that they failed to destroy you, it's that they destroyed their own illusions in the process. Do you see it now? The divine protection around you, the unstoppable purpose within you. It's more than they can handle. They wanted to destroy you, but every glance your way reminds them that they only destroyed themselves. While you rise, they're left behind, choking on the bitterness of their own regret. Their failure is their burden to bear, not yours. You don't need their validation, their apology, or their attention. All you need to do is keep rising, keep shining, and let them grapple with the weight of their own actions. So, chosen one, hold your head high. Their inability to meet your gaze is proof of your victory. Let their shame be their own shadow while you walk boldly into the light. You are the unstoppable force they tried and failed to destroy. And now, they can't even look at you without seeing the legend you've become. Number 6. Your power is their punishment. Standing against the chosen one is like trying to hold back a tidal wave with bare hands, futile, foolish, and destined to leave you drowning in your own failure. Chosen one, understand this. Your power isn't just your gift. It's their punishment. Every move you make, every victory you claim, every breath you take in triumph, burns like fire in the hearts of those who doubted you. They thought they could stop you, silence you, diminish you. Instead, your strength has become a mirror, reflecting every insecurity, every weakness, every failure they tried to hide behind their arrogance. They mocked you because they couldn't understand you, hated you because they couldn't control you. But here's the truth they refused to admit. Their war wasn't against you, it was against themselves. Your success is a constant reminder of what they lack: the courage to fight for what's right, the faith to persevere through trials, and the strength to rise no matter how many times life tries to knock you down. Their attempts to break you were never about your flaws. They were a projection of their own. Look at them now. The same people who laughed at you, disrespected you, and spread lies to diminish your light are now silenced by your power. They're haunted by the sight of you thriving, unable to escape the reality that their schemes have backfired. They wanted you to disappear, but instead your victories scream your existence louder than ever. They thought your fall would validate their arrogance, but your rise has turned their pride into shame. And here's what burns them the most. They can't claim any part of your success. They hoped their doubts and insults would define you, but all they did was forge an unbreakable force they can't compete with. Every step forward you take is a dagger to their egos, and every accomplishment you achieve is proof that their opinions held no weight. They didn't just fail to stop you, they became the fuel for your fire. Chosen one, let me remind you, your power doesn't just disrupt them, it destroys their illusions. It reveals the cracks in their facades, the emptiness in their hearts, and the weakness they've tried so hard to bury. They see in you everything they could never be, and it's killing them. Your resilience makes them question their own worth. Your victories make their small minds shrink even further. They can't outrun the truth that you were always destined to rise, no matter how hard they tried to pull you down. So keep going, chosen one. Let their discomfort be your motivation. Let their regret be your reminder of the power you carry. Every step you take forward is justice. Every success you achieve is vindication. And every breath you take in triumph is their punishment. You didn't just survive their attacks, you thrived because of them. Keep shining, because your light isn't just your power, it's their reckoning. Their torment is proof that you were always unstoppable. Number 7. They played the game, but you rewrote the rules. Scheming against the chosen one is like playing chess with destiny. You may make the first move, but the outcome is already decided, and it's not in your favor. Chosen one, let's not mince words. They thought they were clever, thought they were 10 steps ahead, but every move they made only tightened the noose around their own plans. Their arrogance convinced them that they could outsmart you, outmaneuver you, and control the outcome of your life. But what they failed to see was that the divine hand guiding you had already rewritten the rules, and the game they were playing was destined to backfire. They plotted in the dark, whispering their schemes, confident that you wouldn't see their moves until it was too late. But here's the beauty of being chosen. While they were playing games, God was writing your victory. Every trap they set was seen, every betrayal anticipated, every false step accounted for. They were so focused on outsmarting you that they forgot they were up against something far greater than their own ambition. The Creator doesn't lose, and neither do His chosen. And now, look at them, trapped in the very web they wove for you. Their clever little games have turned into nightmares of their own making. The lies they spun have ensnared them. The traps they laid have sprung back on them, and the false narratives they pushed are crumbling under the weight of your undeniable truth. They thought they were the puppet masters, but they were only pulling their own strings, dancing toward their inevitable defeat. You may ask yourself, why did they try so hard? Why go to such lengths to bring me down? The answer is simple, chosen one. They feared your power. They saw what you didn't yet see in yourself, a force so divine, so unstoppable, that it threatened everything they built on lies and pretense. They thought they could manipulate you, control you, and bend you to their will. But what they didn't realize is that you were never playing their game. You were playing by divine rules, rules they could never comprehend or override. And now, the tables have turned. The ground they thought they ruled is crumbling beneath their feet. The same moves they thought were so clever have become their undoing. You didn't just survive their games, you rewrote the entire board. Your rise has left them scrambling, confused and desperate. They can't understand how their plans unraveled so spectacularly, but the truth is clear. They underestimated you, and more importantly, they underestimated the power of being chosen. So let them sit in the chaos of their own making. Let them wrestle with the reality that their clever schemes have only elevated you further. While they fumble in the ruins of their arrogance, you're walking confidently into your purpose, untouched and unstoppable. Remember this, chosen one. Their game was doomed the moment they tried to play it against you. The rules have changed, and the victory is yours. Number 8. The storm they sent is now their undoing. Sending a storm against the chosen is like summoning a beast you can't control. It devours its master before it even touches its target. Chosen one, listen closely. They thought the chaos they unleashed would destroy you. They plotted, schemed, and unleashed their venom, fully expecting to see you fall. But now, look at them. That very storm they conjured has turned on them, tearing through their lives like a hurricane they cannot escape. While they drown in the mess they created, you rise above it all, untouched, unstoppable, and stronger than ever. They thought they were clever, didn't they? They whispered in the shadows, hoping their lies would spread. They built traps with their words and baited them with their envy. But they didn't realize that every plan they set in motion was like a boomerang destined to return and strike them down. They thought they were sending a storm to destroy you, but all they did was stir the winds of their own destruction. And now they're trapped in a chaos they can neither control nor escape. You've probably wondered, why did they go to such lengths? What did I ever do to deserve this? The truth is, chosen one, you didn't have to do anything. Your very existence was enough to provoke their hate. Your light, your resilience, your potential, it was too much for them to handle. They saw you as a threat, so they attacked. But what they failed to understand is this: no storm can overcome the protection of the divine. While they were busy plotting against you, heaven was building a shield around you, ensuring that their chaos could never reach your soul. And now, look at the results. The storm they sent didn't destroy you, it elevated you. Every insult, every betrayal, every scheme they launched against you became the stepping stones for your rise. They mocked you, but their laughter has turned to silence. They celebrated your struggles, but now they can't escape their own. The chaos they unleashed has become the chains that bind them, while you soar higher than they ever thought possible. Here's what burns them the most. You didn't even have to fight them. You stayed focused, you kept walking your path, and now they're drowning in the consequences of their own actions. Their lives are unraveling, their pride has been shattered, and their schemes have backfired spectacularly. They thought they were in control, but they were always just pawns in a game they didn't understand. Chosen one, your rise isn't just a victory. It's a testament to the power of divine justice. While they stumble in the ruins of their arrogance, you're thriving. The storm they sent couldn't touch you because what is meant for you is untouchable. So keep rising, keep shining, and let their chaos serve as a reminder of the power you carry. They tried to destroy you, but the storm they sent has become their undoing. Now, all they can do is watch as you rise higher than ever. Number 9. Your light burns through their shadows. Hiding from the light of the chosen is like trying to cover the sun with your hands. Futile, blinding, and a reminder of your own weakness. Chosen one, hear me clearly. Your very existence is a threat to everything they've built on lies and deceit. They tried to bury the truth, but your light burns too brightly to be hidden. Every step you take forward is a piercing ray of truth that dismantles their carefully constructed illusions and exposes the darkness they've desperately clung to. Your presence alone is enough to shake them to their core. They hated you, not because you were wrong, but because you were right. They mocked you, not because you were weak, but because your strength made them feel small. You didn't need to fight them or argue with them. Your light did all the work for you. While they hid in the shadows, comfortable in their pretense, your truth burned through the lies like wildfire. Every time you rose above their schemes, you reminded them of what they lack: courage, purpose, and divine favor. You might wonder, why do they despise me so much? Why did they go to such lengths to tear me down? The answer is simple. Your light is a mirror. It reflects everything they don't want to see about themselves. Your resilience exposes their fragility. Your authenticity highlights their dishonesty. Your presence reminds them of the emptiness they've been trying to mask. Rather than confront their own darkness, they tried to extinguish your light. But they failed, because what God has placed within you cannot be destroyed. And now, they can't unsee it. Every time they encounter your name, your presence, or your success, it's a painful reminder of the truths they tried to bury. The walls they built to shield themselves from reality are crumbling, brick by brick, under the sheer force of your purpose. You didn't even have to lift a finger. Your light did what no insult, no scheme, no betrayal could ever undo. It revealed them for who they are. The irony is this: they thought your light was their problem, but it's their darkness that's consuming them. Your truth didn't harm them. It exposed the harm they've been doing to themselves. While they fumbled in the shadows, heaven was elevating you in the open. While they plotted against you, God was preparing a platform for you to shine even brighter. Your light is divine, unstoppable, and untouchable. Chosen one, let their discomfort fuel your purpose. Their hatred is proof of your impact. People don't fight against what doesn't matter. Their attempts to silence you only confirm that your presence is powerful, your truth undeniable. You are a beacon, a force, a reminder that no amount of darkness can ever overcome the light. Keep shining, keep rising, and let them burn in the shadows of their own making. Your light isn't just a gift, it's their reckoning. Number 10. You didn't just survive, you thrived. Thinking they could crush a chosen one is like trying to smother a flame with gasoline. It only burns brighter and stronger. Chosen one, let me tell you this. They didn't just want to see you fall. They wanted to see you broken, defeated, and erased. They believed the weight of their attacks would be too much for you to bear. They expected the pressure to crush you, the betrayal to destroy you, and the pain to silence you. But instead of breaking, you transformed. You didn't just survive their storm. You became the force of nature that no one could stop. Every word they hurled at you, every scheme they plotted, every time they celebrated your setbacks was meant to be the end of you. But what they didn't understand was this: your trials weren't punishment, they were preparation. The fire they thought would consume you only refined you. The darkness they sent to swallow you only highlighted your light. While they were busy trying to bury you, they didn't realize they were planting a seed that would grow into something unstoppable. Chosen one, do you see it now? Do you feel the power of what you've become? They thought you were fragile, but you turned their expectations into a lie. Their betrayal didn't weaken you, it sharpened your vision. Their mockery didn't wound you, it became the soundtrack to your triumph. The very obstacles they placed in your path became the stepping stones to your elevation. They wanted you to fade away, but instead, you've risen higher than they ever imagined. And now, look at them. The ones who bet on your failure are left scratching their heads, wondering how you've thrived when every card seemed stacked against you. They don't understand that you weren't just enduring, you were evolving. While they plotted in the shadows, you were becoming something they could never contain. Your strength terrifies them because it proves their schemes were powerless. Your success silences them because it reveals the futility of their hate. You've probably asked yourself, why did they hate me so much? Why couldn't they just let me be? The truth is, chosen one, your resilience was a threat to their mediocrity. Your ability to rise, even under the heaviest burdens, exposed their inability to do the same. They mocked what they didn't understand, and now they're haunted by the reality of what you've become. Every step you take forward is a reminder that their attempts to break you were never enough. So let them watch in silence. Let them sit in the regret of underestimating someone protected by divine purpose. You didn't just survive their trials, you turned them into triumphs. You didn't just endure their attacks, you use them as fuel for your fire. Keep thriving, chosen one, because your rise is proof that no force on earth can break what heaven has ordained. Their hate didn't stop you, it built you. And now you're thriving in a way they'll never be able to comprehend. Number 11. Your presence is a fire they can't put out. Trying to extinguish the light of a chosen one is like throwing water at the sun. It doesn't weaken, it blinds you with its power. Chosen one, let this sink in. Your very presence is their undoing. You don't need to say a word or lift a finger. Just being you shakes their fragile world. They feel your power, and it terrifies them. They tried to fight it, to bury it, to deny it, but your light burns brighter and stronger with every step you take forward. Their resistance is futile, and they know it. You walk with divine authority, and that authority commands attention, respect, and fear from those who dared to come against you. They've tried everything, haven't they? Whispering behind your back, spreading lies, throwing obstacles in your path. But nothing worked. Their schemes didn't dim your light. They only made it burn hotter. Their attacks didn't stop you. They only strengthened your resolve. The harder they fought to put you out, the more undeniable your presence became. Now, they can't even stand in your glow without feeling exposed, vulnerable, and completely outmatched. And let's not sugarcoat this. They hate your light because it reveals the darkness they've been hiding in. Your presence is a fire that burns through their illusions, exposing every weakness, every lie, every mask they wear to cover up their insecurities. They mocked you because they couldn't control you. They disrespected you because they couldn't understand you. But now, as they sit in the ashes of their own arrogance, they're haunted by the reality they can no longer ignore. Your light is unstoppable, and it's not going anywhere. You might wonder, why do they hate me so much? Why can't they leave me alone? The answer is simple. Your light makes them uncomfortable. It reminds them of everything they lack: strength, purpose, resilience, and favor. You carry something divine, something they can't reach no matter how hard they try. They're not just fighting you, they're fighting the divine power that walks with you. And that's a battle they can never win. Chosen one, let their resistance fuel your fire. They can't put out what they never had the power to control. Your presence isn't just a fire. It's a blaze that consumes every attempt to dim it. You are chosen, protected, and untouchable, and no amount of hatred, jealousy, or scheming can change that. Let them squirm in the shadows while you shine in the light of your purpose. So, stand tall, chosen one. Walk boldly in your authority, knowing that their resistance is a reflection of your power. Let your light burn so bright that their attempts to fight it feel like nothing more than sparks in a storm. Their hatred is proof of your greatness, and their failure is the anthem of your rise. Keep shining, keep walking, and let the fire of your presence blaze on. They can't put you out. They never could. Number 12. This is your era. Own it. Doubting a chosen one is like trying to stop the tide with your bare hands. You can mock, resist, or deny, but the rise is inevitable, and it will drown every lie you told. Chosen one, this is your era. The time they swore would never come, the moment they mocked as impossible, is here, and it's unfolding right before their eyes. You were the one they thought would stay stuck, silenced, forgotten. But now the world is watching you rise, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Their regret is loud, but your triumph is louder. They laughed in your season of waiting, didn't they? They mocked your patience, sneered at your struggles, and underestimated the quiet power building within you. To them, your stillness was surrender. Your silence was weakness. They thought you were losing, But what they didn't see was the divine preparation happening in the background. God was working in your favor, setting the stage, sharpening your skills, and clearing the path. While they celebrated prematurely, heaven was busy writing your victory. And now, here you are, unstoppable, undeniable, and rising so high they can barely stand to look up. Do you see the fear in their eyes? Do you hear the silence that replaced their laughter? That's the sound of regret choking them, the weight of their own arrogance pressing down like a storm they can't escape. They swore your time would never come, but now your success is a living testament to their failure to see the divine hand on your life. You are not just proving them wrong, you're showing them that doubting the chosen is a fool's game. Chosen one, this is your moment. It's not just a season, it's an era, a reign of greatness that no one can take from you. You didn't just stumble into this victory, you earned it. Every tear, every sacrifice, every lonely night built the foundation of your unstoppable rise. This era is yours because you stood firm when the storms came. You stayed true when the world tried to break you. And now, every step you take forward is a declaration that no one can deny your purpose. They're watching you now, helpless and bitter. They can't stop talking about you, even as they pretend to look away. Your rise burns like a fire they can't extinguish, and their regret fuels the flames. But remember this, their regret is not your concern. This is your time to own everything they said you couldn't have. Stand tall, shine brighter, and walk boldly into the destiny they swore you'd never reach. So, chosen one, claim your crown. Own this era like it was always meant for you, because it was. Let them choke on their regret as you embrace the life they tried to deny you. This is your destiny, your legacy, your unstoppable rise. This is your era. Take it and never look back. In conclusion, chosen one, let this be your reminder. You are walking in a destiny that no one can steal, no enemy can stop, and no doubt can dim. This is your era, your time to rise, and the world is witnessing the unstoppable force you've become. Their regret is their burden to bear, while your success is the legacy you were always meant to claim. Own it fully and unapologetically. If this resonates with your spirit, smash that like button, hit subscribe, drop number 77 in the comments below, and share this message with someone who needs to hear it. Let's keep rising together. Your enemies are nothing more than shadows barking at the sun, loud in the dark, silent in your light. They feared your rise because they knew it would expose their smallness. Now they're stuck choking on the dust of your footsteps. Chosen ones, welcome back. Before we dive deeper, if you feel the power of this message, hit that like button and subscribe. This is your sanctuary, where we dismantle lies, lift the veil of truth, and celebrate the unstoppable force that you are. Let's talk about these so-called enemies. They're cowards hiding behind whispers, throwing stones they're too weak to carry. They thought they could tarnish your name, break your spirit, and strip you of your purpose. But here's the bitter pill they're choking on. You don't bend, you don't break, and you sure as hell don't fall under the weight of their envy. Their greatest nightmare has come to pass. You're thriving while they're still stuck in their pitiful games. These people are like brittle glass trying to stand against a storm. They underestimated you because they judged you by their standards. They didn't realize you were forged in fire, blessed by divine hands, and shielded by purpose. Now, their jealousy is eating them alive, and they're scurrying like rats in the shadows, hoping to scrape together the scraps of their pride. And let's be clear, they gossip, they slander, they throw lies like daggers, but their words are powerless. They don't understand that being chosen means you walk with divine protection. Every insult they hurl at you ricochets back with twice the force. Their hate is like trying to extinguish the sun with a cup of water, futile, pathetic, and laughable. Here's the thing about you, chosen one. You're not just a survivor, you're a conqueror. They thought they were setting traps, but all they did was dig graves for their own ambitions. They wanted you to fail, but every step you take is a reminder of their insignificance. And now, they're haunted. Haunted by the silence you left them in, haunted by the fact that their schemes couldn't touch you. Let their gossip be their hymn of failure. Let their bitterness be the weight they carry. You have nothing to prove to the feeble-minded. Keep your head high, your vision clear, and your heart focused. Their opinions are dust. And you? You are a hurricane sweeping through their delusions. They wanted to bring you down, but instead, they built the platform for your greatness. The louder their envy screams, the harder your success echoes. You're chosen, and no amount of hate can rewrite your destiny. Keep moving forward, chosen one. You've already left them behind. And to you, yes, you, the unstoppable force, the chosen one, thank you for being here. Whether this is your first time or you've been rocking with us from the start, your energy drives this mission forward. If you're ready to shatter the noise, rise above the whispers, and stand unshaken in the face of envy, tap that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments if you know their gossip is just the soundtrack to your greatness. And now, let's get into it, step by step. Stick around, because if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's dive in. Number 1. When envy faces the unbreakable. When the mirror shows monsters, it's not the reflection that's to blame. It's the beast staring back. That's why they hate you, chosen one. You've made them see their own shadows. They came for you thinking they had the upper hand, believing their gossip, jealousy, and venomous words could cut you down. They imagined their cheap tricks and whispers would unravel you, but they underestimated something crucial. You are protected by a power they'll never comprehend. Every insult they hurled at you was like a boomerang. They threw it with force, but it circled back to hit them square in the face. Here's the truth they can't face. Every word they speak against you is rooted in their own insecurities. Every jab, every petty move, it's not about you. It never was. It's about what you represent to them. You are a reminder of everything they lack, everything they fear, and everything they wish they could be. You didn't crumble because your foundation wasn't built on the shaky ground of approval or validation. Their lives are like sandcastles at high tide, but you're a fortress, unshaken and immovable. You see, chosen ones don't just stand out, they stand tall. And when insecure people look up at you, the height of your power makes them dizzy. They lash out, thinking their words will bring you down, but they only dig their own graves deeper. Every word they spit only reveals how hollow they are inside. You, chosen one, have become their worst nightmare, a mirror that reflects all their inadequacies. And that's why they can't stop talking. They're obsessed with you. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because you've done everything right. You silence them without even lifting a finger. Your very presence is a rebuke to their small-mindedness. When they gossip, it's a confession, not of your flaws, but of their own. It's their way of screaming, "Look at me. I can't handle the greatness I see in you." But let's address the questions lingering in your mind. Why does their hate feel so relentless? Why does their envy burn so brightly? It's because the power of being chosen isn't just a light. It's a fire. a fire that reveals, purifies, and consumes everything that isn't real. And for people built on lies and ego, your fire is unbearable. It forces them to confront the truth they've been running from their whole lives. You may wonder if they'll ever stop. The answer? They'll stop when their bitterness consumes them completely. Until then, let their envy be the soundtrack to your rise. They think their words can hurt you, but all they're doing is fueling your fire. Every insult is just more proof of how much you've shaken them. Every whisper behind your back is an acknowledgement of how far ahead of them you are. Chosen one, your power doesn't come from their approval, their acceptance, or their validation. It comes from within, from the divine hand that placed you on this path. That's why no amount of gossip, hate, or sabotage can touch you. You are walking in purpose, and nothing can stand against a soul aligned with destiny. They thought they could break you, but all they did was reveal how unbreakable you are. Remember this: a tree that bears fruit will always be the target of stones, but the stones never stop the tree from growing. They only prove its value. So let them throw their stones. Let them gossip. Let them stew in their envy. You are not here to fight their small battles. You're here to conquer mountains, to blaze trails, and to stand tall as a testament to what divine favor looks like. You didn't shut them down with words. You silenced them with your presence, your power, and your persistence. That's why they're scrambling now, trying to piece together some story that makes sense of why they couldn't touch you. They can't admit that the very thing they hate about you is the thing they wish they could have: your strength, your clarity, and your divine protection. Every time they speak your name, they're reminding the world of your greatness. Every time they hate, they're feeding the very fire that keeps you rising. Let their bitterness fuel your purpose. You've already won, chosen one. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, and that's the ultimate revenge. Number 2. The weakness behind the noise. Their hate is a cry for help. They call it hate, but it's nothing more than fear wrapped in bitterness. They throw stones not because they're strong, but because they're terrified of your power. Chosen one, let's pull back the curtain on this so-called hate. They want you to believe their words have weight, that their whispers hold power, but the truth is far simpler and uglier. Hate isn't a weapon, it's a shield for their insecurities. They're not attacking you because you've done something wrong. No, their venom is a reaction to what you've done right. Your success, your light, your unshakable presence. It burns them, exposing everything they lack. When they huddle together, feeding off each other's envy, they convince themselves they're controlling the narrative, spreading lies, throwing shade, gossiping in shadows. It makes them feel powerful, if only for a moment. But deep down, they know the truth. Their hate doesn't touch you. It's powerless, weightless, and ultimately, it's their undoing. Every word they spit in your direction is like a boomerang. They think it's coming for you, but it circles right back to expose their own flaws. Ask yourself this: why do they focus so much energy on you? Why do they gather like vultures, obsessing over your every move? The answer is simple: they're stuck. You're not just a person to them, you're a mirror. A reflection of their missed opportunities, their wasted potential, and their inability to rise. You remind them of what they'll never be, and instead of facing that truth, they lash out. Hate, for them, is a distraction from the work they refuse to do on themselves. But here's the kicker: their hate is weak because it depends on your reaction to survive. They need you to respond, to stoop to their level, to acknowledge their noise. When you don't, it drives them mad. They scream louder, hoping you'll hear, but all they're really doing is exposing their desperation. It's like watching someone pound on a locked door they don't realize you've already walked away from. You've already won, chosen one. Your silence is louder than their screams. Your success is a constant reminder that their words are meaningless. Every time they see you thriving, unbothered and unbroken, it tears at them. They expected their gossip to weaken you, but instead, it's only revealed their own fragility. You don't need to fight them, because their hate is its own punishment. While they're stuck spinning in a cycle of negativity, you've moved forward, living the life they wish they had. They love to call themselves haters, but the truth is, they're admirers in disguise. They watch your every move, dissect your every choice, hoping to find cracks in your armor. But they don't understand that being chosen means you're not just protected, you're unstoppable. Your strength doesn't come from their validation. It comes from a source they'll never comprehend. That's why their hate feels so hollow. They can't reach you because you operate on a plane they can't even imagine. Their gossip, their envy, their bitterness, it's all just noise. A desperate attempt to stay relevant in a story where they were never the main character. And when you rise above it all, when you continue to walk in your purpose without looking back, it destroys them. They're left spinning in circles, trapped in their own negativity, while you soar to heights they can only dream of. Let their hate fuel you, chosen one. Let it remind you of how far you've come and how much farther you're destined to go. Their words are nothing more than the cries of people who've been left behind. They're stuck in the mud, throwing rocks at someone who's already climbed the mountain. That's the truth they can't handle, and it's why they'll never stop talking. But you don't have time to listen. You're too busy thriving, building, and living a life they'll never understand. Their hate is a sign of your power, not theirs. And no matter how loud they get, they can't touch the light that surrounds you. Keep rising, chosen one. Let them choke on the dust of your success. Their weakness is no match for your strength. Number 3. They wanted a fight, but you built the battlefield. They thought they could wage war on you, but they forgot one thing. You don't fight battles, you end them. Your silence was the sword they never saw coming, and now they're scrambling in the ruins of their own defeat. Chosen one, let's get real. When they came for you, they thought they were prepared. They armed themselves with their usual tricks, backhanded comments, gossip, negativity, and schemes designed to pull you into their shallow games. They expected you to take the bait, to stoop to their level, to wrestle with them in the mud. But they miscalculated. They didn't realize that you don't play their game, you create your own. You didn't engage because you never had to. Instead of firing back, you rewrote the rules entirely. While they were busy plotting, you were moving. While they were spreading rumors, you were stacking victories. They thought their noise would distract you, but all it did was highlight their desperation. And here's the truth they're too ashamed to admit. They were playing checkers, but you've always been playing chess. They never expected you to stay unbothered. Every insult they threw, every trap they set, every whisper behind your back, it all fell flat because you didn't even look their way. That's the kind of power they don't understand. They live for conflict, feeding on chaos like vultures circling a battlefield, but you gave them nothing. And without your attention, their attacks crumbled into nothingness. They were swinging at shadows, thinking they were landing blows. But the reality is, you were already 10 steps ahead, leaving them flailing in your dust. What they can't stand, what eats at them more than anything, is that you didn't need to fight to win. You didn't need to argue, defend yourself, or waste your time proving anything to anyone. Your focus was your weapon. You stayed locked in on your growth, your goals, your peace, and your divine purpose. That's what truly destroyed them. Not some flashy comeback, but the sheer force of your unshakable presence. They thought they had control, but they never even had a seat at your table. You were operating in an entirely different space, one they couldn't touch. While they were busy trying to drag you into their petty conflicts, you were building an empire. That's why they can't stop gossiping. They're haunted by the fact that you outsmarted them without even trying. Now, all they have left are their stories, their excuses, their desperate attempts to spin the narrative in their favor. But deep down, they know the truth. You didn't just win, you dismantled the game they thought they controlled. And now, they're stuck, trapped in their bitterness, while you've moved on to bigger and better things. Let them stew in their frustration, chosen one. Let their envy remind you of how far you've come. They wanted war, but you refused to play by their rules. You're not just a player in their game, you're the one who rewrote the playbook. And now they're left chasing shadows, powerless to touch the light you carry. Keep moving forward, you've already left them behind. Number 4. Erased from the script, their relevance was never real. The loudest cries come from the sidelines, those who thought they mattered, but now realize they were never even part of the game. Your rise didn't just silence them, it erased them from the story altogether. Chosen one, let's talk about what happens when you take back control. Once upon a time, these people believed they were essential to your story. They cast themselves as key players in your life, mistaking their noise for significance. But the moment you chose your path, your own truth, they became irrelevant. Their voices, once disruptive and persistent, faded into meaningless background noise. You didn't just shut them down, you erased their influence completely. Their biggest mistake was assuming they had power over you. They thrived on creating chaos, stirring drama, and feeding on the attention it brought them. But when you refused to engage, when you stopped giving them the energy they craved, it left them gasping for air. They didn't know how to exist without your focus, and that reality hit them like a brick wall. Think of it like this. They were trying to hold onto a stage that no longer exists. The spotlight they desperately clung to has burned out, and they're left performing for an audience that's no longer there. They keep gossiping, keep stirring, keep trying to insert themselves back into your narrative. But all they've done is highlight their own irrelevance. Their desperation reeks, and you've moved so far ahead that their antics feel like echoes from a life you've outgrown. By walking in your authenticity, by choosing self-worth over their chaos, you rewrote the entire script. Their negativity, their manipulations, their petty games, they hold no place in your story. You've made it clear. Your journey isn't a playground for their insecurities. And while they sit around scrambling for relevance, you're out here building something real, something untouchable. This is what they can't stand. The fact that you didn't just rise above, you removed their ability to matter. Their attempts to define you, control you, or drag you down have failed spectacularly, and it's left them scrambling, clutching at straws to stay in your orbit. But you're too busy soaring to even notice their noise. Here's the beauty of your power. You didn't have to fight them to win. You didn't need revenge, loud comebacks, or any acknowledgement at all. You won by walking away and thriving in their absence. That's the kind of strength they'll never understand, and it's why they can't stop talking. Their gossip is their last desperate attempt to stay relevant in a story that no longer includes them. You've moved on, chosen one. Their opinions, their hate, their drama, it's all meaningless now. They're stuck in the shadows of a past you've left behind, and every word they speak only makes their irrelevance more obvious. Keep shining, keep rising, and let their noise fade into the silence they created for themselves. You're writing a story where they never mattered, and that's the ultimate victory. Number 5. When the well runs dry, you starved their chaos and left them powerless. They feasted on your energy like parasites, but when you cut them off, they withered into shadows, desperate, hollow, and powerless without your light. Chosen one, let's expose the truth about these so-called energy vampires. They thrived on chaos, stirring up drama to feel alive in a world that overlooked them. Gossip, negativity, conflict. It was their lifeline, their twisted way of feeling important. They didn't care who they hurt as long as they could feed on the attention it brought. And for a while, they thought they were winning. They believed they had power over you because they could provoke a reaction. But then you did the one thing they never expected. You walked away. You rose above their games, cutting off their supply of energy and leaving them to starve in their own toxic cloud. You didn't play into their hands, and that simple act of silence shattered their illusion of control. They wanted you to fight, to argue, to keep feeding the fire, but you chose growth, peace, and purpose instead, and that was their undoing. Without you, their world began to collapse. Your light was the source of their relevance, and without it, they were forced to confront their own emptiness. Now they scramble, gossiping like starving creatures, clawing for scraps of attention from anyone who will listen. Their drama no longer holds weight, and their desperate attempts to stay relevant only make them look smaller. Picture them now, flailing in the dark, trying to spark chaos where none exists. It's almost laughable how lost they are without you to anchor their bitterness. Their gossip has turned into hollow noise, a faint echo of the power they once thought they held over you. And the more they try to create drama, the more they expose the truth. They were never as strong as they pretended to be. Their so-called power was always borrowed, always dependent on you. What they fail to understand is this. True power isn't about stirring up chaos. It's about mastering your own energy. And that's exactly what you've done. By starving them of your attention, you've forced them to look inward, and they don't like what they see. Their insecurities are now laid bare, their desperation on full display. While they flounder, you've moved forward, fully nourished by your own authentic energy, thriving in a space they can no longer reach. Let them gossip. Let them scramble. Their noise is nothing more than the sound of their own insignificance echoing back at them. You've taken away the only currency they had, and now they're left with nothing but their own emptiness. Meanwhile, you're soaring higher than ever, fueled by the divine energy that surrounds you, unbothered by their attempts to pull you down. They thought they could drain you, but all they've done is exhaust themselves. You're untouchable, chosen one. And now they're just ghosts of their former selves, fading into the background of your unstoppable rise. Keep moving forward. They can't follow where you're headed. Number 6. The roar in your silence, a sound they can't ignore. They wanted a war, but you gave them a void, a silence so loud it echoed through their fragile egos. Their words fell like stones into an abyss, swallowed whole and forgotten. Chosen one, let's talk about the power of your silence. When they came for you with their petty schemes, they thought they were lighting a fire. They expected you to react, to lash out, to stoop to their level and play their game. But instead, you gave them nothing. Not a glance, not a word, not a second of your energy. And that nothing, it hit them harder than any response ever could. They underestimated you. They thought your strength was in your voice, your actions, your ability to fight back. What they didn't realize is that true strength lies in restraint. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the loudest statement you could make. It told them, without a single word, that they were irrelevant, to your journey. It showed them that their opinions, their lies, and their hate carried no weight in your world, and that's what crushed them. While they were busy plotting, gossiping, and trying to provoke you, you were busy thriving. You stayed focused on your goals, your growth, and your divine purpose. You didn't even look their way, and that's what broke them. People who live for drama can't survive without an audience. Your refusal to engage left them standing in their own shadow, choking on the emptiness of their own bitterness. Think about this. Silence isn't just the absence of words. It's a mirror. When you refuse to respond, you force them to face themselves. They're left questioning, doubting, unraveling, because the only sound they hear is the echo of their own insecurities. They thrive on reactions, but you starved them of the fuel they needed. Your silence became a weapon they never saw coming. They thought they could rattle you, but instead they ended up shaking their own foundations. Your silence exposed them, magnifying their weakness and making their efforts look foolish. While they're spinning in circles, consumed by their own negativity, you've moved on, leaving them behind in the dust. And now, they're haunted by the fact that you're out there winning while they're stuck stewing in their failure. You flipped the script without even trying. By refusing to engage, you showed them that their words were meaningless. They can scream all they want, but the sound doesn't carry. It dies in the void of your indifference. That's the beauty of being chosen. You don't have to fight battles that aren't worth your time. Your energy is too precious for that. So let them talk, let them scheme, let them drown in their own noise. You've already silenced them where it matters most, in their minds. They'll never admit it, but your silence speaks volumes they can't ignore. Keep moving, chosen one. The sound of your success is all the response they'll ever need. Number 7. Too bright to dim. Your light exposed their shadows. They call it gossip, but it's really a cry for help. Your brilliance blinded them, not because you were too much, but because they were too small. Chosen one, let's speak the truth they can't admit. Your light, your energy, your undeniable presence. It wasn't just noticed, it was felt. People who've spent their entire lives hiding in shadows can't handle it when someone like you steps into the room and commands attention without trying. You didn't just shine, you illuminated everything they were too afraid to face about themselves. And that terrified them. They weren't ready for you. They weren't ready for someone who refused to shrink to fit their comfort zones. So, what did they do? They started talking, gossiping, spinning their little stories, hoping that if they threw enough shade, it would somehow dim your light. But here's what they'll never understand. Your light isn't something they can control. It comes from within, fueled by a purpose far greater than their opinions. Let's be real. Their hate wasn't about you. It was about what you represented. Your confidence, your success, your unapologetic authenticity. It all shined a harsh light on their insecurities. You didn't make them feel small, they already were. Your presence was just a reminder of what they lacked: courage, self-awareness, and the willingness to rise above mediocrity. And instead of stepping up, they chose the easy way out, throwing stones from the shadows. They thought their gossip could rewrite your story, that their words could shift how others see you, or worse, how you see yourself. But they miscalculated. You didn't need their approval to shine. You were never playing their game to begin with. While they wasted their energy trying to tear you down, you kept rising, unbothered and unstoppable. And that's what truly ate at them. Your success, chosen one, is a beacon they couldn't ignore. Every step you took forward exposed their stagnation. Every win you claimed reminded them of the chances they were too scared to take. Your light wasn't just blinding, it burned away their illusions. And instead of leveling up, they hid behind their words, hoping that if they talked enough, it would drown out the sound of their own failure. But here's the truth they'll never admit. Their words hold no weight. Their gossip is nothing more than empty noise, a desperate attempt to make sense of a power they'll never possess. Your light didn't just blind them, it revealed them. It forced them to confront the fact that their comfort zone is their cage, and you, chosen one, are the proof that freedom is possible. That's why they hated you. You didn't conform, and you didn't care what they thought. So keep shining. Let their whispers fade into the background. You don't need to dim your light for anyone. The ones who can't handle it will stay in the shadows, and the ones meant to rise will join you in the glow. Their hate is proof of your impact, and their darkness only makes your brilliance stand out even more. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Their words are powerless in the face of your light. Number 8. The mask of hate, fear dressed in desperation. They cloak their fear in hatred, but every jab, every lie, every rumor is nothing more than a trembling hand reaching out to stop the storm you've become. Chosen one, let's get real. What they call hate is nothing but fear wearing a mask. They whisper, they spread rumors, they throw shade, all to cover up the truth they're too ashamed to admit. They're afraid of you, terrified in fact, because your strength and authenticity are a spotlight exposing everything they lack. When you stood your ground, unshaken, unbroken, they didn't know what to do. They expected you to crumble, to falter under their attacks, but instead, you became the reflection of their own powerlessness. You showed them a truth they can't unsee. Their words hold no weight in the presence of someone divinely protected. They thought their gossip could dim your light, but instead, it became the very fuel that strengthened your fire. Every rumor, every insult, they were throwing stones at a mountain, hoping to make it fall. But mountains don't move for the wind, and neither do you. Their fear grows louder with every step you take, because they know they've lost the one thing they thought they had over you: control. Think about it. Why would they obsess over you if you weren't a threat? Why waste so much energy trying to drag you down? It's because your existence is a constant reminder of their insecurities. You are their reckoning, a force they can't silence or ignore, no matter how hard they try. But here's the truth they can't admit, not even to themselves. They're not fighting you. They're fighting their fear of what you represent. You are a symbol of power they'll never have, a light they can't extinguish, a strength they can't imitate. And that terrifies them. So they lash out, hoping their noise will drown out your progress. But all it does is reveal their desperation. Hate doesn't diminish you, it exposes them. The beauty of being chosen is this: you don't need to engage with their fear. You don't need to stoop to their level or defend yourself against their lies. Your power speaks louder than their words ever could, and that's why they're restless. They wanted you to stumble, but instead you soared. They hoped their rumors would hurt you, but instead they fueled your rise. Now they're stuck in the shadows, grappling with a reality they can't escape. You are untouchable. Every move you make, every victory you claim, is another reminder that their hate is powerless against your truth. They called it hate, but it was fear all along, and now it's eating them alive. So let them talk, let them scream, let them reveal their weakness for all to see. Your silence is louder than their noise, and your light blinds every corner where their fear tries to hide. Keep moving forward, chosen one. You've already left them behind. Number 9. Rewriting the script. They became nothing more than a footnote in your story. They wanted to make you the villain, but all they did was expose their desperation. While they scribbled lies in the margins, you wrote chapters of triumph they could never erase. Chosen one, let's get one thing straight. They never had the power to define you. They tried, of course. They cast you as the antagonist in their story, hoping to paint you as the obstacle in their path to happiness. But what they didn't realize is that you're not just another character in someone else's drama. You're the author of your own story. And when you took the pen back, you didn't just rewrite the narrative. You erased their influence entirely. Their attempts to vilify you were never about who you are, but about what they needed to believe. In their small, insecure world, making you the villain gave them an excuse for their own failures. It gave them something to blame when their dreams didn't materialize and their efforts fell flat. But the moment you refused to play the role they assigned you, the entire script fell apart. You didn't just walk away, you rose above. You turned their gossip, their lies, and their shallow attempts to tear you down into the fuel for your ascent. While they were busy trying to drag your name through the mud, you were building a life so extraordinary that their noise became irrelevant. Their words are nothing more than echoes, fading into the background as you march forward with purpose. Now, let's be honest. They hate the fact that you flipped the script. They hate that you've relegated them to minor characters in a story that isn't about them. You've turned them into footnotes, barely worth mentioning, while your chapters are filled with resilience, growth, and unstoppable success. They wanted to be the main act, but now they're nothing more than background noise in a story too grand for their small minds to comprehend. Here's the truth. Their attempts to undermine you only highlight their irrelevance. They're clinging to the scraps of a narrative that no longer exists. Their gossip is a desperate cry for attention, a feeble attempt to convince themselves that they still matter in your life. But the joke is on them. You've moved on to bigger plots, deeper themes, and greater victories. They're stuck replaying old scenes while you're out here creating something extraordinary. You've shown them that their words, their schemes, their envy, it all falls flat in the face of your brilliance. They tried to dim your light, but all they did was illuminate their own smallness. You've taken control of your destiny, and they've been left behind, choking on the dust of your progress. So let them watch. Chosen one. Let them see what true power looks like. You've outgrown their drama, their lies, and their weak attempts to hold you back. You're the hero of this story, and they're just ghosts of a narrative that never had the power to define you. Keep writing, keep thriving, and let their irrelevance speak for itself. Number 10. The disruption. They couldn't handle. Authenticity shatters illusions. Your truth isn't just a light, it's a wildfire. It burns away their masks and exposes everything they've tried to hide. That's why they fear you. Chosen one, the moment you chose authenticity, you signed up for a battle you didn't even know existed. You didn't walk into their world to start a war, but your mere presence became a threat to everything they've built. Their fragile ecosystem, made of fake smiles, hollow connections, and shallow pretenses, couldn't handle the weight of your realness. They lived comfortably in their illusions, where everyone followed the script. Don't rock the boat, don't show too much, and definitely don't question the status quo. But you didn't just rock the boat, you flipped it over without even trying. Your authenticity disrupted their fake harmony, and that's when the masks started to crack. They couldn't stand the way you moved, unapologetically yourself, refusing to shrink to fit their mold. Authenticity is a rare and dangerous thing in a world addicted to pretense. It shines so brightly that it exposes the shadows, and for them, that was unbearable. Your confidence became a mirror, showing them how small and insecure their carefully constructed personas really were. But instead of respecting you, they took the easy way out. They resorted to gossip, their go-to weapon for weak minds. It's sneaky, destructive, and lets them tear you down without having to face their own shortcomings. They painted you as the odd one out, the rebel, the problem. But here's what they failed to realize. Gossip has no power over someone rooted in their truth. Every rumor they spread, every whisper they exchanged, only proved one thing: you shook them. They didn't know how to handle someone who didn't need their approval to exist. While they were scrambling to discredit you, all they really did was expose how threatened they were by your strength. Your authenticity revealed the cracks in their world, and now they can't unsee it. Here's the price of being real in a world full of illusions. You will scare people who aren't ready to face themselves. Your truth is a challenge to their lies, a light they can't dim, no matter how much they try. They hate you because you remind them of everything they'll never have the courage to be. But chosen one, let their hate be a sign of your power. You don't need to fight back or lower yourself to their level. Simply by existing, you've already won. Their gossip is just noise, their envy a sign of their weakness. You're unshakable. Your authenticity isn't just your power, it's their undoing. Keep walking in your truth, chosen one. Let them choke on the lies they tell to comfort themselves. You don't belong in their fake world because you were born to stand apart. Your realness will always outshine their illusions, no matter how hard they try to cover it up. Number 11. Desperate whispers, the empty echo of their last stand. The loudest cries often come from the weakest hearts. Their words are nothing but the final gasp of a defeated spirit, scrambling to matter in a world where you've already left them behind. Chosen one, let's talk about the pathetic spectacle of their desperation. They've thrown everything they had at you: rumors, insults, and feeble attempts to undermine your confidence. Yet, here you are, standing tall, unbothered, and stronger than ever. You are their unsolvable problem, their nightmare in living color. They've realized they can't break you, they can't outshine you, and they can't stop you. And now, all they have left is their tired, hollow whispers. Gossip has become their final weapon, the last rusty blade in a toolbox that's been emptied of anything effective. They gather in their little corners, spinning half-truths and petty lies, hoping someone, anyone, will listen. But here's the truth they can't escape. Their words no longer carry weight. Their whispers have turned into static, drowning in the undeniable sound of your success. Every time they speak your name, they reveal more about themselves than they do about you. Their gossip is a mirror reflecting their fear, their insecurity, and their deep-rooted frustration. They aren't lashing out because of who you are. They're lashing out because of who they'll never be. You are everything they lack: strength, purpose, and divine protection. And every time they try to tarnish your image, they only highlight their own inadequacies. It's almost laughable, isn't it? They think they're controlling the narrative, but their voices are fading into irrelevance. With every success you achieve, every milestone you conquer, their efforts become more pitiful. They're like fading echoes in a canyon, growing weaker and weaker as you rise higher and higher. People can see through them now. What once sounded like sharp criticism now sounds like desperate noise, a cry for attention from those who can't accept your light. And that's the reality, chosen one. Their whispers are nothing but a desperate cry for relevance in a world that's left them behind. They're shouting into a void, hoping to be heard, while you're too busy thriving to even notice. Their attempts to stir the pot have only exposed their bitterness, their jealousy, and their inability to keep up. The very gossip they hoped would tear you down has become their undoing. They're digging their own graves with every word they speak. Meanwhile, you're building your legacy, untouched and unstoppable. Your success is their silence, and your rise is their defeat. Let them scramble, let them grasp at straws. You've already moved on, leaving them to drown in the emptiness of their own noise. Keep going, chosen one. Let their desperation be the soundtrack to your triumph. You don't need to respond. You don't need to engage. You've already won. Number 12. Above the noise, your light blinds their shadows. Their whispers are nothing more than a weak echo in the vastness of your purpose. They bark at the light because it reveals the darkness they've grown so comfortable in. Your rise terrifies them, not because it's unexpected, but because it's unstoppable. Chosen one, let's cut to the truth. You were never meant to fit into their small, petty world. Your purpose, your journey, and your destiny were written far beyond the reach of their limited vision, and they know it. That's why their gossip, their slander, their desperate attempts to pull you down, they're nothing but noise. Hollow, meaningless, powerless noise. In a world that thrives on drama, you are the exception. You were chosen to rise above it, to transcend the petty games they play and the shallow narratives they spin. They see your progress, and it burns them. Not because you've wronged them, but because your light shines too brightly on everything they lack. You are the mirror they can't escape, reflecting their insecurities and fears back at them with every step you take. They'll never admit it, but their words aren't weapons, they're shields. They gossip about you to distract from the truth they can't face, that while they're stuck in the same cycles, you've broken free. You've climbed heights they can't even fathom, and instead of rising with you, they cling to the only thing they know: pettiness. It's not a fierce attack. It's a weak, desperate cry for relevance in a world that has already left them behind. Their hate doesn't stem from your flaws. It stems from their limitations. While they clutch at gossip like a lifeline, you've stepped into your power, building a life they can only dream of. Every rumor they spread, every whisper behind your back, is a silent confession of their own inadequacy. They try to project their failures onto you, hoping to dull your shine. But they don't understand that your light doesn't come from them. It comes from something greater, something divine. Here's what they fail to grasp: you're untouchable. Their words can't break you because your foundation isn't built on their approval. It's built on authenticity, ambition, and the divine protection that surrounds those who are truly chosen. You don't rise because they allow it. You rise because you were meant to. That's why their efforts to drag you down feel so futile, because they are. Every step you take forward widens the chasm between you and them. They can feel it, and it terrifies them. They know they can't reach you, so instead, they try to pull you into the mud. But you're not just walking on solid ground. You're soaring. You've broken free from their world, and every move you make reminds them of how small they've chosen to stay. And let's be honest, they're not just watching, they're studying you, obsessing over your every action, dissecting your every decision, hoping to find a crack in your armor. But here's the truth they can't handle. You're not just strong, you're untouchable. Their envy isn't power, it's weakness disguised as noise. And the more they talk, the more they reveal their own insecurities. Their attempts to control the narrative are laughable. While they're busy spinning stories, you're out here living your truth, building something real, something powerful. Their words are like raindrops on a raging fire, pointless. They can't douse your light, and deep down, they know it. That's why they've resorted to the shadows, whispering to anyone who will listen, hoping to stay relevant in a story that's no longer theirs to tell. But, chosen one, your journey isn't just about you. You are a beacon, a light cutting through the noise, showing others that it's possible to break free. Your authenticity, your resilience, your refusal to engage in their games. It's a powerful example for those who feel trapped by similar negativity. You've shown that their hate is not a prison. It's a reflection of their own limitations. And when you rise, you give others permission to do the same. Their words can't touch your destiny. Your narrative has already been rewritten, elevated beyond their reach. Every step forward you take makes their voices smaller and smaller, until all that's left is silence. And in that silence, they're forced to confront the truth. You've risen above them, and they'll never catch up. Let their gossip be the soundtrack to your victory. Let their envy fuel your fire. Because the more they try to diminish you, the more they highlight your greatness. Your light blinds their shadows, and no matter how hard they try, they can't escape the truth. You've won. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Keep building, thriving, and breaking every limit they tried to place on you. Your success isn't just personal. It's proof that their noise is powerless against the force of authenticity and divine purpose. Every step you take is a reminder that true power lies not in their words, but in your actions, your resilience, and your unwavering faith in your destiny. And as you continue to rise, remember this: their hate is not a reflection of your flaws. It's a spotlight on their fears. You were chosen to rise above the noise, and nothing they say can change that. Keep shining, because your light is far too bright for their small, petty world. Let them watch, let them talk, let them struggle to keep up. You're already miles ahead, thriving in a space they'll never reach. Their noise is nothing, and you are everything. And that, chosen one, is why you are unstoppable. Their words, their whispers, and their petty attempts to tear you down are nothing but background noise to the symphony of your greatness. You were chosen to rise, to thrive, and to shatter every limit they tried to place on you. Let their envy be the wind beneath your wings as you soar even higher. If this message resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to declare your strength. Share this with someone who needs the reminder. Keep rising. You've already won.